Well, hello everyone. Happy Friday. I am thinking I am live now. Yep, I am. Okay, great. Well, thank you again so much for joining us for another one of my amazing Empowered Talk summits. I have committed to doing a summit every single month this year. And so far, so good. So we still have November and December. And so today is Healthology. We have some amazing speakers for you. It's going to be super exciting. You're going to get inspired, motivated. It'll be a happy day for you. Either way, try to watch it if you can live. We are live streaming. It's a free summit for the public. The speakers and the sponsors have paid to be here to help empower you. And so this is how this works. So this is the reason I do these. I've been doing them for about 4.5, almost 5 years now. This year, I decided to do one every single month. I think I might continue with that next year. I love it so much. And thank you to my Global Recognition Award for Empowered Talks. I will definitely be continuing. They are going to be doing a write-up in Business Insider, which is great because I've not been written up in there yet. And it's amazing to be acknowledged in that way, because I do this for reasons for myself. I do it to help empower the speakers, to help the speakers get out there. We do have a 6 million plus viewership. This stays up for a very long time. I have a social media lady who helps me out and does many, many wonderful things to edit the video. It always ends up being about 5 to 6 or sometimes even 7 or 8 hours. One time it was a 2-day. In June, we did a 2-day because there were so many people that wanted to come on. I'm so grateful that people love this so much and that you're all benefiting so much from this. So if you have feedback for me, please share. I'm always open. And I love the way I do these. There's so many different ways of doing summits. You know, there's people that don't charge the speakers and do charge the public. I find that when you don't charge the public, when you don't ask for their email, you don't ask for anything, you just simply give. This is beautiful, right? This is beautiful. And that way, the most amount of people can benefit from this. I love doing this. I love it when people tell me that they've watched it. And I love it when my speakers get business out of it. I love that too, because that's another reason we do it. We help get people out there, especially if you're starting out as an entrepreneur and you need to get on stages. I remember when I first started, oh my gosh, I spoke everywhere. And yes, sometimes you have to pay and sometimes it's free until you get to the point where you get to be a paid speaker. And we have some of those on here today as well. We have, oh my gosh, we have so many great speakers that will enrich your life and also your business. So this will stay up on my Facebook pretty much forever. You're welcome to watch it as many times as you wish. Share it with as many people as you feel might benefit from this. Send it to someone if you can. If you can't, just send them over to my Facebook. I will try to accept them as a friend. I'm always trying to make room because I'm at my limit, almost always at the 5,000. I wish they didn't have that limit because on LinkedIn, I have far more. I have almost 19,000. So, and LinkedIn, this will eventually end up on LinkedIn as well. And also, we give the speakers their speech. We brand it and then we send it to them, and they're free to repurpose it any which way they want. I am not a person of a lot of rules and regulations at all. Try to keep it nice, try to keep it positive. If it's not positive, we're going to edit it out. That's just the way it is. And anything that will help to inspire the audience. And so with that, I always give a theme for the summit. So last time it was leadership with heart, which was a big hit. All of my summits are a big hit, which I love. I love all the feedback I get on them. I love when people watch them. I love everything. I love all my speakers. There's absolutely amazing people that have done amazing things with their businesses. And the fact that they're willing to come on here and share to help inspire you, and that they're paying to help inspire you, that is an extra treat. So I hope you enjoy this. And we are waiting for our first speaker. I believe she'll be on shortly. And I'm just going to text her. And yes, it's going to be an amazing day. So I am a doctor of metaphysics, and I'm also a reverend. I'm an ordained minister of metaphysics. I am, this is for all the people that don't know me. So all you people who do know me, just go, That's great. I live in just a little outside of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Love Canada. I've been here most of my life. I came here when I was 6 years old with my parents from Eastern Europe, Croatia, a really beautiful country, absolutely gorgeous. At the time, things were so coming out to Canada and other places was amazing. So I had the pleasure of growing up in Toronto. And you could tell I'm a Torontonian when I don't say Toronto and I say Toronto, because that's what we do. And it's beautiful. And I'm wondering who would be interested if I had a in-person event. Would you come? Would you come, or would you want to be a speaker? Please let me know. Connect with me either directly. It's better if you direct message me, because sometimes the messages in here, they don't get seen. I'm trying to host, and I'm trying to look at the Facebook Live on my page, which I believe I have to, I think I have to get off of Facebook here, because then there usually is an echo. So this should be good. Oh, and I forgot to record this. Oh my goodness. Okay. There you go. Now it's recording. It's going to be tough, but when it goes on Facebook Live, it usually records anyways, but I do like to record it for myself. It's amazing. And then we do some pretty fun things with it. You gotta love social media people, right? Like they do things that I wouldn't even think of. So in this particular summit, this particular one is called Healthology. And oh, good, we're here. We're live. Okay, that's good. And it's absolutely crucial that you, as an entrepreneur, okay, so Lori's just going to be here shortly. As an entrepreneur, you absolutely must pay attention to your health. I know what it's like to be an entrepreneur. I've been one for okay, so I am 62 years old. I started working when I was 15. I actually started working when I was 13, but we can't tell anyone that. I started working when I was 15. That's a lot of years of work. I lived in Europe for 12 years. I had my own business there. You know, I had a clothing store for a few years. I also worked as a nanny for 2 little twin boys, which was a ton of fun. I also worked in a flower shop and a boutique, someone else's clothing store. And then finally, I worked as a bartender, which was probably one of the funnest jobs I've ever had. Being a waitress, that's a little bit different, but being a bartender, oh my goodness, that is a blast and a half. So that was almost too much fun. So that was when I was younger. Of course, I had more energy. I wouldn't do that now, although maybe if it was like, I don't know, a different kind of club, maybe. maybe like a yoga studio with juicing and that kind of stuff. I'm not a big drinker. I do like to, have some drinks sometimes, but not really a huge thing for me. But yes, when I was younger, that was a whole bunch of fun. So I lived in Europe for 12 years. I also lived a little bit while the war was on there. I had the pleasure of spending some time in a bomb shelter. So that was fun. And I grew up with a fairly abusive father who was also bipolar and couldn't really control himself a lot. So between my mom and myself, that was really hard to take. And there was a lot of healing necessary after that. And then, oh my gosh, then I married a lovely man who, I think we just grew apart. I, stopped partying so much and he continued. So, not a terrible thing for him, but just not, it wasn't my thing. So, he still liked drinking and partying and stuff. And that was also hard to take. So there was plenty for me to heal up from when I was leaving my ex, and almost every single credit, anything was in my name. And I had some business ventures not go well, let's just say. I had to file for bankruptcy. So I had to recover financially from that. So I have learned how to recover from personal, from wars, from business, from money, relationships, you name it. And then in the same year that I left my husband and I filed for bankruptcy, I shut down a spa business that I had here that I had had for 12 years. And I also lost my mother. I lost my mother to Alzheimer's. She was in a nursing home with Alzheimer's for a very long time and in hospitals prior to that, and so on and so forth. And so all four of those things happened within about a year, maybe a year and a half. That's a lot of pain in a short amount of time. Following that, I did lose my father as well, also to dementia. He had a different version, and he didn't have it quite as long. He was also older, and I think some of his pain was due to losing my mom so early. So my mom passed away at 71, and my dad passed away at 82. And I'm an only child, so I, of course, had to handle all of that. They also had a desire to be buried in Croatia, so I had to send them all over there. So there was extra work all over the place. So I understand. I'm actually thinking of doing like a special YouTube channel just for dementia caregivers as support, because I had a lot of different people in the nursing home, some who came regularly to see their parents and, did the same thing as me. Sometimes they were in a good mood, sometimes they weren't, sometimes they recognized you, sometimes not so much. And it's tough, when you're looking into the eyes of your mother and she doesn't know who you are. That's really hard. That's not an easy thing for your heart to take. And so some of the people, they just couldn't handle it. Like they would talk to me and they say, wow, you're here every week. And I go, I'm here every other day. We exchanged with my mom. It was my dad and I taking turns. And with my dad, it was just me. So I would just pop over after work almost every day. I mean, at least 5 days a week. If I ended up working really late and it was just too late and I knew they went to bed early, didn't come that day, but mostly I came a lot to visit, to be with him, to feed him, because they need help. There's a lot of people there that can't feed themselves, so they will handle all the help that they can get. In fact, when my mom passed away, I actually did volunteer at the nursing home for a little wee bit, and it was hard. It wasn't easy. And none of this, what I just said, was easy. But, sometimes I don't talk about my story, but if you want to function as a well-rounded entrepreneur, you have to do some serious inner healing. Like there has to be some serious time set aside, time, money, space, energy for your healing. And then there has to be some very regular everyday healing. Like my morning routine includes journaling. It includes prayer. It includes meditation. It also includes yoga. It includes walking because I do have a dog, so I have to walk, which is great because I love being outside on a nice day. Of course, not in the rain, but even in the rain, I have to walk him, right? He has to go. I love spending time in nature where the air is nice and fresh. And if it's down by water, that's even better. And I'm super lucky enough to be able to live beside a beautifully large, gorgeous park right on Lake Ontario. And it does get packed in the weekends. So there's other little tiny parks around the area that I can go to. And then I also have friends that live out in the country, and I love getting out of the city. Like, it's just, I do a lot of work in the city. I'm a real estate agent as well as a doctor of metaphysics. So the doctor of metaphysics part, that will never end. I will be retired and I will still be doing energy healing, and I'll be coaching, and I'll be running masterminds and maybe even summits. Who knows? If I keep winning awards, who knows, right? And I am blessed. I have won many awards for my businesses. I have for my publishing company as well. And oh my gosh, for my coaching, I've been written up in Forbes, USA Today a few times, Forbes a few times, Forbes like 4 times, and USA Today twice, Maxim, Elle magazine. That was so much fun because when I was a kid and a teenager, a tweenager or whatever they called them, I used to buy Elle. I used to spend a lot of money on these magazines, and I was like, oh, I love Elle. And when the opportunity came up, I was like, oh my gosh, I absolutely cannot say no to that. Like, that was an extra special treat, just because when you're a kid, you don't think, oh, one day I'm going to be in Elle, but how wonderful is that? And I've had some great acknowledgments. I'm so blessed and I'm so lucky. And some of the people I get to work with, and my clients and my students in some cases. And the only thing I haven't really been doing recently, actually since 2020, I haven't done any international retreats, and I want to get back into that. So 2025, I have to book at least 1, if not 2 retreats. And I was actually just talking to a lovely young lady yesterday who sent me a picture of a really great retreat place in the southern part of Texas. And I have another friend that has another place in Texas. So we'll see. Maybe Texas is going to be a regular stop there. Who knows? Also, I will do some local retreats as well. And I want to do in-person event. So I love doing virtual. Virtual is great. And it's so international. But I do want to do an in-person event with speakers, with vendors. And I want to do it in the Toronto area. So whether or not it's in Toronto proper, or maybe in the East End or the West End, probably in the West End, I live in the West End of Toronto. So I will probably do it there. I'm actually super excited about doing that. And I'm actually going to speak to a banquet hall next week that does events, and I may also start doing wellness events with trade shows. So if you're interested in doing that, please let me know. This will be in Mississauga for my local people. It will be in the southern part of Mississauga, where this particular banquet hall is located is called Lakeview. It is right beside Port Credit, which is where I used to live, and now I live in Clarkson, all down the street from this wonderful place. And it's very, very close to Etobicoke, which is a part of Toronto. So that's where I am looking to do it. Probably start smaller, not super small, just smaller. The smallest venue I'm able to get is with 25 tables. So if you are interested in having your business in a wellness show, and it doesn't have to always be wellness directly related. It could be here, we're going to make you feel really great because it's all about you feeling better about yourself either way, whether it's mentally, physically, or spiritually, or emotionally, or any other way. It could be a real estate agent. It could be a mortgage agent, right? That could be, very helpful. I know for myself, a lot of my friends are using me now for their parents because they don't want to, their parents have maybe lived in these houses for 50 plus years and they don't even want to sell them. So they need someone who's able to hold their hand and, work with them emotionally as well. Like this is where being a coach comes in handy. So that's actually amazing. And let me see if I need to let Lori in. So let me in. Let's say we have in progress. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on here. I don't know why she can't get in. Oh my gosh. Let me see. I had made a few, so sometimes this is kind of what happens with this is what happens. We can't get in, so let me try this again. I may have to get off of here and let everyone in again and redo this whole Zoom thing. So bear with me, I will return. We are live again. Not sure. Sometimes we get technical difficulties. Oh, and here we are. So we're good. And yeah, okay, good. Excellent. Thank you so much all for waiting for me a second time. I'm going to have to get my social media girl to put the two videos together. So we do have Lori with us and Dr. Grant, who will be speaking later, and Lori, who will be speaking now. Hi, Lori. Actually, Dr. Grant and Lori know each other.
We do know each other.
There you go.
Good to see you both.
I'm going to introduce you, Lori, because I've already been speaking and then we had that glitch. So now I have to send a new link to everyone. So while you're speaking, that's what I'm going to be doing.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm going to read your bio for you. So thank you again. First of all, Lori McNeil, who opens for me for all my summits. How blessed am I to have such an amazing speaker. So Lori is an international media marketing and branding expert who specializes in helping entrepreneurs and business leaders understand the power of developing one cohesive plan. She's a powerhouse. Okay, let's just, she is a powerful speaker who empowers and inspires others to step into their greatness and use media to reach more people and increase sales. Who doesn't want to increase sales here? Isn't that's what's good for our health is when we have lots of sales and then our mind is at peace. Lori was selected as an official speaker for the Think and Grow Rich World Legacy Tour and was invited as a featured speaker for Turning Point 2020 with 2.25 million people attending live. Actually, Dr. Grant was on that very same platform as well. She is featured in media over 500 times a year, and her global work earned her the Lifetime Presidential Service Award, and most recently, the Global Visionary Leader Award. And with that, I present to you Lori A. McNeil.
Thank you so much, Marianne. Thank you so much. And it's always an honor to open up for your summits. And there's always such amazing people that come to this platform that surround these summits every single month. And it's just been so great getting to know everyone. So I can't believe that we are in October of this year has just flown by so quickly, and we've covered so many amazing topics each month. And this month we're talking about health and about the connections that health has to all different areas of our life, and what an important topic to be talking about in October, in this time, and as we end the year and start a new year. So I love that we're going to be talking about this throughout the whole day. I'm honored that I get to kick this topic off for us today. And if you follow me on social media, you also know that I have been on my own health journey a little bit, with a little bit more of a focus the last couple of years. And if you don't follow me, you should, for a lot of different cool reasons that we're going to be talking about. But I made a post about less than a week ago where I kind of updated everybody about how I've been doing a deeper dive into my own health journey, and as a result have recently lost about 15 pounds. So I'm super excited about that. But what's really, really important to understand is that a lot of people focus on the weight part of it, which is an amazing result. And really, truly, it's how you feel. It's how you feel. It's how you move in the world. It's your energy that you're putting out there because you feel better. It's your focus and your clarity and how you show up in the world for other people. And there's so many different benefits that we all want, but we want the thing that we can see, right? It's easier to understand versus all the things that we can't see or that we don't understand as clearly. And throughout my journey that I've done this deeper dive, just in the last couple of years specifically, I've understood a lot more about food and about nutrition and about what I need for my brain to operate optimally and all of those different things. And so I too am on this journey with you. I am not a health expert. If you want to hear from health experts, you're gonna be hearing from Dr. Grant and from a lot of other people that specialize in different areas of health throughout the day of this summit. But I'm coming to you as a fellow entrepreneur that is on this journey with you. We're all at different points on this journey. I believe it or not, I actually do have one of my minors in one of my degrees is actually in health. A lot of people don't know that because it's not something that I talk about a lot, other than when I use some of the information to better myself in different ways. So I know a little bit, but I'm on the journey with you. But I do understand the importance of what it's done in my life. And I do understand the importance of why I need to keep going and implement certain things, and why I now encourage people and in the space of entrepreneurship to really do that deeper dive and figure out how your own body works, figure out what you need, figure out what's going to work for you, because your body literally works differently than anyone else's. So you have to figure out how your own body works and really understand. And it goes so much more beyond, well, I have allergies and I might be lactose intolerant and I think I might have this. It's understanding and taking that ownership of your body and what your body needs, and not allowing anyone else to make those decisions for you, but to understand and empower yourself on what you need to do. This is a summit where you have amazing experts from all over that specialize in different areas. Lean into this summit today. Begin to do that deeper reflective work and listen to what everyone has to say today, because you will have those aha moments if you allow yourself to have those aha moments. Is this another learning curve in the entrepreneur journey? Yes, it is, because there is a direct connection between your body and your health and your wealth. How many of us have heard that health is wealth? It's so true, and in so many ways, not just financially, but the health and wealth of your overall life, the depth of your life, your relationships, everything that you navigate every single day really directs back to you and how you show up and how you think and how you operate and the energy that you have and the focus that you have and how your body feels about things. So for it's what one person is going to need to be healthy optimally is going to be different than what somebody else needs or what they're even the most interested in. If you're interested in running, great. If you're interested in meditating and calisthenics and different, great. Find what works for you and understand the balance that needs to happen for you in order for you to actually show up in the world in a way that you were created to. So we were not designed to just go to work and come home and sit in our recliners and veg. Like that is not what you want to do, because a lot of people think, oh, well, I worked hard all day and now I'm just going to relax. There's different ways to relax in a healthy way, not necessarily just relaxing by kind of zoning out for the last 5 or 6 hours of your day. That's actually not a very healthy thing to do. So there's ways that you can relax your mind, you relax your body, get into, that recoup state without necessarily sitting and eating, because those two things tend to go hand in hand, sitting in your recliner and eating. So if you, whatever your habits are, and you may be somebody that has healthy habits, whatever they are, do that deep reflective work and figure out what you need to do to change those habits so that you can operate optimally. So I will tell you that this time, almost exactly this time, last year, I engaged in 75 hard for the first time. I'd known several people in my life that had done it. And honestly, it just seemed so hard to me. I was like, I don't think I have time for that. That seems like a lot of work. I don't know if I want to do that. But I engaged with a lot of amazing entrepreneurs and people from all over that were really supporting each other, encouraging each other. And let's all face it, sometimes the world of entrepreneur can be really lonely, and that accountability of just knowing that somebody else is on that journey with you makes a huge, huge difference. And so I got involved in this group, and there were a handful of us that held each other accountable every single day for 75 days. And I was able to complete that. I know that I would not have been able to be successful with what was supposed to really be done in that program if I didn't have the accountability. And I think many of us can probably say the same thing. We need the support. We need the accountability. We need the community. We need to know that somebody else understands and that they care. And that if we're sore, they're not going to think that we're being weak because they're probably sore too. All these different things that really matter when we're trying to establish healthier habits and healthier lifestyles and make those changes. So about a year ago this time, I actually engaged in that process. And that really took my understanding and my interest level kind of to a different level. Because the last couple of years I've been studying a lot of different things. And then this kind of was that next push that I needed to start getting back on track with eating healthier and things like that. Then honestly, going into the holidays, I ate a lot of sweets, and I didn't necessarily lose all the ground that I had gained, but I had kind of rewarded myself a little bit through the holidays. And then I stayed kind of on my break, let's just call it my break, until about March. I took a little bit of break through there, and then I kind of started getting back into doing a little bit of type of healthy work as far as a little bit more prayer and meditation. And I love hot springs. So I started going to local hot springs a little bit more. And I started doing cold plunges a little bit more. And I kind of started doing a little bit of a deeper dive into a different aspect of health and what those things were doing to my body. And so when I say I've been on this journey, I've been trying different things, and I've been actively engaged in trying to figure out what works based on how my mind is responding, how my body is responding in different ways, my energy level, my focus level, all those different things. And so I continued on going for 2 to 4 mile walks every single day. And I've been doing that now for over a year, 2 to 4 miles every single day. And then the oxygen of just being outside, no matter what the weather is, that has incredible, incredible benefits. Because sometimes we sit in front of our computers for way too long. And so just taking that break for just even a few minutes at a time is huge, is absolutely huge. And so I've been trying to, again, find that balance for myself. And then really paying attention to my attitude and how I'm showing up for people, and the bottom line and the results that go with my focus. Everything is connected. The health is wealth. So the wealth in your life, the balance in your life, the well-roundedness in your life, what does that actually look like across the board? And then really, really paying attention to that. If I make a change in this area, what am I going to notice? And it's not setting yourself up for, oh, I want it to happen, like that placebo, right? It's not about that, but it's about paying attention to, oh, this worked and this didn't work, and being honest to yourself about what that journey and what that process really looks like. And then just fairly recently, in the last few months, I really kicked up my nutrition. So again, every body is different. So for me, I cut out all dairy. I cut out all white sugars. I cut out a lot of different kinds of meat. I don't eat fish anyway, but and I focus primarily on chicken and spinach and eggs and some other protein sources that way. And I went strictly to honey. So I cut out all white sugars, all other sweeteners, and I went directly to honey. So there were some specific things that I put certain things on my eggs every morning, and just different things like that. And there's different things that I've noticed that made a huge, huge difference in just establishing those habits. Now, I know how hard it is to establish habits. So I forced myself, to be honest, I forced myself into doing certain things and not doing certain things, even when I couldn't see or feel the results in the beginning. Like I just stayed on track. And when I established certain morning routines with what I was drinking and what I was eating and how I was doing that morning routine to start my day, it took me personally, it took me about 3 to 4 weeks before I really, really started noticing major changes. But I will tell you that with certain nutrition changes, in the first 4 days, I noticed that my inflammation was way down in my body. Like the inflammation, I noticed immediately more than anything else. So that was huge for me because I knew that that was a struggle that I was having. And I think that that's a struggle that a lot of people have, just overall inflammation. And now today I can look back at photos of myself where I was on stage and at different events, and I can see it. Like I can literally see it all over, all with my face, my, my stomach, my like everything. I can totally see it. So I've continued on with certain spices and certain nutrition habits and certain things. And it's led me to not only have the results of losing inches and losing weight, because that's the benefit, of course, that everybody's always striving for, but I feel, and I'm getting closer and closer to the 5-0 all the time. I feel healthier than I've felt actually in several years, because I've tried different things. I've been on this journey for a little while now, and what I'm doing right now is working for me. And so find what works for you and track that and pay attention and adjust accordingly. And just know it might take a few days, it might take a few weeks before you really feel it, before you're really, really noticing the major results, but don't give up. It's like anything. You have a passion and a desire in business and in life to do what you do. This is one of those building blocks that has to be put in place in order for you to work optimally to meet those goals and desires and the mission that you have in the world. So it doesn't matter if it's finance, if it's marketing, if it's branding, if it's health, if it's whatever. You have to think about all of the different areas of your life that you have to pay attention to, that you have to have in balance in order to build that foundation that you need in order to keep going. Now, the question I always get asked with any habit that I'm talking about like this, when it comes to maintaining the balance in your life, is, well, I'm doing pretty good. I don't feel like my energy is too low. I mean, it's normal. It's probably what everybody else is going through. And I feel like I'm making, decent money. And I feel like my question is always this: how much more successful could you be if you did? That's always my question I ask back. So it doesn't matter how much money you are making, you may feel great. You may not even realize the different areas of your life that need to be fixed until you do that deeper dive in that concentrated area and you realize, oh, maybe my body wasn't working as optimally, as it could have been this whole time. And maybe I didn't even realize it until that was your focus at that time. So always ask yourself, what am I missing? How much more positive, how much more energy, how much more money, how much more impact could I actually be making if I focused on this? And prove me wrong. Do it. Prove me wrong, because what do you have to lose if you don't? You can continue doing what you're doing. And if you feel like that's working for you, that's working for you. But if you have more energy and you're noticing that you're showing up differently and you're starting to lose those inches and you're feeling differently and you're thinking differently, how is that a bad thing? So challenge yourself to do something different. Challenge yourself to understand what you could be missing out on that you don't even know you're missing out on. Because that can be a powerful thing. Because I have to tell you that the point that I'm at right now in my understanding of how my body works is vastly different from where it was 5 years ago. And I'm vastly different from where it was a year ago when I started the 75 Hard program. So don't be afraid to try new things. Don't be afraid to mix it up. Don't just do one thing and say, oh, that didn't work. That didn't work, right? You try a different thing. Because this is something I hear from people a lot, is they say, well, I tried that and it didn't work. I tried that and it didn't work. Well, first of all, you have to be really honest with yourself with how truly you're sticking to whatever protocol that you're supposed to be sticking to. That's the first thing. A lot of people think that if they do too many cheat days, let's just say that, it won't make a difference. And I had a very, very special person in my life tell me at one time that it's not what you do once in a while, it's what you do every day. Meaning that you can.
Lori, can you unmute, please? Sorry, I think I did that accidentally.
So it's not about, oh my gosh, I'm a failure. I've got to start all over. No, you just keep going. That's all you do. A lot of people think they have to start things way over. No, you keep going. And it's a journey. It's not about beating yourself up for failing something. There's no perfect way to do any of this because your body doesn't work the same way. And if we view it as you're taking something away from yourself, you view it as a negative, that's going to have an incredible negative impact on your mind than if you just say, I'm human. I like cake. I like pizza. I like whatever it is, but it's the balance of what are you doing throughout the rest of the day or the rest of the week or the rest of the month or whatever it is. So find what works for you and change your mindset around how you're thinking about food or how you're thinking about, your exercise or whatever it is. And so just remember that it's not what you do once in a while. It's all of those different habits of having sugars and sweets and, fried foods every single day or eating out every single meal or whatever it is. So keep that in mind. I love all of the quote unquote bad stuff. I love it all. I'll admit. I've had to really, really change my eating habits in order to get to the point that I am today with my health that absolutely equals the wealth in all different areas of my life, that helps me maintain that balance in all different areas of my life. But I don't deny myself those things. I just think about the overall balance of what needs to be done if I engage in something, or if I don't have time to exercise or work out or whatever it is. So I want to encourage you guys, as you move forward in your business, think about this as a foundation for what is necessary in order for you to reach that next level of greater sales and greater impact in the world. And always ask yourself, what if? What am I missing? What if I did this? How much more successful, how much more impact could I actually reach if I did? So, and it's not about yo-yo dieting. It's not about, oh yeah, I did that and I did so great, and then I'm back doing what I normally do. No, you have to establish the new lifestyle around that. And you have to understand the benefits of what you're doing, and rather than viewing it as a negative. So as you lay the foundation in moving forward and ending this incredible year and starting a brand new year, now is the perfect time for you to establish those habits and deepen that understanding about how your own body functions and what you need to do in order to get to that greater impact in what it is that you're doing. I'm an international business strategist, and yes, I do travel the globe. I'm actually getting ready to get on a plane and go speak as a keynote speaker in Athens, Greece, where I will be speaking to an amazing group of community leaders. Then I'm getting on a plane and I'm hosting an event in Santorini, and then I'm a keynote speaker at Oxford University. So this is my life. This is what I do on a regular basis. Do not think that these areas don't have a direct connection to other areas in your life, because the health areas and taking care and understanding how you operate and what you need to do is absolutely a foundational thing that could be making or breaking your success in getting to that next level. So you need to do that deeper dive and ask yourself these questions. I see it all the time with entrepreneurs all over the world. And you may say, well, Lori, I just work behind my computer. Like, I don't necessarily have a lot of contact with clients. I don't necessarily, travel like you do or whatever. How much more energy and clarity and focus could you have in whatever it is that you do, however it is that you do it, if you did? And for some people, it may just be that you don't feel like you have enough energy for your family at the end of the day, or to attend, other personal events. You want to, but you just don't have the energy because you're just too burned out. There's reasons that your body communicates to you in those ways. So you need to find out what that looks like for you and what you need to do. So for some of you, it may be supplements. For some of you, it's nutrition. For some of you, in your habits. For some of you, it's your mental health. For some of you, it's moving your body more and just going for walks. Do I work out in the gym regularly? No, but I go for walks every single day, no matter how busy or crazy my schedule gets. So find what works for you and stop the excuses, because truly excuses do not excuse you. That's all they are, is excuses keeping you. You think that you're justifying all of these things, and really, truly, you're capping your own potential. You're capping your own success by continuing to stay in the rut of those excuses and not do what you really should be doing to lay that stronger foundation for your business. I've noticed huge, huge changes in my mental clarity, in my energy, in my focus, in absolutely everything that I am doing, because I have focused more on the health of how my body functions and understanding all of the different elements that I need in order to operate optimally, in order to show up for people in a stronger way. My business has actually been so much stronger since I've done this in so many different ways. It's almost mind-blowing. And that's why I say, try it and be honest about how you're trying whatever it is that you need to be doing. Don't just do it for a week. Don't just do it for a month and, oh, it didn't work for me. You've got to stay consistent. You've got to be persistent in your consistency. And that is so important when you're trying to establish any new habit. So as you move forward, it will show up with how you show up online. Doesn't matter whether you're showing up for a summit. It doesn't matter whether you're showing up on social media with a static post. It doesn't matter if you're on the phone with somebody. Your energy and what you put out there in the world is a direct reflection of what's going on internally. So whether that's in your mind, whether that's in your physical body, spiritual body, it doesn't matter what that is. You are putting that out there and communicating in ways that you might not even be aware of. So that is why some of this stuff, and I'm so excited about what you guys are going to be learning throughout the whole day, because that's why this is so important, is that some of you may not even realize what you're communicating online, just simply because you're not healthy within yourself, whatever that looks like, physically, mentally, spiritually. You're not healthy and you don't even realize how you're showing up or not showing up in ways that you could be. So I want you guys to really think about that and be honest with yourself. I'm not going to go around the room and call you out This is where you need to be honest with yourself, take in everything that you're going to be learning today and say, you know what, I actually could be doing a better job in this particular area. Maybe I need to be, and don't try and change a ton of stuff at once, because that's the biggest mistake that people make, is they take on too many changes at once. Choose one area, whether that's spiritually, it could be mentally, it could be physically, it could be specifically just your food and changing some of your food habits. Whatever it is, start small and build. Do not make too many changes at once. That's where people get frustrated, because in their mind they think, well, it's going to take too long. So I'm just going to have an exercise plan and an eating plan and then a prayer and meditation plan and and I'm going to do all of this stuff. And I'm going to be right where I need to be by Christmas, and then it's going to be done. It sounds a little bit crazy, but literally this is like what people do. So you've got to be committed to the process. You've got to be committed to the journey that you are going to go through and your level of aha moments and understanding throughout this entire thing, and start with just one or two things, simple things, and then add in and add in. If you've never taken vitamins in your life, start with some basic stuff. And I know that you're going to be learning about that throughout the day as well. Whatever it is, I have added and changed little things along the way, because you learn what your body is responding to. You learn what works in your schedule. You learn and understand how you have the energy or the focus or not, depending on the different changes that you're making. As you learn, you make those changes to your own brand new routines, and it continues to evolve. And it should. You should not be doing the same things that you did a year ago, 6 months ago. Just like in business, you shouldn't be in the same place with your clients and with your business building and everything that you're doing. You should not be in the same place that you were 6 months ago and a year ago. This is no different. This is a learning journey, and that needs to continue to evolve as your foundation, just like anything else in business. So that is a very important thing that I want you guys to understand, is that you shouldn't be eating the same things. You shouldn't necessarily be on the exact same routine. The consistency comes in doing it, right? That's what I want you guys to be consistent in, is consistent in the focus and understanding of establishing and maintaining the habits. But what you do within that plan, in your exercise plan, in your eating plan, doesn't necessarily have to stay the same, because as we get older, every 6 months, every year, every whatever it is, our bodies aren't necessarily always functioning the same. Maybe you've had a traumatic incident, maybe you haven't, but your body is constantly changing. So as your body constantly changes, you can't continue to establish the same habits. I'm hoping this is making sense. You have to evolve with it as your body evolves and changes. So I want you guys to be understanding about that and not be overwhelmed by that, thinking, oh man, I've got to make all these constant changes. You already are in other areas of your life anyway. You're just not focused on this area of your life. So once you focus and understand what you need to do and how your body works, that evolutionary process becomes smooth. It becomes easier. You just do it like you do anything else. So when you roll that into your life, then that just becomes part of the foundation of your life. It doesn't become this extra burden, this extra thing out there once you've learned it. It's like anything else. Once you've learned it, you know it. Then you go on to the next piece and the next piece. But you start with what you have, and you start with where you are. And when you start into business, it's overwhelming at first. You don't try to do everything at once. You start with where you are and you build. And that is business. That's entrepreneurship. That's the journey. You learn as you go and you build. And when you focus on health, it's no different. You learn and you start with where you are and you build that. So I want you guys to be paying attention to how you're showing up to coaching calls, how you're showing up to sales calls, how you're showing up online, how you're showing up and what that looks like and how that could actually be different, how your speech could be different, how the words that you're typing out on the screen on social media could be different. The conversations that you're having with people could actually be different and healthier, more energy, more positive, because it's a direct correlation to the overall wealth of communication, of relationships, of sales, of everything that you're doing. Your health absolutely is your wealth. I love what I do. And it sounds cliche, but I get out of bed every single morning and I love helping entrepreneurs get from wherever they are to where they need to be. And more importantly, where they were created to be. Your body is a tool. Use it wisely to impact the world in only ways that you can. You have amazing tools in your toolbox that you were created for, that you were created to use. You were created to use your internal tools to solve external problems to help other people. You cannot effectively help other people if you are not helping yourself. You have to build and maintain your own body, your own physical tool in order to help other people, internally or externally. That's how it works. It's a direct correlation. It's a direct connection. And the sooner that you understand this, and the sooner that you grasp this, and the sooner that you implement this as a foundational part of your business, the sooner that you can actually break out of that ceiling that you're experiencing, or that you might not even realize that you're experiencing, and hit that next level. Finish the year strong and be ready to start the next year on an amazing, stronger note than you even realize, because this is your focus and you're understanding the direct connection with how you're showing up in the world, whether it comes to media, branding, marketing, building your business. This is what I love to do. I want to open it up to questions that anyone may have. And I know that because of tech, we're running a little bit behind schedule, so I'm not going to go over time. But this was a little bit of a different presentation that I usually give on Marianne Summits, but it's so important for you guys to understand. But I want to be able to answer any questions that you guys may have before I jump off here and let the next speaker in. But thank you so much, Marianne, for having me. It's always a pleasure to open it up for your events.
Thank you so much. No, please. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm just looking to see if there is, because we can't see questions here. So I have to go onto the Facebook to see if there are any, make sure I don't miss any. And we have Jason right after you, Cisneros. So he's, I was just texting with him. He's about to join us.
Awesome. You guys are in for a treat. He's amazing.
I know, he is definitely amazing. Why don't you tell us about your group, Lori?
Oh, okay. So Business Builders is my brand new membership group. It is a global, it's more, I'll have to say a network. It's so much more than a network. It's so much more than that. It is a global business executive club that has amazing people from all over the world, and it is designed to build your business at all levels. So it is cool. So I do the trainings within the group on a regular basis, and then we have the live components that are once a month that are super fun, where I have guest speakers coming in, prizes, all kinds of different fun live coaching, hot seat training and coaching and calls and all kinds of stuff. And that's a 2-hour event that takes place every month. And then we have amazing discussion board groups, all kinds of different contests, prizes that I mail out to people on a regular basis. The global network is incredible and getting stronger and stronger all the time. This is a brand new group that is growing very, very quickly. And it's incredible. It covers all things business. It doesn't matter whether you have an online business or a brick and mortar business, or you've been in business for 5 years or 30 years. There are so many amazing rock stars in this global business club. And we cover every topic under the sun that you could imagine. Because for those of you who don't know, I've been doing this for 28 years. I help build companies. I help build businesses at all levels. So I have, for those of you who maybe don't know, I am also a curriculum and program designer. And I have 3 bachelors, 3 masters, 2 PhDs, and 25 certifications in specialty areas. So there's a lot of different areas within business that I have been working in for years that I actually help people in. And so for the first time ever, I put together this, this membership club. And I do all kinds of courses. I do all kinds of live stuff and virtual stuff and whatever. But this is something brand new that I've created that is incredible, because you can do the trainings all on your own time, and you can attend the live events. You can do any of it or all of it, but there's a lot of different ways to be involved and to get that live coaching and training that you need on a variety of topics in order for you to reach that next level. And the club, the membership club price is absolutely phenomenal. We are enrolling for elite members right now at only $47. And once that reaches a certain point, then we're going to be raising it again. It will continue to go up and up and up and up, and it will tap out at $9.97 a month. So now is the time to actually enroll in this at bbmembership.net. bbmembership.net gets you instant access, and for only $47 for a lifetime, like you're locked into that. So no matter what, I'll continue to add all kinds of value to the group, all kinds of bonuses, all kinds of opportunities. And yes, I do have media opportunities that I do call to actions for. There's all kinds of amazing ongoing things. So for $47, you get amazing training and coaching and a global network, media opportunities, the list goes on and on. That's a crazy price point. I've never offered anything for this price point. To coach with me is $50,000 a year. So this is an amazing opportunity for you to have access to a global network, to get to hear from me coaching and training on a regular basis for only $47. So we will have different tiers. Right now we're enrolling for the elite membership for only $47, and you are locked into that price. So jump in on that because there are amazing things that have already been happening. The next global training and coaching opportunity will be November 2nd. So now is the opportunity to get in, get to know everybody, watch some of those trainings that I already have loaded into the course membership site, and be well positioned for the next live virtual event that's taking place November 2nd. So again, that's bbmembership.net. And now is an amazing time to join this global membership club.
We'll have you post that on my Facebook page underneath the live. It really is a fantastic group. And there's some more ladies that are in the group that will come join us later. Nikki's also in there with me. It's a fantastic group. Anything to do with Lori is always so good. It's just so good. And my next speaker, who we're trying to get on, actually came from her group. He spoke at her group, and I was just like, oh, I need to get him onto my platform.
Yeah, he's amazing. He's amazing.
He says, tell her hi and I love her. Because I just said, I go, oh, Lori's speaking right now. And he goes, okay, I don't know why he can't get on, but I am having some technical difficulties today, but everyone else seemed to have gotten on. So I'm hoping that this next link worked. Anyways, thank you so much, Lori.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. And any questions that come up, just let me know, direct them to, you can reach out to me personally, or you can go through Marianne, whichever works for you. But I'm here as a resource for you in any way that I can, in any area of business, because that's how long I've been doing this. So let me know how I can best serve you, and we'll just go from there. But yeah, definitely jump into the membership group. And Nikki Cruz, I think you were like my very first one to jump in when I first announced this, if I remember right. Nikki, I was in the middle of talking about it, and Nikki's registering within like seconds. So she was the very first founding member of Business
I think
Building.
it was either myself or Marianne.
It was
I think we both responded straight away. And I just want to say it's not a regret in the world. And if other people are thinking about it, jump in. Check it out if you're not sure. You can always leave, but you won't.
Yeah, you can. Getting in at this incredible introductory price point, though, is incredible, because even though your schedules may get busy, the trainings are on your own time, even if you miss the live events. And so, I mean, just the value and the amazing things that go on for it is absolutely worth it. So thank you so much. I see that Mr. Cisneros is with us, so I'm going to turn it over to him. Thank you so much for having me. It's always an honor and a privilege, and you guys enjoy the rest of your event. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you again so much as always. Mwah. Love you, and I will talk to you later. I love it when everybody knows everybody, and all my people are friends with each other, and everyone's like, "Oh, hey, I know you, and I know you." I know there's so many of us here from the CLA, and the two of you know each other from other places, and then you also know George Grant from another place. The ladies, it's great. I love it.
I love it.
Thank you so much, Lori. I
Good to see you,
appreciate
Lori.
you. I love you. This
Hey.
is amazing, and have a great day.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And
Don't forget to post your link in the chat.
oh, I will. I'll post it. Yes. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day, everybody. Talk soon.
Thank you. And with that, I am going to read Mr. Cisneros' bio.
How are you, Marianne?
I'm excellent. How are you?
If I was any better, I'd be twins.
I love that one. That's amazing. Is it me here with my hang on, I'm just trying to see. Okay, let me bump it up a bit. I think. Okay, there, that should be better. Okay. So Jason, thank you so much for joining us today. I am going to read your bio now. And Jason is so awesome. He was in Lori's group. He was speaking one night, and I was like this. And I'm like, okay, I need to look down on the page to see what I'm writing. But in a lot of cases, I was just writing and just listening, going, huh? Oh my God, so amazing. You're gonna love this. Get ready. Go get your coffee while I'm reading the bio. Actually, listen to the bio because it's important. So Jason Cisneros has a really cool last name, right? Because it's a little bit of a tongue twister early in the morning if you haven't had coffee. Is a battle-tested chairman obsessed with the game of business. His focus is consistently and predictably building 5% companies and 1% business owners. Renowned as one of the brightest minds in business and innovation, Jason has worked with Fortune 500 companies like Nike, Comcast, and Microsoft. His passion, however, is for the over 100 small, a mid-cap company he has helped optimize for maximum cash flow or wealth harvesting exits. I hope I read that right, because
The tongue twister today, huh?
a little bit, yeah. I mean, maybe I just need more coffee. Who knows? Jason is sought after by business owners worldwide as a trusted resource for creating competitive advantages for their companies. His proprietary systems are called Built to Exit, but wait till you hear how and why. This is so amazing. Sorry. V2X. He currently owns multiple businesses. I love this because this is one of my favorite things, because people will tell me, why do you have so many businesses? Why do you have to? And I'm like, this is a good thing. This is not a bad thing. So just listen to what Jason has to say. He currently owns multiple businesses, has personally exited more than 24 companies, and has spoken for hundreds of thousands of business owners on stages and podcasts around the world. Oh, you're gonna have to come onto my podcast too. Jason's commitment extends beyond business. He volunteers as an undercover operative and helps find a child sex trafficking rescue unit called SERT, or is it Search Ministries?
Ministries, yeah.
So I just love him. Like I loved him already, but when I heard this, that was it for me. Actively involved in anti-domestic violence and food insecurity initiatives, Jason believes ethically capitalism improves the world. I agree. He champions the successful business owners are among the most generous, driving positive change globally. Somebody get me coffee fast. He considers a well-trained, robust, small and mid-sized expertise environment where where we all do business with each other, one of the most potent engines of freedom. Okay, Jason is just amazing. And like I said, I actually, had the pleasure of listening to him. He spoke for, gosh, how long did you even speak for? Like, there wasn't even a time limit. We were just like, all of us were like, what? And
it was almost a couple hours, I think, and it felt like 15 minutes. It was a lot of fun.
It felt like 10 minutes but it was, I think maybe it was like a full hour and a half or almost 2 hours. Yeah, you're right. Because the sessions are 2 hours. So Lori does a once a month Zoom and it's for 2 hours and it's absolutely amazing. Anyways, with that, I give you Jason Cisneros. Thank you so much for coming to speak.
It's my pleasure. What do we want to talk about today?
What would you like to talk about?
Anything. I just want to support whatever the outcome is that everybody's here to get.
Well, our theme here today is healthology. So I like to address the health, but I mean, gosh, there's so much that you already do in here with the food and the sex trafficking and oh my gosh, I don't want it to be all about that though. Because we do have, this is mostly for entrepreneurs and to try to help them. So
well, I think the greatest thing about health, there's this thing that everybody says that in business that you have to be balanced, right? You have to have a balanced life. And I don't understand that in the least. I think that people that own businesses, I think that it's probably cognitively, purposefully unbalanced, because there's things that take time. I mean, sometimes your business is in trouble. You have to give it a lot of attention. Sometimes there's opportunities for growth. You have to give it a lot of attention. Sometimes there's a bad economy. You have to give it a lot of attention. Sometimes your family needs to have that additional attention. Sometimes your health needs that attention. And so I think it's just being really strategic, right? Business in and of itself is an intellectual sport. It's not one for the weak of mind. It's not one for the weak of spirit. There's a small percentage of the world. I'll use United States statistics, for instance, right? That there's 330 million people in the country and 33 million people own small businesses. And so we've already divided ourselves away from the rest of this country, especially, and certainly around the world, those statistics hold true. And so when you're in that space, you have to say, okay, well, why am I a business owner? What are the things that drive me? And what I have found for the largest portion of business owners is that it's some form, if you drill down into it, it's some form of rebellion, right? It's rebellion against a company that you did work for, but they're not doing things the way that you want, that you're like, I could do this better. It's rebellion against being controlled by your finances, having your time controlled by somebody else. It's a really, really high level of a rebellious spirit. And I think that if you go all the way back to the beginning of time, we used to be called merchants. Now it's like you got side hustles and you got entrepreneur, you got all these fancier names for what we do. But at the end of the day, we're a rebellious group of people that do not like to be controlled. And so some of the tendencies, as I think through this group of people, some of the tendencies is we tend to be risk takers. We tend to, when we're focused on our business, we tend to, since it's health-based, right? We tend to ignore one of our greatest assets, which is our health, sort of summarized in vitality, right? Because really, to run a business, you have to be mentally sharp. You have to have tons of energy. You have to, be able to summon a smile in pain. You have to be able to be patient when your employees are they're on your last nerve, and all of these things are a healthy, balanced system. I'm extraordinarily uh, um, you know, anal about my health. I'm constantly, I've got several of my own, you know, as I've been able to make money, I know this. And so I'm able to put myself around people that have the greatest minds in anti-aging and neuroscience, in you know, body, you know, training my body. Because we, you know, when we go undercover to go rescue these kids, we have to be in tip-top shape. We don't know if we have to run. We don't have to we know if we have to run, you know, knock down doors. We don't know if we have to fight. We don't know if we're going to have to be up for 3 days just staring at a building, you know, look, you know, doing surveillance. We don't know if we're going to be able to eat for the period of time that we're undercover. So when we go into that, we have to be physically and mentally prepared. And so making sure that all the time that's not spent in actual undercover or actual in business is spent. Like this morning, I just got here, you know, right on time actually, but I just got here because I was in the boxing gym for 45 minutes, and then I was at the weight gym for another 30 minutes. You know, I am diligent about my sleep. I make sure that the room is dark, that it's cool, that I'm not drinking any water, you know, after 8 p.m., that my meals are complete by 6 p.m. You know, there's a regimen that has to, like I say in business, we talk about business from the perspective of being built to exit. Everybody that owns a business, your perspective should be that you're building it to exit, right? Because everybody exits. How matters, right? If you're going to exit everybody's going to exit your business. That could be dying at your desk. That could be, you know, you pass away and you leave something behind. And so the idea is, you know, my wife and I just went to a funeral 2 weekends ago in Pittsburgh. And it was a stark reminder every time I go to a funeral that guy's business, amazing human being, great person, but his business wasn't in the box with him. You know, his house wasn't in the box with him. His car wasn't in the box with him. What was with him was there was nothing in that box but him. And what was left behind was the people that were there at his funeral, and the stories that they were telling, the memories that he left behind, the relationships that he had developed, what he had done with his money and leaving it behind with certain charities and setting his family up correctly, and, you know, those types of things. And so it always comes back to, Marianne, the idea that you've got to, if you're going to be a responsible business owner, if you're going to be successful with your business, one of the things that most business owners don't do is go to the end and then reverse engineer to where they are today. So those are the things, you know, it's a great way to start the conversation, at least, to say, go to the end. What do you want your exit to look like? Because remember, whatever business you have, it doesn't matter. Whoever you are, you're going to exit your business, right? There's like 3 columns of business exits. One is involuntary, which I had 3 of in my earlier career. Involuntary exit means you go out of business, right? You don't have enough money coming in. You know, the economy takes a dump, whatever, like a competition comes in and kicks your tail. Lots of things. 95%, this is shocking. 95% of business owners have involuntary exits. That means that they go out of business. That is not a small number. And it's not one that we should ignore or take lightly. It's 95%. And this is SBA, all the data. It's not Jason Cisneros saying it. It is statistical data that within 10 years, 95% of companies fail. Within the first year, 50% of them are out of business.
It's true. I'm
Right?
actually one of those 95%ers. I had a business because other bigger, and I don't want to say better, but I'm going to say bigger competition came in, and it was like, wow, I can't even compete with you. You're so big.
Yeah. Well, and that's the issue, you know, knowing that you're playing a game that 95% fail at. What you don't want to do is what the 95% do. Right? The 95%, they're getting bad advice from terrible gurus, right? They're buying easy pill stuff. They're chasing AI like it's going to save them when all it is a glorified spreadsheet at this moment, right? I think it'll change in the future, but it's a faster way to do research. There's benefits, definite benefits to it, but it's not going to think through your problems and your challenges and your opportunities as a business owner for you yet. And the minute that it does, by the way, whatever business you have is now irrelevant. If AI can do it and outthink you and outserve the client base that you're going after, then your business now is irrelevant. And I think we live in a really, really cool time to be able to craft what AI does when it does shift into AGI. I think we live in a cool time where thinking and intellect amongst an ocean of non-thinkers, right? People that are just following. Yes, I am a Democrat because my people, the television station I watch tells me to be a Democrat. I'm a Republican because my people and my Fox News tells me to be. Like, that game is played by people who control other people. That game is participated in by people who enjoy being controlled by other people. Most of the business owners that I know have a mind of their own. They're able to think on their own. They come to conclusions on their own. They realize when they're looking at politics, just as an example, that neither side has all the right answers. And the answer is always somewhere in the middle, being refined by two people or two ideas or two ideologies that are rubbing against each other to come up with a better outcome for the citizenry. And that's not what we see right now, right? It's not what we see. And thinkers can see that. So, when we look at this, there's a lot of really complex issues, but at the end of the day, I think that the one of the key components that is not talked about with health is making sure that you are financially secure. And what I find in businesses is that the most financially secure business owners are building for a day in the future called exiting their company, right? The only security that you have is building a business worth buying. That's the only security in the future that you end up having. And so if you know that, you study the 5% that are successful, you then fall in love with and create a product and or service that is solving a need better than your competition and anybody else in the marketplace, then you develop that into a machine that somebody else wants to buy. Now, you don't have to sell it. But when you say I'm building my company to exit because everybody exits how matters, then what I want to do is I want to craft my exit from day one for the smartest buyers of business on the planet. And that group of people is called private equity. Private equity comes in, they buy businesses, they improve it, they look to sell it within 6 to 7 years, and they have the smartest team of people to come in and take somebody's business and then turn it into something that then produces more money for the investors. They outpace real estate, they outpace Bitcoin, they outpace the S&P, they outpace the returns on the stock market. They outpace everybody because they're investing in what I think is the greatest pool of innovation, wealth, and progress called small to mid-sized companies. There's 33 million of us. We do 60% of the GDP in the United States. Think about that. 60% of a $27 trillion GDP. 60% of the hiring is done by us, right? 90% of the businesses that exist on the planet are small to mid-sized companies. The world calls us SMEs, small and mid-sized enterprises. And so when you look at that and you say, okay, by the way, those smartest group of buyers called private equity firms have 3.2 trillion assets under management. Assets under management for them means that they have those in dollars, hard dollars. And 1.5 trillion of that is in bank accounts ready to buy, ready to execute. They call it dry powder. Okay. And that money is in a bank account sitting there looking for businesses to buy. So if I'm running that, if I'm an intellectual sport, I'm running two paths. I'm number one, to be the best business for my target customer base, and I'm crafting it so somebody can acquire it, whether I want to sell it or not. When I've built it to be acquired by them, all of the other exits are possible. I'm making the most money. I have the least amount of stress. I have a secure future. Right? All of those things are already built into your business prior to exiting or selling to anybody else. And when you look at what are those four areas, one is the relationship to your customer. The other one is having a management team in place that you're not required to be a part of the business, because nobody's going to buy you, right? They're going to buy a process. They're going to buy a system. They're going to buy a machine that creates predictable revenue and cash. And then, you know, having a meticulous exit plan, right? That's the other piece that they look for. And then having financial clarity. So those four areas, if you build your business in mind to exit to somebody, then all of the other things are available. When you are in the thick of it, like I was in the beginning of my business career, your health takes a hit, because you're eating when you can, you're eating what's available at arm's length. You're not really focused on a regimen for your health. And so, you know, when we talk about health, it's impossible to have a conversation about health without having some semblance of control over your financial destiny. That's kind of how I feel about it, Marianne. What do you think?
It's totally true. I mean, everything you just said, like, yeah, we go for hours without eating. I still do that sometimes. I mean, I don't do it on purpose, but it happens where my conversation goes over, and now I'm like, okay, I can't really bring out my food and eat with this person, but I need to continue the conversation because we're working out a deal and we're not just done yet. And it is what it is, right? Like, you can't take away from others. You have to take away from yourself, which is not good, but it is what it is. Sometimes it works out that way.
It is what it is. And, you know, so then, you know, you start to work, because once I realized, okay, I ruined all of my relationships because I was hyper-focused on my business. I went through a divorce, right? I ended up losing my health. You know, I started having panic attacks. All of these things, you start to go, oh, it's not really worth it. And so if I'm a business owner, what I want to do is I want to start optimizing my health today. I want to start optimizing my business for exit today, right? Because 10 years is going to go by whether we want it to or not. And how our body looks, you know, it's not big things. It's like making sure you're getting up and moving around, making sure you're getting out in the sunshine, making sure that you're eating nutritious foods, making sure that you're not spiking your insulin off and on all day, making sure you're not eating a bunch of sugar. Like it's odd that once you work yourself through the complexity, and the complexity only exists in a mind that doesn't understand the subject matter to a place where it becomes simple, right? And then you start to understand, oh, it's just some minor adjustments. And what the biggest barrier to that is my habits, right? Because it was easy for me for years just to jump out the business, go down to Taco Bell and grab that garbage. It was easy, right? It was just easy. And so for me to begin to reverse that trend meant that when I got hungry, I had to break the habit of going out, getting in my truck, driving down the road, getting a burrito that tasted delicious at the time, satiated my need, and then go back into a high stress environment where my cortisol was spiking. It was changing that habit. It wasn't that the time changed, because we all have the same 24 hours. It wasn't that anything, it was just, okay, my end game is I'm going to have a heart attack really early. My bones are going to ache. I'm not going to be my mental sharpest in a game. You know, if this is, you know, our businesses are basically pro sports. And if in that pro sport, it's not about being big or strong, it's about being smart. And being able to optimize my intellect means that I need to have my serotonin in level and cortisol levels down. It means that I have to have my insulin regulated. It means all of these things that we are 100% in control of, even on a budget. Even on a budget, it just means changing our habits.
So true, right? Because I'm so happy I have a dog. So I have to go outside and walk, whether I
Right.
want to or not. And most of the time I want to anyways. I mean, nobody really wants to do it in the pouring rain or the, snowstorm, but they've got to go out. So I think it's, for my own health, not just for my emotional health, because if you have a dog, you know how amazing they are, right?
Yeah.
No, but you're absolutely right. I would probably never go out if I didn't have a dog. I would like sit there and, oh no, and I'm just going to finish this.
There's just one more thing, right? That should be on most business owners' headstones.
one more talk, one more Zoom, one more call, and then I'm for sure over.
Yeah.
I have a harder time getting things off, like, saying no and taking things off my schedule than I do putting it on.
Well, and it's interesting, Marianne, in the conversation, it's interesting that the least successful business owners most often use the sentence, "I'm too busy." Right? Think about that for a second. It is, for most business owners, that is like a badge of pride. I'm too busy. Right. Right now I'm working with mentoring a young man, and he, when we first started working with him, he's like, I've got 3 other clients and I've just blah, blah, blah. And I apologize for not getting this. And I've got blah, 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 blah. I said, one of the things that I know happens amongst business owners is the incorrect statement to any business friend, their spouse, any potential clients, any potential employee. The worst thing that you can do is say you're too busy to talk to them, or put it, it's the worst thing that you can do. And I know that amongst business owners, what has been trained, I've seen some of the trainings. One of the trainings that you get is, when you mention that you have other clients, it makes you seem more successful to the client that you do have. It's exactly the opposite. It makes them feel less important. And if your job is to fall in love with the outcome of your client, right, then you telling them that they're not as important and that you're shoving them in, it immediately breaks down your, your level of integrity with the customer that just paid you. So the worst thing that you can say, or worst thing that you can do, is make it seem like you have a million other clients. Your LinkedIn, right? LinkedIn recommendations should do that for you. The people that are responding on your social media posts should do that for you, because they're responding and they're putting stories in about how you help them, right? And you let the marketplace do the talking, right? And if you have a client and they feel like they're the only one, guess what they're going to do? You're not going to have to spend any money putting up fake social media posts in a fake Lamborghini and a fake, airplane that you can't afford. What you're going to do is they're going to say, you know what? I have a cousin. You know what? I have a sister. You know what? I have a neighbor. You know what? I have a friend that needs your services. Referrals, I can tell you that over the amount of businesses that I have personally owned, my advertising budget, when I step in, I'll give you an example from a company that I stepped into. It was $2 million in the hole. And we took the advertising budget and we X'd it. I brought in all the salespeople and I fired them. And I gave them immediately a job opportunity to join as customer service reps. Okay. Because it's a different mentality. And so, because the idea was that we already had customer base. I bought a business that already existed. And what I wanted to do was depth. Remember when I said built to exit, one of the key components that a private equity firm is looking for when they come in to buy you is your relationship to the customer. And when I bought that business, the relationship to the customer was one night stand level, right? It was one night stand level. And what I wanted to do was deepen it into marriages. And so what I did was I fired all the salespeople. I turned them into customer service reps. And I said, go serve our customers at the highest level. Go serve them at the highest level. And then when we repaired that relationship, right, we went through marriage counseling, so to speak, We repaired the relationship with them. Now we had earned the right to ask them who else they knew. We had earned the right to take over more of the services. We had earned the right to re-sign long-term contracts with them. And that's how we built the business. That's how I do all of my businesses. We go in, we repair relationships or deepen them, or take them over from the previous owner, right? And then we deepen those. Then we ask those people. Doesn't matter what industry you happen to find yourself in. You know, if you're a doctor, if you own a commercial janitorial company, if you're a consultant, whatever it is, you have customers that trusted you. And they have people, they hang out with other people that have the same issues that they do, right? Let's say it's commercial janitorial. They hang out at seminars together. They do retreats together. People that make decisions about that particular business, they hang out with each other. And they're not watching each other's Instagrams. They're not watching each other's Facebooks. They're face to face. They're hanging out with each other. They're having conversations. And you want them to have a conversation about you because you help them the most. That makes sense?
I love that. I love that. I've actually used that line before with the one night stand with my real estate clients and also with my coaching clients sometimes too. I'm like, this is not a one night stand. This is a relationship. We're going to be selling many properties because I work primarily with investors. I mean, investors don't buy one property, they buy over and over and over and over again.
And they know other investors.
And they know other investors, and they also sell over and over again because they will flip, they will do whatever, you know, and then, oh, I'm going to free up some cash and get rid of this and go buy something else in another country. And now that we've opened up the borders in the last few years, oh my gosh, we can do international anything. So no, that's fantastic. Thank you so much, Jason. It is time for me to move on to my next speaker. Thank you so much for taking the time out. I love your studio. I love your background.
Thank you. My wife did it all. It's because of her.
She's amazing. And you know what? I love it because I actually have these plants on my balcony and I'm going, oh, I should put them behind me because I love this. I feel like I want to get my own name and lights made now for sure.
Makes it easy, especially when you have a last name that's hard to spell, you know?
Right.
Like, oh, how do you spell Cisneros? It's there the whole time.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Thank God Zoom has our names on there.
Oh, that's true. That also helps.
I did actually practice saying your name. I was like, Jason Cisneros, because sometimes I will get tongue-tied, as you can see, and it is what it is.
It is what it is. Well, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for what you do. I appreciate being here and the value that you add to your audience.
Oh, thank you so much for helping me do all of that. And please come on to another. In November, we have Mindset Mastery if you're around. And
mindset. I love mindset.
Mindset Mastery is amazing. That is November 15th. And then the one after that will be December 13th, and it is Authentic Leaders.
Nice.
Right? I love what you do. I love all of everything. I love the whole sex trafficking hero. I love that. I think that really speaks, you know, I don't have kids, but I'm like, I just can't even, I can't imagine anything worse, honestly. I like it.
Thank you for your heart. I appreciate it. And I would love to come back and add value whenever I can.
Please. And let's get you onto my podcast as well. It goes on to the same place. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Anytime. Talk to you soon. God bless.
Thank you. And with that, I will bring you Chris Burns is our next speaker. And Chris, hi Chris, how you doing?
I'm doing great. It's a beautiful Friday.
It is. I'm really
Good to
great
be here.
weather out here in Toronto as well. So let me just read Chris's bio for you, because Chris has some golden nuggets for us as well. Chris Burns is a serial entrepreneur at heart, a two-time published author, a keynote speaker, and an adjunct professor with a deep passion for digital marketing. With over 20 years in the marketing industry, Chris has helped hundreds of businesses, including his own, to thrive by embracing digital marketing. His approach has always been about helping businesses shine in their uniqueness, steering them away from the mundane and into the spotlight. His goal with most things is to make it so easy that it's actually fun again. So easy, you'll have no excuses. Chris is also the co-author of Hustle Leadership and co-host of the Hustle Nation podcast. And with that, I give you Chris Burns.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me, Marianne. Love these events. I feel very fortunate to be a part of them. I want to share my screen just for a minute because I do have a free digital download that anyone who's on this call can access and can kind of work through a little bit with me. So I think I've got that access now.
Mm-hmm.
And can you see my screen? Okay, awesome. So this is the topic we're going to talk about. I'm not going to share my screen the whole time, but for many entrepreneurs, regardless of what business you're in or how big your business is, you know, you talk to people so often, and what is the number one thing people say after they say, I'm good or I'm fine? I'm busy. Oh, so busy. We wear that as a badge of honor so often. And it's like, oh, I'm grinding. I'm working 60 hours a week, 70. I've heard people even say 100 hours a week, which doesn't even seem physically possible, nor does that seem like something anybody wants to do. I think we could all agree on that. Even for those of us like me who enjoy working, I really enjoy being busy. I just cannot sit still. However, there is a time and a point where we all need to stop and smell the roses. We need to enjoy life. You'd hate to look back 20 years from now and say, my gosh, I wish I would have had more fun. I wish I would have went on that road trip or vacation with my friends or family. Wish I would have done these things. You don't want to live with regrets. And so I think it's important to be busy, but more importantly, be productive. And so often busy does not equate to results. Busy does not equate to achieving your goals. Busy many times means chasing your tail like a dog would do in your living room. We don't want to do that. We want to help you in this quick workshop on crafting a vision to get out of the hamster wheel, avoid the burnout, and ultimately maximize your productivity. So I won't spend too much time talking about myself, but I do want to give you a chance, anybody who's on the call, to access this digital download. It is free. We know we won't spam you or share your contact information, but it's a tool that we offer or provide when we do our paid workshops. So we do corporate engagements for several $1,000s. This is a tool that we give them and provide for that fee. And so it can be extremely valuable if you follow through on it. If you don't do it, there's no value to it. But want to give everyone a chance to download it, and I'll get to what it is and why it's important in just a moment. So if you haven't, go ahead and grab that. If not, no big deal. There'll be another chance I can share my screen again later for you to be able to access that. So, all right. Big thing as I start off with is I want you to visualize a hamster wheel and think of a hamster or a mouse just spinning in that wheel as fast as they can. So often that is the business that we live in. We spin that hamster wheel. We do it for 60, 70, 80 hours a week, some of us. Again, as crazy as that sounds. And we oftentimes think that the faster we spin the hamster wheel, the faster we're going to go, or the further we're going to get with progress to our goals, our revenue, our profit, whatever it is, the thing that we're chasing. And I always ask the rhetorical question, you know, have you been there? Think about that for a moment. Have you been there? Chances are, yes. I've been there many times. A lot of my friends and colleagues, especially the ones I know who are uber successful, they admit to have been there multiple times. And it wasn't until they got out of the hamster wheel that they were able to avoid the burnout, the anxiety, the stress, the 70 hours a week, and finally get back to being their best selves, being the best husband or spouse, father or wife, mother, whatever it might be. And we want to get away from that because I think that this is a big part of why a lot of entrepreneurs struggle and eventually quit or have major health issues because this is what it's done to them. So now I want you to picture yourself literally being burnt out. What would that look like? What would that feel like? And how close have you been in the past? I've been there. It led to a borderline catastrophic health issue that I'll tell you about a little bit later. But I often think that we can avoid this. And there's a lot of ways I'm going to talk about today to help you avoid burnout. And even to the point to where you feel like you're on the verge of burnout, which I think you'd be lying if you said you weren't there once or twice or more than that in your life. So before we go any further, first step is, why do you think a lot of entrepreneurs and small businesses fail? The success rate for small businesses in America is something like 80% in 5 years and something like 70% in 3 years. Think about that for a moment. Could be a lot of answers. I usually get a lot of creative ones. But at the end of the day, most entrepreneurs fail or quit before things finally click. And we've probably known a couple who we thought had a successful business, but they just kind of gave up on it. Well, I've had the pleasure of growing up in a small business. I have a lot of friends and family that own businesses, and I've talked to probably thousands of them in my life. And the one thing that always comes up when I try to do some investigative research is none of them have a strategy. I'll zoom out for a moment because realistically, about 90% of the businesses I talk to do not have a plan. When I say a plan, I mean a documented strategy that is either printed off or is accessible very easily in your Dropbox or somewhere on your computer. But speaking of strategy, how many executives of big successful companies, how many head coaches of a professional sports team, any coach you want to name, show up to a season or a game without a plan? I don't know any. I am a 4th grade girls basketball coach, and I show up to my season and my games with a plan. And you say, Chris, 3rd grade, 4th grade? Yeah, we do. Now, we only have 2 plays, but we have 4 rules, and we're teaching. The goal is to get better, to have a framework, to have a foundation, because without a foundation, how do you build that big, beautiful, valuable home? You don't. Or if you try, it's not going to last very long and it's not going to be very valuable. So we need to have a game plan for everything we do. We need to have frameworks. And I think hopefully the older we get in business, the smarter we get and the more framework we have for things, because we can't just sit down and say, well, I'm just going to wing this one. I'm going to wing that one. That is not how we build success in anything in life. So as it relates to this strategy, a lot of times we talk about progress. It is really important when we build a plan that we have progress and not motion. A lot of people, when I talk to them or when I work with them, and especially in a coaching or in a consulting type environment, they'll say, well, I'm doing this and I'm doing that, and I've got all these things that I'm working on. But that's motion, because nothing is really getting closer to the deadline. Nothing is really progressing in terms of achieving our goals or getting ready to release this product. We are just chasing our tail like a dog, right? We've all seen that. I've mentioned that before, but there's no measurable, tangible progress. And so when I talk about this, I'm talking about our behaviors. We need to start to change the way we do things, our daily actions, our daily behaviors. Some of that's a mindset thing, which I'll talk about a little bit later. Can never not work on your mindset. That's always a work in progress. And so I want you to think about motion versus progress when you start to look at kind of your personal actions, your personal results. How far are you when it comes to achieving your goals or getting to higher revenue, getting to higher profitability? Now, normally when I'm doing these presentations or workshops on stage, I'll ask people to raise their hand. But since there's only 6 of us here, 5 of us here, we're going to guess, and I'm going to tell you the story about how I do this annual workshop, and there's about 225 people in the room. And I'm not kidding when I say about 10 of them raise their hand. When I say, who here has a strategy? 10, literally 10. And when I ask the follow-up question, how many of you have it in documented format? Hands go down. Less than 10, probably 6 to 7 raise their hand. How could that be, right? But that is the whole reason why so many of these entrepreneurs and small businesses come up short. They do things with no rhyme or reason, no purpose, no direction. hoping that something lands, hoping that something sticks. That is inconsistency. And that is the opposite of being strategic. In fact, that is what I call the light switch theory. The light switch theory is what entrepreneurs do when they're not strategic. They say something like, hey, we need more sales. We're going into our slow season, or we lost a sales rep. Whatever the case is, sales are down. Let's just flip a switch and let's run some ads on Facebook, or let's have a promotion or a discount. Let's send an email. That's reacting to a need. That is not proactive, that is reactive. And so when I talked about actions and behaviors before, what kind of actions and behaviors do we have? Are we proactive or are we reactive? And we don't want to be reactive because that is not being strategic. We can't flip a switch and expect tomorrow that all of a sudden I'm just going to raise my sales just because I have this big need all of a sudden that popped up. And so that is part of this whole grander plan, is not adapting that theory of flipping a switch and expecting results. That's very true in marketing. Talk to a lot of my clients about being proactive, being strategic, looking at the macro picture, not being reactive. Okay, so if you want to be proactive and you want to be strategic, think about what would be some ways that you could do that. And I'll give you just a quick second as I sip my coffee. Now, if you were guessing strategic, you'd be right. You'd be on the right track. But there are lots of ways that you can be proactive and be strategic. So number one, for me, being proactive could be using a daily planner. Now, you could say, well, Chris, I have a daily calendar. I have a notebook. I write my notes in there. Okay, great. That would be a good start. That'd be a good first step. But that is not a good second step or a third step. That is not what the most highly productive people in the world do. What the most productive people do is they use a daily planner. And I don't mean like a cheap generic one you'd go get at Walmart or on Amazon. I mean one that's specifically designed to keep your goals in front of you. So, for example, we created a daily planner we have on Amazon. Not here to promote that, but I started using a planner and it changed a lot for me. It really, like, I'm talking about 4x'd my productivity. And it was, we couldn't really find one that we thought was going to work for us. So we made our own. And what I realized was that I have macro goals, which is annual goals, a lot based around revenue. It's based around profitability, and it's based on some other big things I want to do. Maybe it's writing a book, maybe it's a new product or new service. And ultimately, I realized that I needed to have quarterly and monthly goals, because if I only looked at those goals once or twice a year, pretty unlikely I'm going to achieve them. So I needed to write down the daily actions I needed to take, and I needed to keep my monthly goals in front of me. And then I would do a weekly recap to see if I won the week. The goal was, if I won the week, I would win more weeks. And if I won the month, I would then eventually stack those monthly victories. I'd win the quarter. And if I won all 4 quarters, I would win the year. And it was almost a bit of a gamification for us. And having a daily planner prevented things from slipping through the cracks, because we're all human. We're going to make mistakes. We're going to forget about things, but we can't forget about our goals. We can't, because if they're out of sight, they're out of mind, especially for people like me who are sometimes forgetful. You also increases your follow-through rate. And guess what? If you have a higher follow-through rate, you have higher confidence. You have less stress, less anxiety, because you're getting shit done. That's simple. So also, success yields confidence. Now, you might say, well, Chris, you don't need confidence. Probably true, but everybody could benefit from feeling that confidence of achieving your goals. It's just that simple. So this was a bit of my light bulb moment, but I also had another light bulb moment where I was given a book while I was in the hospital. I was diagnosed with cancer. I was in hospital by myself mostly for a whole week while my wife was busy working and taking care of our kids and our home. And during that time, I was reading a book, and I discovered something called the CTFAR model. CTFAR. I just want to repeat that in case it came out too quick. C stands for circumstances. Oh, as my dog's trying to make an appearance here. T for thoughts, F for feelings, A for actions, R for results. And I'll walk you through this brief story because I think it's important. It's a big part of what helped me achieve that 4X pivot, where I became more productive, more successful, more confident, healthier. And the situation was this. Doctor says, hey, you've got cancer of the appendix, you've got enlarged lymph nodes, you've got a lot of bad stuff going on. Sat there for a couple of days, mostly by myself. Thoughts were negative, feelings were very negative. And I realized that the actions I would have had after would have been, well, I'll just take this medicine and I'll be a cancer patient for the rest of my life. Little did I know, I mean, the outcome could have been where I take out half my colon, half my intestine. Could have been really, really bad outcome. Could have had chemo and radiation. Thankfully, I didn't have to go through that. So I realized this is not me. I don't know who I am, but I was in a very dark place. And I realized that by learning this model, I had to change the way I was thinking. I had to be positive. I had to say, you know what? I'm going to beat cancer. F this. And I did. But I said, okay, that's how I'm thinking. And I also need to change the way I feel. And that means changing my health, which we'll get to later, which means changing my actions. I got to eat better. I got to prioritize sleep. I have to exercise. I have to work on my mental health. I have to do other things that check the box, which is, for me, it was professional development and education. And I realized that if I did that, that would enhance the way I was thinking, the way I was feeling. It would enhance my actions. And the results would be, guess what? I am more sharp. I have a better memory. I have more energy. And that has helped me tremendously change the results. I don't take medicine. I've never been healthier. And I just said, like, I'm not taking the 16 pills a day. I'm going to take my health in my own hands. And that is the CTFAR model. And you need to have the same mentality when it comes to your business and your life. If you want to make $1 million, but you're only making 150,000 now, look at the CTFAR model. Success is up to you. Now, I will say, disclaimer, I am a rare case. Not everyone can beat cancer the way that I did and not have to go through radiation and chemo and not have to take medicine. But I said, that's me. I'm an outlier. I was willing to take that risk, and I've never been better for it. But we have to take those calculated risks too. And from there, I really had to start to identify where it is that I want to go. Now, if I'm going to be this person and I'm going to get to my goals, great, but I really didn't have a roadmap. And that's where I wanted to introduce again this 2020 vision guide we're going to talk about. Because you can talk about being a millionaire. You can talk about buying that Ferrari or having a lake home or having these massive, elaborate vacations. But ultimately, you need to have clarity of vision. You need to have a roadmap for how you're going to be able to do these things. Otherwise, just saying them means nothing. It's like creating a strategy without an implementation plan. Good luck. It's useless and a waste of your time if you don't actually have the implementation part. So why do you think most people don't achieve their goals? To me, it's clarity of vision. It's not having the roadmap and the vision guide to get there. But sometimes we have to self-audit a little bit. And that's where I just want to share my screen again, because if maybe you weren't on board, but now you're starting to think, hey, Chris, maybe you're onto something. This is the 2020 vision guide. Feel free to click the link to download it, scan the QR code. It's a free resource. And where we start with this typically is, I want to know what you want to achieve. Now, in your life, we've got business. Some of us have education, like, hey, I want to get better. I want to get my master's degree, or I want to get a certificate, or I want to get Google certified, whatever it is. Those are all educational things that are all very good. Mindset, that was talked about by Jason before. Relationship goals, health goals. You should have a goal for all of these things, in my opinion. As I told you, my health goal, what that was. And now my health goal is more muscle and fitness related. I have relationship goals, both with my family, my wife, and some friends. I also have mindset goals, which to me, I want to master my mindset. I wrote a book about it, so I need to be the master of, or the king of my mental domain, as I say. Also, education is important because clients come to me expecting that I have a lot of answers around sales and leadership and marketing. So I try to be the best I can be and the most knowledgeable so I can have those intelligent conversations. So I read 30 some books a year. I have business goals and revenue goals. Now, more importantly, as we get to the next section, it's like, okay, what are your SMART goals? Specifically, you say, yes, mindset's important, education, these are the things I want to do. Well, let's quantify them. Let's put them into a SMART goal so we know how to achieve them. And there's a little bit more, because we want to have at least one goal for each of these things. And I want to share this next screen here because this lays it out a little bit differently. Now, I mentioned behaviors before. What behaviors do you need to start doing? So if you said reading, I want to read 20 books a year or 30 books a year like you, Chris. Well, maybe that means we need to stop watching Netflix and TV at night because that's really not adding any value. Yeah, you do need to watch some. Everyone needs to chill out and they need to just veg out from time to time. There's nothing wrong with that. But instead of scrolling through your phone aimlessly on social media from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock at night, why don't you start reading? 15 to 20 minutes a day on average, that gets you about 30 some books a year. That's it. I mean, it's literally that easy. And that's all I do. My wife does about 2 to 3 times more than that. So if you have a revenue goal of $1 million, maybe that's too high. Maybe it's $500,000. What are some of the behaviors you're going to need to change? Do you have to start getting up at 6 a.m. instead of 7? Do you need to start working out so that you have more energy to be able to work a little bit harder and smarter? So we need to talk about that. Now, what are your barriers? People say, I don't have time. That is absolute BS. You will not find the time. You have to make the time. I've got some really good friends that we play a lot of golf. Well, they play a lot more golf than me. They say, oh, is this the summer we're going to play more golf? And sadly, I always say no. And I came to the realization years ago that summers are short here in Wisconsin, not much different than my Canadian friends to the north. And we've only really got about 4.5, 5 months of good golf weather where you don't have to bundle up and wear hats and gloves. And so I'm reminded oftentimes in October and September, I better take advantage of this opportunity because in 2 months, I'm going to wish that I did, right? Because these summers are sacred to us. So I said, I'm going to block time, a couple times a month to go do the thing that I love because it fills my bucket. And by filling my bucket, my cup, I can fill the cup of others. And so I don't say time's an issue because guess what? Oh, Chris, I can't read 30 books a year. I'm too busy. Bullshit. You can schedule time in your calendar. And when 9 o'clock comes around, turn the TV off, turn your phone off, because guess what? Those things aren't helping you do anything. They're not helping you get better. And just read for 20 minutes. Do it 5 times a week. Don't do it 7 days a week. You'll be amazed at the impact it has for you. So identify the barriers. You're going to laugh when you look at the barriers because they're really not barriers, they're just excuses. And that is one of the maybe the biggest takeaways you might have from today's workshop is barriers are ultimately excuses. Now, if you said, Chris, I can't afford books. I've got no money. Well, go to the half price bookstore. You can get books for a fraction of the price buying them used. Go to garage sales, go to the library. There's a lot of ways to get around these BS barriers that we have. And then ultimately we have to identify what would achieving these goals mean to us? Because oftentimes we say we have a goal, but we need to really quantify, like, why are we doing this? What would really make this impactful for me? Or maybe it's my family or the things I could do for my family. All right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And when I talk about all of this, really, we have to create our own personal recipe. And I say recipe is interchangeable for strategy. I just like to use the word recipe. When I wrote my first book, I talked about recipe. And ultimately, let's talk about chili. You want to make chili for dinner tonight? Well, you can go to Google, you can go to Pinterest, you can go anywhere. You can look for chili recipes, and guess what? Every single one is different. Every one. There's literally millions of recipes for chili on the internet today. And I'm not kidding. That's a fact. Millions. So what do you make? Well, I would argue that you might make it based on what's in your proverbial pantry, the time that you have. Because guess what? Some people make it in an Instapot. Some people make it in a crock pot. Some people make it in a Dutch oven. A lot of ways to make it. Some people make it with ground beef, ground turkey, chicken, brisket. Spicy, not spicy. I can go on and on. There's no right or wrong answer. but you have to create the recipe that you want based on your vision, based on what you have in the proverbial pantry, your utensils, and the time that you have. If you're 60 years old, you may not have the same launch pad or runway that I have in my 40s. And that's okay. But we have to create a goal and a plan that's reasonable and attainable. And so build your recipe based on what you want. Now, talked about barriers a little bit, but ultimately these things, it's up to you. So when you go through this, ask yourself, what can't I live without? Because what I want versus what I can't live without are two different things. People say, oh, I want $1 million. Well, you can live without $1 million. In fact, you could probably live with your current revenue for most of us, but put that bar a little bit higher than what it is now to add some pressure, but not too much pressure and anxiety where you'll never be able to achieve it. From there, I want you to write down, what are your non-negotiables? Because when I ask this question to a lot of people, they say, well, you know, I don't know. Well, I don't just let people randomly book time with me. Protecting my time is a non-negotiable. So when people reach out and they want to meet with me, I say, okay, what did you want to meet about? Did you want to ask about my services? Did you want to sell me your services or something else? And they usually say something else before they get to their sales pitch. But I try to create barriers to protect my time because my time's valuable and I can't waste it. Otherwise, I can't work on my business to make more revenue and more profit. So what are you willing to sacrifice? I'm willing to sacrifice my time at night, TV time, social media time, because it doesn't do any good, especially in the US around the election cycle. It doesn't do me any good scrolling through social media. And when you do this, you're really going to start to inch yourself closer to the results that you want to achieve in life. What does it mean? You know, in the end, when you go through all this and you start to do the things, you start to have a roadmap, you start to feel like you're living a fulfilled life. And fulfillment is the joy that eliminates anxiety and stress and burden. Fulfillment also means you're generating revenue, you're more profitable, you're more efficient and effective with your time and your job. And that is something that we all strive for. In fact, I would say fulfillment's more important than the money because nothing beats feeling that good. Nothing. But it's also getting back to self-love. That's part of what fulfillment is for me. It also helps you achieve financial freedom. And it's living with direction, with clarity, with purpose, and ultimately productivity. So I want to go through before I wrap it up, because I'm almost done, our hustle framework, because we talk about this, our business is hustle leadership. And so often the word hustle has a negative connotation. And so when I talk about doing these things, I do talk about hustling. I do talk about working hard and grinding, but that doesn't mean working 60, 70, 80 hours a week. In fact, I would argue you shouldn't do that. You should never do that because we all need to have a life, whether that life means reading and education and doing things that's not TV and not scrolling through social media. Hustle is something that means this. It's an acronym. H means hard work. U is for unrelenting, because we have to have commitment to persistence and prioritization in our life. Smarter, not just harder. It's not just a cliche phrase. It means you got to do you. You got to have goals. You got to create space for deep work and focus on your vision guide. T is taking chances. It's failing forward, not being afraid to learn, to step outside your comfort zone. And L is for learning from others. That's networking. It's jumping on calls like this. It is being curious, listening to podcasts, all those things that we probably already do. E is enjoying the process. We have to celebrate the small victories along the way, because if you're celebrating small victories every day, guess what? You're going to win the year pretty easily, as I mentioned before. And so it's really important to pat yourself on the back, to give your colleagues high fives, because the more victories we're celebrating, the more we're getting to achievement of our goals. So that's about it. If any of that was interesting, if any of that was compelling, just a ploy to check out our podcast, Hustle Nation. You can check it out at iTunes, Spotify, YouTube, or just go to hustlenationpodcast.com. And other than that, I'm an open book. If anyone wants to connect with me, my contact info will be in the chat. Available on LinkedIn, Alignable. I've got a website, iamchrisburns.com. I don't know if there's any Q&A, Marianne, but would love to extend the conversation if anyone's interested. think you're muted.
Yes, there's no questions, but you can add your information on my Facebook page, right where we're going live, and you can also share it and put it on your page, any which way you wish. Thank you so much, Chris. As always, it's such a pleasure hearing from you, and he has such a good story, right? Like it's perfect for Healthology. I mean, really, it's fantastic. So thank you so much, Chris. Have yourself a great day. Thank you for sharing your precious time with us and your information. And with that, we will go over to Dr. Grant. So I will read, thank you. Professor Dr. George Grant, PhD, the celebrity caring doctor. When it comes to the convergence of wellness and scientific innovation, one name stands at the forefront, Professor Dr. George Grant, PhD, affectionately known as the celebrity caring doctor and celebrity best-selling co-author with Les Brown, Brian Tracy, Mark Victor Hansen, Jack Canfield, and many, many others, including myself. I'm a celebrity, right? So, an icon of healthcare and beacon of integrative approaches, Dr. Grant has cemented his role as an eminent authority in the field of biofeedback, integrative medicine, nutrition, toxicology, stress, and pain management, and so much more. He's just being humble because not everything will fit. We'd be here all day reading his bio. His profound influence stretches across the globe, across the global wellness landscape, where he is recognized as a steadfast ambassador. Professor George Grant, expertise in biofeedback, stress management, anti-aging, and natural pain relief is not merely respected, it's sought after by those in the highest echelons of health and wellness, including collaboration with Johns Hopkins, Mayo Clinic, Cleveland Clinic, and Harvard at the International Pain Conference in Chicago, USA in 2015. Professor Dr. George Grant worked for Health Canada, FDA, and CDC for 10 years as a senior scientist for 10 years and a scientist for several pharmaceutical and nutraceutical companies. Professor Grant is a specialist in integrative functional lifestyle medicines, nutrition, toxicology, microbiology, quantum biofeedback, stress, and natural pain management. He collaborated with Johns Hopkins, Mayo Clinic, Cleveland Clinic at the International Pain Conference in Chicago. Again, sorry for the repetition. It just came up twice. In USA in 2015, former senior consultant with Health Canada, FDA, and CDC, former professor and scientist for 50 plus years. With that, I present to you Dr. George Grant.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the long introduction. And actually, Marianne is one of my favorite students, completing her doctorate degree on a part-time basis now. I did not say this because she told me that I'm her favorite teacher, but I'm telling you this because she has the great energy, great vibration, and great love to learn more. So thank you, Marianne, for inviting me. Now,
thank you for coming. And I gave him that as a Christmas gift or a birthday gift?
Yes.
Or what was it? I don't even know. So many years ago.
It was actually a birthday gift, which I do cherish it. I appreciate that very much. Okay, so we only got 4 people because Marianne has only 4 friends. I do speak, I'm just kidding, of course. I speak to people 2,000, 5,000 in corporate settings across the world, not just here in Canada, for Nova Scotia, TD, RBC, and also for company like Chemical, the largest uranium company in the world in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Honda, and all of these companies. I speak in the range of between 1,000 to 5,000 people. But I'm happy to share this with the 4 people that we have on this call here, because they may not heard about me, Marianne. So if you want to know more about me, just go to academyofwellness.com. And instead of going for this long introduction, it's very simply, when I was 18 years young, my mom passed away at age 45 years young from diabetes, blood pressure, obesity, heart disease. My dad passed away at 16 from the same conditions. And I lost my grandparents from both sides, from 55 to 60. So I never see my grandparents. Currently, I'm 74.5. In April of 2025, I'll be 75. I know I look younger. Thank you, Marianne. It's because of her advice.
I was just going to say he looks so much younger. I just wanted to mention we're actually streaming live on Facebook and everyone has shared it. So this is actually a lot of people here. We usually just go one-on-one, and it's the public on the live stream that hears you more. So there's a lot of people listening to you.
Thank you, Marianne, for the clarifications. We only have 4 people here live, but we have 5,000 people online. So welcome to everybody. If you never heard about me, I help my clients to live longer, healthier, stronger, happier, till the age of 100 and beyond. Why is this? Why were I written 20 books, some of them with Marianne, some of them with Les Brown, Ona Brown, and all of the other co-authors like Jack Canfield, Mark Victor Hansen, Brian Tracy, Dr. Jean Gray. Why am I want to write down? Because I do not want to have a single teenager losing their mom at age 18, especially if she died at 45, half her projected age. So my goal in life is not to drive Rolls Royce, is not to have a Rolex watch. I'm happy with my Toyota. I'm happy with my Timex. All I wanted to do here in this 30 minutes is to help you, every single one of you, to live till the age of 100 and beyond. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to compress 50 years of experience in this 30 minutes that Marianne gave me kindly to help you on your wellness journey till the age of 100, and not that, maybe 111, maybe like Marianne, she's planning to live till 121 and beyond. So I'm going to actually share with you step by step in this next 30 minutes how we're going to achieve that. But before I do this, I work with the sickest of the sick in the world, people who are in hospice, near-death experience, and the healthiest athletes in the world, the top 10 in Canada, in the like of Ben Johnson, Mark McCoy, Donovan Bailey, and David Lee. All of these people are listed on the website. If you can look at academyofwellness.com, you see the top athletes in Canada, US, and Europe. So I work with the healthiest of the healthy and the sickest of the sick. I'll just take one example here because of time factor. Here's one person. He was actually at 79. He was taking 28 medications. He'd done 2 bypass, and he's done 2 stents because he has 99% clogged arteries. Now, because he was 79, in 1998, doctors told him, you've got 3 months to live. So I met him in hospice, and I asked him, what is it that you eat? He said, oh, nothing, doc, just bacon and eggs. I said, you eat bacon and eggs, you have 99% clogged arteries. Common sense says that if you have clogged arteries, you should avoid fat. You should actually avoid meat, period. Anyway, so I asked him, how long have you been doing that? He said, 20 years. I said, you eating 20 years, 6 strips of bacon and 3 eggs fried in the bacon fat, and you have 99% clogged arteries. I just want to tell you, common sense sometimes is uncommon, even for cardiologists. Like, I'm not here, by the way, I do not put down any physician, cardiologist, or the big pharma, because I did work for the FDA, CDC, and Health Canada. I have great respect for them for emergency medicine. But to have somebody like this in hospice and tell them you have 3 months to live after try 28 meds, 2 bypass, 2 stents, that they lost hope. And who in the world can tell somebody you're going to live only for 3 months? Like, they're not God. Nobody here is God. Here's the good news. Within 6 months, I helped this person here to reduce his dependency on medication. I didn't tell him to stop any single meds or to reduce it, but I helped him through his lifestyle. To improve his lifestyle, he has no meds. He has now no meds, no bypass, no stents. And then he's like in 6 months, 1999, he is healthy, and their cardiologist took him all of the medications. Guess what? This guy is 102, still living till 101 today, from being dead in hospice in 1998. So nobody knows when anybody is gonna die. I don't even know how long I'm gonna live myself, even though, according to Marianne, I look much younger than the average person at 74.5.
Of course, of course.
The point is
You
this.
have at least another 50 years of living.
Well, thank you so much, Marianne. All I'm hoping is 25 more. If God give me just 25 more years, I only have 25,000 clients, and I want to help another 25,000 in the next, 25 years. I only have 3 doctorate degrees. I'm still learning. Marianne know that I'm a lifelong learner. I keep learning. So I'm going to spend the next 29 minutes to share my screen and to take you step by step, very easy, simple steps to how to live longer, healthier, stronger till 101. Okay, can you allow me to share the screen, please?
Yes, I made you a co-host. Go for it.
Thank you. Okay, here is my recommendations here. So let me show you, share screen. There you go. And then I want to share with you this homepage right here. Okay, so this is basically when you come to Academy of Wellness, you're going to see what I've been doing here for the past 50 plus years. So let me go through this here with you. Give me a second. Let me move this picture out of the way. Okay, so when you go to academyofwellness.com, you're going to see all of the stuff that Marianne talked about, our mission, vision, and purpose. And you're going to see that here. Okay, all right. So, okay, where did my screen go now? Dear. Let me go back to my share the screen homepage. There you go. Okay, our vision is to optimize your PMS, physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. And I want you to do, each one of you, including Marianne, to do wellness IQ or lifestyle IQ, which is your GPS today. I know Marianne's score is very high. She's 75, 80%. She's a beautiful soul from inside and outside, because I did actually see her wellness IQ before, but you're supposed to be doing this monthly. This person, which I showed you had 99% clogged arteries, he had his wellness IQ was only 16%. Like he was walking dead. That's why I saw him in hospice, dying. Okay, 1998. His wellness IQ today is over 85%. My top Olympic athletes must have 90% to compete. So I think everybody listening to me right now, if you're interested in wellness and health and healthology, your wellness IQ should be at least 75%. Okay. My IQ, if you're interested in my IQ, very close to 78%. Thank God, despite my bad genes, my bad DNA, I'm still keeping my wellness IQ healthy. Okay, so this is our mission, our vision, which I just told you, and our mission and our purpose is to help everybody. Let your food be your medicine and medicine be your food. As simple as that. Anyways, you can see all of the stuff here on the website. I'm not going to go through it because you can click on academyofwellness.com and you'll see it, and you can book an appointment with me. Well, after you complete the lifestyle IQ, you can join me for 30 minutes. You can join me with Marianne if you want. Okay, and then we can guide you through the 30 minutes, how we're going to correct your lifestyle, how through our experience, how we're going to reverse #1 epidemic in the world called diabetes, the combination of diabetes and obesity. That's what Marianne and I have the goal to achieve, to reverse diabetes, not just in Canada and the US, but across the world. Anyway, I'm not going to go through all of this. I'll just want to take you about some of our happy clients here. And I'm not going to even say what they said about me. You can look it up yourself. And then we have lots of information there. One thing I want to mention for you about this virtual voice scan. Now, Marianne have this app, and this app is one of the best invention in medical science I've ever seen in my life. And this app here can detect and correct all of the red flags in your body. And what I mean by detect and correct, it'll scan and optimize your body head to toe. It'll give you a blood test results, similar to blood test results, similar to MRI results. You can see here, 3 dimensions MRI. You can see this here. You can see every organ every tissues, every cell in your body. You can see here very closely. It will check your neck. It will check your rectum. So you don't have to take your pants down during this scan. The device can actually check to see if you actually have straining during your pooping, and if you have hemorrhoids, if you have blood in the stools, and of course, clothing is optional. But anyway, the thing I'm trying to share with you here is this. All you need to do, and all you need to understand here, I'm going to actually stop sharing the screen. I want to talk to you now. So my advice is to do the Wellness Lifestyle IQ. Email it to Marianne and myself, and we'll get together on Zoom or WhatsApp to spend half an hour with you, everybody on Facebook, everybody on LinkedIn. I only have 18,000 followers on LinkedIn. If you're not following on LinkedIn, please join me and read my post. I have 10 daily posts. And who follow me on LinkedIn? The top clinics in the world. Mark Hyman from Cleveland Clinic, the top people at Harvard, Johns Hopkins, Mayo Clinic. Of course, Marianne Padjan, follow me on LinkedIn, and she read all my 10 posts daily, and she comment on them because she has also thousands of people on LinkedIn. Yeah, Facebook, I only have 5,000. Instagram, I have 5,000. But people always on Facebook, they talk about what they ate today and what kind of vacation they're going to have. On LinkedIn, it's professional network. If you're really interested to increase your basically wellness network, go first on LinkedIn and become active. I'm going to share with you how you're going to have 18,000 followers on LinkedIn by doing 10 posts daily. People need to know about diabetes and obesity. People need to know about diabetes. Let me ask you this. I'm going to test Marianne now, my students here, to see if she can answer this. Which one is number one state in the USA, Marianne, with the highest diabetes in the whole USA? Which one?
Which state has the highest diabetes?
Yes, take a wild guess.
I don't know. I don't think I know the answer, but I'm gonna guess it's either like Tennessee or maybe Texas.
Texas is the one, and
Right.
Tennessee is among the top 5. Southern US have the top diabetes in the world. You see, this is why the lifestyle can make or break your wellness. It's really important to understand. So why people in Texas are having the biggest diabetes? Actually, I'm working with the top doctors in Dallas, Texas. His name is Dr. Harvey Lumstein, and we specialize in reversing diabetes all day long by doing the scan, the virtual voice scan, doing the lifestyle assessment. And by the way, any of this scan, if you do any MRI in the US for single organ, you pay $5,000. 5,000 single MRI for single organ, and inject you with a dye called the contrast dye that is possible carcinogen. This one here through the voice, it doesn't cost that much. We charge only $250, and for seniors and students and veterans only $150. But for everyone on Marianne's call today, we're gonna do complimentary. Just you gotta send me an email at my website and mention Marianne Padjan, my doctoral students here, and said that you give us this generous offer to spend 45 minutes with me to show me all of the red flag in my body, as long as you complete first the lifestyle IQ on my website, academyofwellness.com. Okay, so having said all of this stuff here, I'm not gonna tell you in the next 15 minutes, do not smoke. Well, everybody knows that, common sense. I mean, smoking is bad, and nobody here on this Healthology smokes. I can guarantee you that. But if you are, I mean, come on, you should try to cut back. By the way, this app can help you to cut back on smoking. It can help. And by the way, Marianne is very knowledgeable about NLP and about meditation, about all of this. She can help you all of this stuff to help you to cut back on smoking. I forgot to mention, this app is not just for humans. It's for dogs, cats, and horses. I scanned thousands of people except horses. I never scanned a horse yet. Have you scanned a horse yet, Marianne? I don't have any. So if you have a horse, I would love to scan you on your horse because I want to learn. I never scanned a horse before. But dogs and cats, humans, oh my God, thousands. Marianne knows how many clients I have. Only 25,000 clients and growing every single day.
But we give these to horses and to animals as well.
Absolutely. She has all of this secret sauce. And then once we finish the scan, once we decided your red flag, I'll just send you to Marianne to recommend for you natural supplements. And because that's really what I focus on right now, 98% of my time is to detect and correct lifestyle through the lifestyle IQ and through that wonderful app that's the best invention in medical science ever invented. I'm not going to tell you to drink lots of water. I mean common sense. Half your body ounce in water per day. Okay, common sense. Everybody knows that. So you need 3 liters minimum per day. Okay, I'm not going to tell you not to eat fast food. Why? Because if you eat fast food, you'll die faster. You got to eat slow food in your kitchen, so you're going to die slowly. In fact, you're going to live longer if you eat slow food. And then you're going to use common sense about sleeping habits. By 10:30 p.m., you should be sleeping. And before you go to sleep, take maybe hot water bath with Epsom salt to relax your muscles and do some meditation. And during this scan here, we'll provide you with audio files, sound therapy file. While you're sitting in the bath, you listen to those 4 files. I had a client in the state of Kentucky, his blood sugar with 450. For those of you in the US, it's supposed to be under 100. For us in Canada here, it's supposed to be under 7. It was 450, and he was taking medication for 10 years. His physician told him, you're going to keep on the medication for the rest of your life. The lowest blood sugar he was ever got by the 10 meds is 370. Work with me for 3 months, his blood sugar dropped to 90 to 95 from 450, and he had no feeling from the knee down. 50 years young, his doctor said we need to do amputation. Can you imagine 50 years, the top business coach in the state of Kentucky who works with the top CFO and CEO across USA, walking with one leg because of diabetes and because of obesity. He has released 33 pounds in 90 days. That's 10 pounds per month. And his wellness IQ was initially 33%. Now it's 88%. No amputation, no medications. His doctor actually was so close-minded, he did not tell him, what did Dr. Grant recommend for you about this lifestyle IQ? What did he recommend for you to reverse your situation in 3 months? He said, go home, come back in 1 year. You're no longer diabetic. You don't need amputation. Okay, if this doctor here keep doing all of the recommendations, all of the amputation, medications, operation, radiation, amputation for all of his, let's say 30,000, 40,000 clients, how would you expect to get the results? Like seriously, I'm not against physician, but I'm against taking this diabetes medication for the rest of your life. Take this blood pressure medication for the rest of your life. Take chemotherapy for cancer. You've heard of Chris Burns reversing his diabetes naturally. It can be done. Marianne and I help hundreds, thousands of people to reverse their conditions naturally. Why don't we have to depend on medications, operation, radiation, amputation, vaccinations, and complications if we can use simple lifestyle changes? That's my advice to you today. So simple tips like this, you'll be fully hydrated. Now, if I tell you the next tip now, you're not going to believe me. 98% of my clients, 25,000 all over the world, do not know how to breathe. They breathe from the chest. They're shallow breather. They have what's called hypoxia. So hypoxia or shallow breathing results in tiredness, fatigue. It actually can produce chronic fatigue syndrome. It can produce snoring at night, sleep apnea. It can cause dementia because you're a shallow breather. See, when you breathe, you're supposed to breathe from the belly. That's called diaphragm breathing, yoga breathing. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Marianne was former belly dancer. So she really perfected this belly breathing. I was just kidding about that. I just like to joke with her because she has a lot of common sense and a lot of sense of humor. She does the belly breathing every hour, 5 to 10 every hour. When I told her this during her studies, she said, every hour? I said, yeah, put it on your time, put it on your cell phone. Every hour, Buzz, you do 5 to 10 belly breath. She's actually doing it right now. And as we speak right now, just show Marianne how you breathe, please.
Here. So if your chest is going up and down like this, you're doing it wrong, right?
Exactly.
I'm exaggerating, but I'm just saying, if you
Yes.
feel like your chest is going, no, put your hand on your belly and make
Exactly.
sure it expands, kind of like it's a balloon, right? And just
Yes. So I'm going to demonstrate this. Look at me now. And here's how I breathe every hour, honestly. You can see the belly rising, not my chest. So by doing this every hour, 5 to 10, you're going to have full oxygenation for your heart, for your brain, no sleep apnea, no tiredness, no fatigue. Common sense is very uncommon. So I want everybody on this call, please practice this. Complete the lifestyle IQ, which recommend deep belly breathing, yoga breathing, diaphragm breathing, full hydration. Once you have full hydration, full oxygenation, And once you have healthy food, healthy exercise, healthy sleep, then you're going to actually accomplish very high score on the lifestyle IQ, like our athletes, and then you're going to be very healthy, like everybody in this Healthology seminar today. So this is what I wanted to share with you. Just if you focus on your lifestyle, that is number one mission, to live healthy till age of 100 and 111, or like Marianne, 121, because nothing can fix poor lifestyle. Not a single supplement, not a single drug can fix poor lifestyle. And if you disagree with me, you know what? Join me on LinkedIn, join me on WhatsApp, and let me convince you, nothing can fix poor lifestyle. You've got to work first on. That's why, because Marianne recommended any first supplement, she gave them first the lifestyle IQ to see where they are. And then she gave them their supplements. And then she measures them every month. And then to see progressively how much they improve. Because you have to have a yardstick. And then every 3 months, you should do this. Absolutely, you should do this once every 3 months. And the lifestyle IQ once a month. Because that is now, instead of blood test, we should do this. And one of the MD actually challenged me. He said that the blood test is a gold standard. And you tell me that this is as accurate, 90% accurate, like a blood test. I said, Doc, this voice scan is the gold standard. It is not the blood test. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'll share this with him. When you click any blood from any clients in any physician office in Canada or the US, you keep the blood at room temperature. But when it happens now, then the blood gets oxidized. See, I'm measuring oxidized blood. When it goes to Life Lab or Gamma Dynacare Lab or any lab in the world, they keep it on the shelf before they test it. So what we're measuring now is oxidized blood, not the real blood. So when I told him this, he said, this is true. You're measuring oxidized blood. I said, then what is the gold standard? He said, does the voice really as accurate as the blood test? I said, it's 98% accurate. And if there is any discrepancy, I'll go for the voice results, not the blood test results. And he agreed with me on this. And he looked at his own blood test. He looked at this test I done with him. He said, this is the most amazing thing I ever seen in my life. So anybody argue with you about the accuracy between this blood test, MRI, PET scan, CT scan, ultrasound, X-ray, ECG, AKG, you know now who to believe. If you got somebody who have more than 3 doctorate degrees like me, and they tell you otherwise, let me meet with them on Zoom and let me check their biceps and check mine, and then we'll see who's going to win this battle. Okay, so I want you to do this tip today. Okay, the lifestyle IQ. Look what Marianne did. And then if you're like Marianne, ambitious, want to get your doctorate degree, go on to academyofwellness.com under online courses like her. And then I'm challenging her to beat her, because she said she's going to finish this in 1 year. But she's a very busy person. I don't know how she's going to finish this in 1 year. Anyway, try to beat her, and then we'll have a friendly competition. Whoever wins this competition with Marianne, I'll give you a check for $1 million. And I mean what I say now. If you can beat Marianne for her doctorate degree, I'll give you $1 million. Okay, so look at the online courses, look at all of the stuff on the website, and then let's all team up together to help our fellow human being to win any health condition like Chris Byrne did win the cancer. Everybody that I've seen, I mean, I don't need to prove to you that even if you take 28 meds, which is rare, can you imagine somebody taking 28 meds? Like, if you really understand pharmacology and toxicology, you will know that I spent with him 1.5 hours to see the common side effects and common contraindication of the 28 meds. Like, you don't have to have 3 doctorate degrees to understand that, because your body have 30 doctorate degrees. Every one of you listening to me right now, you have 30 doctorate degrees, and you're able to reverse any condition by simply following Marianne's advice and my advice, because I don't want to have teenagers losing their mom at age 45 when they were 18. I'm going to end up with this, and I'm going to open some questions if I still have some time. Remember the 6L to help you to understand this: love, learn, laugh, let go, and leave a legacy. If you follow this, you'll be able to really, really be healthy and wealthy, and nothing more better than having healthy lifestyle and living longer, healthier. because you can have all of the money in the world, and then you're not healthy. It's meaningless. Life will be meaningless, right? Okay, Marianne, here I am. Anytime for anybody have any questions? Candace?
We actually don't have time for questions. We've gone over a bit, which is okay. Candace, I will talk to you later. She did have a Candace, but I will talk to you later about that, because after you is Candace. And by all means, if you do have any questions, please connect with me or Dr. Grant, or I will connect you to Dr. Grant. It's all good. Thank you so much, Dr. Grant. It's been a real pleasure. I too have almost 19,000 people on my LinkedIn.
Wonderful.
And also same thing with, Facebook, 5,000, because there is a limit. Otherwise, I'm sure we both have way more than that.
Thank you so much.
Of course, there's YouTube and so on. Thank you so much. I know you have also tried these, but this, we have Candace speaking, and then we have this.
Yeah. All right.
For an hour, we're going to be talking about what's up and coming. We have a pendant coming, so it's going to be amazing.
I will be there, Marianne. If you ever need me to serve, I'll always be there. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you so much for carving out time today and joining us. This is actually going on my podcast platform later on as well. So we have huge exposure here, huge. So over time, there will be many more people that will come to us. So for the time being, thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Stay with us if you'd like. Absolutely.
I have an appointment right now, unfortunately. You know how busy I am, but I'll join later on the podcast. Thank you. Take care.
Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. And with that, I will read Candace's bio. Candace, how you doing? Oh, I can't hear you.
Great. Sorry, I hadn't unmuted yet.
All good. So Candace Gaddy is a continual life learner. Aren't we all? How amazing is that? I love lifelong learners. That's the best. She holds a bachelor's degree in finance, licensed certified international coach, master's in executive leadership, 6 Sigma black belt, champion process certified. Okay, that's a tongue twister. I don't care what anybody says. Certified change specialist, licensed health life insurance advisor, and over 20 years of Fortune 100 corporate leadership, growing from startups to global billion-dollar businesses. After all that, God had a greater purpose and intention for her life. Suddenly, life hit, and she was flattened on her back with no corporate career and uncertain physical, mental capabilities after a postpartum stroke and brain hemorrhage with 2 toddlers at home. Later, to start a foundation to help others called I Believe organization. This began a new entrepreneurial journey with much uncertainty in parallel. Only to lead her to fulfill God's goal for her life. Now she is on a mission to bless even more people as an author, speaker, while being a leader in her church and community as a city council advisory member. Her 2 superhero boys, Logan and Miles, are the joys of her life. And her motto now is maximizing moments. And with that, I give you Candace Gaddy. Take it away, Candace.
Hi, guys. I am super excited to be here. What a privilege and honor. Anytime I get the opportunity to speak to others and leave an impact per the bio that she just read, I really am excited to talk about health. More importantly, to help empower someone to hopefully leave you better than you came to this workshop. And so we're going to be sharing today, obviously the topic is Healthology. As she mentioned in my bio, I have 2 beautiful superhero boys, Logan and Miles. Logan, aka Wolverine, Miles, aka Spider-Man. And so coming here from Charlotte, North Carolina, still praying for Western North Carolina as they recover from the hurricane. So super duper excited to share with you guys today. I will be concise and to the point. I believe in visuals, so I will be sharing a PowerPoint. So I'm going to share that in just one second. Do I have the ability to share my screen?
I will make that happen. Okay, co-host, there you go. Take it away.
Give me 1 second. All right, guys, give me 1 second, and I'm going to change it to presentation mode for you so that you guys can see it appropriately. So today we're talking about health, and my objective is for you guys to take a step back. We've heard a lot of perspectives today about health. When you Google health, you hear a very generic definition of health. You know, the condition of being a sound body, mind, and spirit. Most people often say, you know, she is the picture of health, right? Typically, when you think of health, people look at the outer appearance, right, to determine whether a person is healthy or not. And so what we want to do today is make it personal, make it all about you. Let's learn a little bit more about you and figure out what your roadmap and plan is going to be to get you to your healthiest state. And so we're going to take a look today and talk about how do we make that relative for you. So as we look at health and look at it being relative, have you guys ever heard of the term skinny fat? It's an oxymoron, right? Well, and some people consider it an oxymoron, but the reality is that it's a true condition, right? And this just goes back to what you see on the outside is not always what's happening on the inside. And we can relate that to our businesses as well, right? Oftentimes we look at our businesses and things may be going well, things may be going wrong, but internally things could be very different, right? And so we got to make sure that the outside picture is reflective of the inside picture and making sure that we're cognizant of that. All of today is going to be all about being intentional about your health. Now, have you ever heard of the opposite oxymoron? Have you ever heard of a working vacation? I'm sure most of us are familiar with a working vacation, right? Working vacation, we usually take pride in having a working vacation, right? I know that I have plenty of times, hey, I have today off, but I still work 3 to 4 hours, right? But did you actually take that time to do what's most important to you? Sowing into your family, sowing into your friends, sowing into your community. So make sure that you're balancing this thing called life. There is no real balance. The reality is that you got to prioritize, right? So I think that Lori, as well as Jason, talked a little bit about balance today. And I learned early on in life, more recently in the last couple of years with these 2 boys, as a mom, it's a totally different life journey when you become a mom, because the reality is that it's no longer about you. Honestly, I think most people don't even know my name anymore. They all see me as Logan and Mal's mom, right? I don't even think most people know my name. And I've accepted that and embraced it. So now I'm really, really focused on how do I protect my health and my wholeness as well. So when you look at what is healthy for you, you have to make that definition for yourself. Now, when you look at what it means to be healthy, it's a relative term, right? So what I mean by that is if you're 15 and you're only going to live to 25, you're actually relatively young, right? And if you look at someone, relatively old, if you look at someone that's 40 and they're going to live to be 101, as Dr. George just talked about, they're relatively young, right? So the problem is that we need to prepare accordingly for ourselves and also making sure that we have that legacy that Dr. Grant talked about and also the exit strategy that Jason talked about earlier as well. So now we're going to take a look at my story, because my story is very relative as well. So give me 1 second here. We're going to just switch views here. So this is how it started. So she gave you a little glimpse into what we're going to talk about today in my bio. So 2018, and none of my pregnancies, just to be clear, guys, did I plan any of them? They were all surprise babies, but a blessing nonetheless. And so 2018, unexpectedly, I was pregnant. My first child was only 18 months at the time. So I had them less than 2 years apart. You can imagine having 2 toddlers so young. And as you can imagine, though, as soon as we heard the news, we were super duper excited. My husband was excited. We had another boy on the way. Our Miles was on the way. And so when you look at life, life is often going to throw you curveballs. The question is, what do you do with those curveballs, right? So how do you prepare for this? I look at my life journey, guys, and we talked about all the degrees and certifications and things that I had in helping Fortune 100 companies grow, startups to billion-dollar businesses. And I thought, guys, I had checked every single box that there was to check, right? I went to school. I grew up in a single family home. My mother worked 3 jobs. So I was very aware of what the reality could look like if you don't prepare yourself. So I have been very conscious of checking every box. Everyone who knows me calls me like the Olivia Pope. I can come in and pretty much fix any situation, which is why I love helping business owners fix their businesses and realize the unrealized profits in their business, and also really focusing on that mindset. So you can imagine by the time I got to this point, even though Miles was not necessarily prepared for, I immediately began to prepare. I did all of my research. We were super excited. My number one goal was to make sure my younger son at the time, Logan, was ready. In this picture, you can see he looks really, really excited. He seemed like he was excited up until the baby actually came home. And long story short, he was not that excited because he had to go from having all of the attention to splitting his attention with the little brother. And so this transition was a transition for all of us. So we all went in super excited. Now, I will give a caveat. When I had Logan, initially, we had some issues. I think I was in labor for probably, 48 hours with Logan. And we ultimately had to have an emergency C-section. And so this time around, because of the risk and because of my age, I think I was closer to like 36, going in 37. They recommended that I have another planned and scheduled C-section. So we knew the date, we knew the time, so we were ready. Everything was going according to plan. So we were super duper excited. All of us were. And then the reality happens, right? We all plan in life what we think things are going to be, and then we get to reality. The reality is in 2018, per the intro that Marianne gave you, sorry, my voice is going out here. I haven't actually been feeling that well myself, but I still pushed through for the last couple of days. But the reality is that I went in and I had the baby. Everything was perfect, guys. And I was home for 8 days. And I started having these headaches. And I knew that something wasn't right. And so I immediately told my mother-in-law, who was staying with me because I had the C-section, that, you know what, something isn't right. I have this horrible headache. I have a very high tolerance for pain, guys. I have numerous incidents that have happened in my life and I've overcome them, so I can handle pain relatively well. And so when this happened, I knew immediately something was off. I was breast pumping milk for my son, who was home, again, only 8 days old, multitasking, trying to be a mom to my older son at the same time. This is what we do, guys, right? We find ourselves busy and multitasking, and we see it as a good thing, right? Like we're superheroes. But is it always a good thing? The reality is that sometimes you have to make a decision of not balancing, but prioritizing. Everything may not get done today. Everything may not get done this week. But guess what? It will get done, and you'll still be here to tell the story if you choose to prioritize versus trying to do everything at once. And so in this particular scenario, I ended up telling my mother-in-law that I had a horrible headache. She had the EMS come to my house. When they got to my house, they took my blood pressure, and immediately they saw my blood pressure was extremely, extremely high. And so, which for me, my blood pressure is usually typically low. And so in this case, being that it was so high, they knew that it was abnormal. They rushed me to the closest hospital, which was probably like 15 minutes from my home. We were there for a number of hours, guys. After being there for a number of hours, the doctors came back and simply told us that I had a horrible migraine headache, and they gave me discharge papers. And my husband, before we left, I had to go to the restroom. And my husband heard me fall in the bathroom. I came out of the bathroom and I was like discombobulated. I was very confused. And he's like, Candace, tell me your name. Tell me what city you're in. He just had these little random questions like he was a doctor. And I could not articulate myself. He immediately called for the doctors, had them come back. The doctors come over and he begged them, guys, literally begged them. Can you please run some more tests on my wife? She is an educated woman. She does not operate this way. So we need to get to the bottom of what's going on with her. Thank God that they did go in and do more tests. When they went in and did more tests, they found that I had suffered a postpartum stroke and a brain hemorrhage. I was actively bleeding, and it was so horrible, guys. They had to have me airlifted to the main hospital here in Charlotte, which is probably no longer than an additional 10, 15 minutes away. But because of the urgency, I apologize, guys, I don't go well. Because of the urgency, they immediately had me airlifted. Now, mind you, when I was in there, I was under pain medication, but I could hear everything. The doctor comes in. My mother is in there as of this point with my husband. And she says to him, there's no easy way to say it. We just have to say it. Candace is bleeding on her brain rapidly. And if we do not get her to the main hospital to have surgery immediately, we don't know what the outcome of this is going to be. Now, guys, I'm in my 30s. I checked all these boxes, right? So everything should go perfect. I didn't have abs. No, I didn't walk around in bikinis, but was I pretty healthy? Yes, I was pretty healthy. And again, I've been a planner my whole life. So I planned everything I could do to be healthy to get to this point. And now all I hear in an echo voice is, we don't know if she's going to make it. So we're going to have to airlift her. Immediately, I went into survivor mode. Survivor mode for me, everyone has their own survivor mode. You have to figure out what your survivor mode is. For me, it's my faith. So I immediately began to pray because I knew that I had another son at home that was under 2 years old that needed his mommy. And I'm like, God, please, please give me the opportunity to raise these 2 boys. And so I get on this plane. I can hear everything. Even though I'm sedated, I can still hear myself being placed into the plane and hear the spindle going across. And it just seems so unreal, right? You picture your life, but you never picture this being your moment. And I'm just praying to God, this can't be the way that I'm going to go out. And we went through all of this only to get to the hospital. We had a craniotomy. By this time, I have a flood of family and friends that are showing up to the hospital. The only thing that the doctor can say to them is that, honestly, we just don't know. And the last thing you want to hear is that we don't know when you told someone that your loved one is bleeding from their brain. And the rupture, guys, was so bad that they told my husband and mom that typically they would take some tissue and test it to figure out what's going on. But the rupture in my head was so horrible that they couldn't even test the tissue. And so they're waiting in this waiting room for hours, just praying that I come out alive. The doctor's very clear. We don't know whether she's going to make it, whether she's not going to make it. If she does, we don't know what state she's going to be in, if she's going to be in a vegetable state or not. We get to the point where I'm coming out of surgery, and I come out of surgery, all praise to God that I came out fine. And after I came out of surgery, I was in the hospital for only 3 days. But this is the beginning of the journey, guys. I'm in the hospital for only 3 days in ICU, and then I'm out of the hospital completely within 7 days. And so this is just a testament to my faith and believing in myself and the community that I surrounded myself with when I hit myself against this brick wall. So after I noticed that, my life has totally pivoted. Let me tell you guys how dedicated I was to my work and my job at the time for these Fortune 100 companies. I knew that I had a report that was due at the end of the month for my CEO. I begged my sister, can you please bring me my laptop? Because I have to get this report done. Because only I can do this report, right? How many times do you feel like, we've talked about being busy today, right? How many times do you feel like, hey, if I don't get this done, it won't get done? For the mothers and wives in the room, how many times do you feel like, hey, if I don't make sure that this is done the right way, it just will not get done? Guess what, mom? If you don't fix that dinner, it's happened a couple of days. I've had a headache or whatever the reason may be that I didn't make dinner. Guess what? My husband figures it out, whether it be that he go buy something healthy or he gets something for the kids, he'll figure it out. So we have to stop putting that pressure on ourselves to feel like that we have to do and be everything, because the reality is that you don't. All of that, guys, to say that after being dismissed from the hospital, of course, it was still an uphill battle, because anytime you're recovering from a stroke, you have to go through, you have to go through therapy. And so I went through all of these therapies and really just trying to figure out exactly how am I going to progress with this new diagnosis of uncertainty that I've been given. Literally, it was all uncertainty. So I would go to my first neurologist appointment and they would basically say to me, hey, I remember the first time I went, he said to me, have you suffered a seizure? And my husband and I literally just looked at each other. And I remember I cried immediately as soon as he said it, because I told you I'm a planner, right? So immediately I am literally out of control right now, because I don't know what could happen at any point in time. And so he says, yeah, absolutely. With the amount of brain damage that you had, you absolutely could suffer a stroke. Suffer a seizure. And so God forbid that does happen, but it could happen. So of course, in my head, in my planner mind, I'm like, what else should be on this checklist of things that could potentially go wrong, right? And so now I'm trying to figure out, again, trying to be in control, the busy person of checking off all these boxes, to getting into the mode of, guess what, Candace, this isn't your fight. Just let it go and figure out what you can do today. Because sometimes, guys, that's how life is, whether it's with you, your spouse, your loved ones, your community. Sometimes only you can do what you can do. And I saw Nikki just put in the chat, sometimes fear creeps in, right? It's just the unknown, right? And as entrepreneurs, that's why I take my hat off to every entrepreneur, and I really take it to heart anytime I coach them, because I know how hard this journey is. We wake up every day and you don't know where your next check is going to come from, but you still have that mortgage due, that rent that's due, that car payment, those kids that need new outfits, that car that needs to be paid for. Your bills don't care. Your kids don't care. Only thing that matters is that you still get it done, right? So you have to have enough confidence in you to figure out what your next steps are going to be without overwhelming yourself. So as of this point now, I'm at a place where it's this uphill battle. I get back to this job, guys, that I was trying to work for on my ICU bed. And I realized immediately that I was being called into HR. I'm thinking that it is for me to go over how, I'm transitioning back to my corporate global career. And do you guys know that I was laid off of my job? I'm like, this cannot get any worse, right? How is this even possible, God, that I had to bear all of this, these kids at home, and now I am quote unquote unemployed, right? So how do I balance all of this? And so I found myself relying heavily on my faith, but also realizing that inwardly, Candace, this is on you. You can't expect anyone else to maintain you. So that's when I took on the hat of becoming an entrepreneur and a consultant to help other businesses. You'll see here in 2019, I wanted to make something positive out of my pain. And so that's where I believe organization came into fruition, because I knew that the anniversary of when all of this happened was coming up. I did not want it to be a sad day. I wanted it to be an empowering day. So we created the I Believe organization pretty much to be able to not only educate and create healthcare urgency, we also adopt families that have been affected by this. And more importantly, we want to create a sense of urgency within the healthcare community, because I am absolutely sure, had my husband not advocated for me, that I would have gone home and died. And so today, you guys see I have my Black Girl Magic shirt on in 2020. I still have it on today in 2024. So I am choosing every day. So the word that you guys should get out of this survivor mode is that it's a choice. The same thing with your health. All of this is a choice. You choose how you go about your day. You choose the choices and actions that you make. And there are a lot of stats and statistics out there, guys, that can help you better manage what's going on right there. Heart disease, guys, and strokes are one of the #1 killers here in the US. And so the question is, what are we doing to help realize what those signs are and help mitigate those risks? So for instance, remember I told you when my husband saw me come out the bathroom, he said that I wasn't like myself. He asked me some very basic questions. And he quickly saw that based upon me being weak and having difficulty to speech, something was wrong. That's why he asked for more tests. So guys, it is imperative that you understand the signs and symptoms of some of these crucial things, because the reality is that so many people are passing away. And that's why we said that the age is relative, because there are so many people that are passing away so young. So we just had Dr. George Grant talk a lot about living to 100 plus. Most people on average are living around 80 years on average here in the US. And that's because we're not intentional about our health. We don't understand the power that we have, and understanding the reality that no one knows your body better than you, right? So when you have these pains and aches or whatever's going on, it's your job to communicate it and let them know what it is, but also know your rights, guys. I know the rights differ state to state, but make sure that you understand what your rights are in your state. And all of them there's a federal law that is mandated that they make sure that you have the ability to be in charge of your healthcare decisions, make sure that they're communicated and you're protected, make sure that you get the appropriate screening for your treatments, and transfer you as needed. Remember, that was a critical part of my story. Had I not been transferred over urgently to the main hospital here in Charlotte, I'm absolutely sure that I would have passed away. And so as business owners, what can we do with this? Because we know our time is wrapping up now. Be intentional with your time. Make sure that you're minimizing your stress. Do you guys know that stress is a silent killer? I recall when I had a car accident many, many years ago, and a doctor came in and told me that if you're stressed out, your blood pressure is going to go up, which is going to cause more issues in your recovery. And so how do we minimize that stress, guys? You have to be intentional about it. Yes, we have to eat right. Yes, we have to exercise. But as Dr. George says, there's some simple things that we can just start implementing every single day. Am I taking the time to meditate? Am I taking the time to make sure that I don't have too much on my plate? Am I pulled each direction, causing more stress on myself? If you have health insurance, obviously most of us as entrepreneurs have to get it on our own. Do we understand what that means? I'm also a licensed health insurance agent. So making sure you understand the terminology when you're choosing whichever plan that you do choose. Making sure that you get enough sleep. I feel like everyone today at some point has talked about the importance of sleep when you are focusing on your health. Making sure that you're investing in you, right? We invest in everyone else, especially as moms and as coaches and consultants. We are givers, right? It's just authentically who we are, but are we making sure we're doing that for ourselves as well? Multiple people today have talked about that mindset, right? You got to have a healthy mindset. You got to be able to connect what's going on with you, with others, and making sure that you're elevating that. Now, this part is important, guys, because that's why I assume most of you are on this call today, is because you are understanding the power of connecting with the right people and getting the right information. And then making sure that you're prioritizing your health with no excuses at all. So what is real health to Candace? For me, I just created an acronym for myself. Having experienced the alignment of living life while thriving, which means I'm growing and flourishing holistically. So we've talked about some holistic and natural approaches today to this point. And so how do you be present? How do you make sure you leverage every experience that you have for the betterment? So for me, creating my I Believe Foundation out of this pain that I've endured and experienced, you have to make sure that you're doing that for yourself, because there's always going to be something, guys. It might not be a stroke. It might not be a brain hemorrhage. You know, it could just be high blood pressure. It could be, you know, the kids are acting out today and I have a bad headache, right? How am I going to handle it? How am I going to mitigate that? This is one of the reasons why when I talk about aligning myself with the right people, that I love Marianne, because from the moment I met her, she has been an angel. We may not talk every day, but I know that anytime I do speak to Marianne, she's one of those people that's going to lift you up. You got to surround yourself with those people, because this life journey, guys, it's hard. It's unpredictable. More importantly, you just know that there's these up and down roller coaster. So if you don't have people that's pulling you up, especially as entrepreneurs, it's really hard to maneuver this situation. So we're going to wrap up here at the end. So this is just a before picture of me when I was a little girl. I often look at this picture. I've grown my hair back out. And the reason I love this picture now, guys, is because when I had my craniotomy surgery, they shaved my head. And I have had short hair before, but it is a different experience, guys, when you cut your hair out of a must versus, oh, I just want to be cute. This is the style I want, right? So I struggled for a long time looking at myself. And even now I can part my hair and see the scar that goes across my head. And it's a reminder, right? This is what I've been through, but guess what, Candace? You're on the other side. And now I can look at that bald head and say, this picture on the right, look at me now. My hair is back down past my shoulders. I have 2 healthy boys that I had to kiss and love on every single day. So life is good. It's a story, but it does not define me, right? I get to choose to define my health by being intentional with what we talked about before, choosing to maximize my moments intentionally, making sure my health is a priority so that I can be here for these healthy moments. So my takeaway for you today is make sure that you choose to define your own health and how you will do things differently today based upon where you want to be in the future. So Marianne, I'll give it back over to you because I know we're at the top of the 30-minute hour.
No, you're totally good. We've been a little behind, and that happens all the time, so no big deal. Thank you so much for that, Candace. That's a big, huge story. So Candace signed up to speak at 2 of my events, and we were trying to decipher which ones, and she's like, yeah, I don't think I have anything really to say on the Healthology one. And I'm like, what do you mean you have nothing to say? Your whole story is Healthology. This is what everyone needs to hear is, you know, stories like this, and Chris and Dr. Grant, and this is why we're doing this, is that there's other hope out there. It's not just about the 26, 28 pills, the pills.
Exactly.
You know, I'm not going to mention the name, but I read a caption the other day, and it said this particular pharmaceutical company had been around for quite a few, over 100 years anyways. It was for a very long time. But they've never cured any disease, which I think is interesting. And, you know, now you've sort of completed your talk, although all the talks are going to just fit right in here. We're going to talk about supplements and some of the amazing results that we've had. There's so many different ways of doing healing. I mean, this is why I went in for my doctoral, and I love it. I love that there are 27,000 other ways of dealing with illness. And, you know, we were talking about diabetes. It's such a killer, and like stroke, like, gosh, once upon a time, stroke was the end, you know, heart attack was the end basically of your life. Diabetes too made for a very difficult life, maybe not the immediate end, but, you know, if you didn't clean up what you were eating, and you didn't know that's what it was, and you didn't know that you weren't supposed to be eating that much sugar, right? Like, it's just, there's so many different things that we can do to help us. So I love that you shared that with us. Thank you so much for letting all of these people that are going to hear this story letting them into a little bit of your life. So thank you so much for that, Candace. I know you have a busy day. I super appreciate you being here. Please stay with us if you can. If not, I thoroughly understand. This is amazing. I love hearing stories like this. This is why I do this. Like, I just love this, right? This is why we do it. Not just for business reasons, but also to help everyone. And so it's absolutely amazing. I love hearing stories like that. So thank you again so much for getting so personal and sharing with us.
Absolutely.
So thank you. And now we are going to bring Julia and Rosemary and Nikki all on camera. We have our usual APL Go hour. I have carved that into my summits. So from 12 to 1, we have an hour where we listen to various testimonials, various new products coming out. I'm not sure Julia's here. She knows a little more about the new products coming out, so we'll see how much she'll share with us, or how much, and also how much she knows, because they don't, we don't get told everything all at once. But I do know that Rosemary has to go to an appointment, so I'm going to let Rosemary tell us all about her high heel testimonial, and we're going to be talking about these products now. I just grabbed these two. These are not the two that, actually, I think Nikki says she's got all of them ready and beside her. So I'm going to let Nikki, these two are just beside me because I want to talk about these, because the relax and the happy, although the beauty is also really good, they're just lovely. These two products, super intense energies right now happening. In fact, last night was a full moon. The full moon energy doesn't go away right away. Just because it was a full moon yesterday doesn't mean we're not feeling the energy today, because we sure are. And so these two will help you with any kind of depression, any kind of just not feeling good about yourself, whatever. I mean, these energies will bring about all kinds of different feelings inside of yourself. So if you want a good night's sleep, take the relax. If you want to feel good throughout the day, it's literally called happy, HPY, happy, 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 without drugs, without alcohol, without so many things. And I will read all what it doesn't have in like a minute, and then I'm going to let Rosemary talk so she can go to her appointment and she doesn't get angry at me later and leave me nasty messages, which she would never do. I'm just making stuff up. So I just want to tell you what these are not. They are 100% natural, so they are, but what they're not is they are dairy-free, gluten-free, they're vegan, they're 100% vegan, they're non-GMO, they're halal, kosher, pesticide-free, soy-free, nut-free, alcohol-free. And we should put drug-free. Oh, we have drug-free at the end. Cruelty to animals free, non-toxic, egg-free, FDA approved, and Health Canada approved. So that is some of what they are, I guess, and more of what they're not, because it's important to understand that not only are they made natural, we've had children take this many, or even an entire packet, which is like this, and nothing's happened, because it's like eating, I don't know what's here, 6, 7, 8 bananas. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen to you if you can make room for 8 bananas, good for you. But nothing is going to happen from you eating 8 bananas. I mean, hopefully you're not going to eat 8 bananas, but there you go. If you do, or if your kids do, nothing will happen. Also, I give these to dog, and we all pretty much have pets, and we all give it to our pets. And I'll leave some of that story for Nikki. She just had an interesting episode. In fact, she's got some really cool testimonials. I am going to let Rosemary talk right now because she has a really great story. Go for it, Rosemary.
Good morning or good afternoon, all of you. I'm so happy to be here, actually, because if there's one thing that I've learned over the last year and a half, is that APL Go is a fabulous product. It has turned my life around in many, many different ways. And I won't get into all the details around it because that's Marianne's going to do that and has done a little bit now already. But I want to get on here to say that about a year and a half ago, I guess by now, I was introduced to it, to the APL Go. And like everyone, it's like, really, how powerful is this thing? And does it really work? And why should I use it? Well, I had a couple of issues, and one of those was breathing. I had a lot of congestion, a lot of problems with my sinuses, and very difficult sleeping at night, particularly. I did not sleep very well at all. And I was introduced to a product, and I'll get Nikki to actually bring it up because I don't have it in front of me, is the ALT, A-L-T. And I was told to try this, get this, and take it at night before I go to bed, which I did. After about maybe 2 nights, I woke up the next morning, felt different. I could actually breathe. For the first time in a long time, I was breathing. I was able to, had no congestion, any of that stuff was gone. So I really am pleased with the ALT product. It has done wonders for me. The second one is, I have a lot of issue around my bones and joints and a lot of inflammation. And one of the things that I was also introduced to is something for that area, that stuff. But what with the bones and my inflammation, I never wore heels. That was one thing I could never do because my weak ankles would literally just, I'd fall over quite a bit. A little clumsy maybe, but I used to fall a lot. And well, for that reason, I never wore heels. But I came up to there was an occasion coming up where I really wanted to feel great. I wanted to look great and get some new stuff, new clothes, maybe a new pair of shoes. So I went to the shoe store to take a look at the shoes that they had there. And I went to look for flats, which I always do. But I came across a pair of heels. Oh my gosh, they were so gorgeous. I said, I have to get them. Even if I only get to wear them for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, that would be worth it because they were just beautiful. So the event came up and I took the shoes with me, the heels, and I put them on immediately as I arrived. And it was one of those events where you're standing and you're sitting and you're walking and you're talking and you're just moving all the time, all day long. And basically, I just went through the whole conference all day long. It wasn't until about mid-afternoon that a mentor and coach of mine appeared and said, you know what? I have never seen you look so good. And wow, I have never seen you in heels before. It was at that point I realized I was still wearing them from 9 o'clock in the morning till this was around 3 o'clock. And I had no heel issues and falling over issues. It was problem-free. So I want to say thank you to SLD and STP. SLD was for the, the inflammation and the support and being able to move with that, move with ease. Detox and cleansing, it's all part of that. And the second one was STP. Thank you, Nikki. STP is for the pain support, minor joint issues, all of those things, and basically pain management. So I was taking both of those over quite a period of time. I still take them because I still have joint problems, but they are a relief. Oh my gosh, I feel so much better now that I'm taking them. So that's my testimonial on that, but all the products are great. And really what it is, it's a matter of sitting down and figuring out what your pain or issues are so that you know which ones you want to go to and take. We will sit down, you can come and see me, we'll sit down, we'll talk about it and figure out what your needs and wants are. Marianne has on the screen the SLD, which is helping you move. inflammation. Fantastic product. STP was for the ease of pain management, and it was great too. Anyway, I want to thank Marianne very much for allowing me to speak. Again, if anyone wants more information, more than happy to help you with that. Figure out what you need for your own body. And Marianne, I think, is doing that as well. Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you so much, Rosemary, for taking time out of your crazy busy day. Rosemary is actually a mortgage agent out here in Toronto, Ontario, Canada as well. And she is finally getting like super busy because the real estate market has picked up a tiny bit. And we're all mortgage agents, we're counting on them. So thank you so much for that. And thanks for coming out and sharing your story. It's one of my favorite stories to hear. And it's different, right? Because I don't have that story. I have a different one, and it's so good to hear. And that was not me. That was our amazing fearless leader, Julia, with her amazing graphics, because she does all the graphics for us. And she's also, we're so blessed. She makes us, when you come onto our team, she makes us a special website, and she's also a graphic artist. So if you need an amazing graphic artist, Julia's your girl. Thanks, Rosemary. Have a great day. Thank you so much. And I think, Julia, would you like to come on and speak now?
I would love to. I always love to, unless Nikki and Amanda would like to share.
They will. Why don't you go first, please? Thank you.
I will. Okay, that sounds terrific. I will definitely do that. I'm so excited to be here. So we do have some new products that are coming out. That is exactly what Marianne addressed a minute ago. But I do have to say something. Candace's story is incredibly inspirational. And to me, that is not just a story of health, but that's a story of courage, because she could have very easily rolled over. And Nikki, I know, and Amanda, I know, actually all of us, I know we all have our health stories. It's really, it is a testimony to how strong we are as people, as humans. And it's because we didn't give up. We didn't roll over. I don't share my long story so much, but I will say that there's always a story behind everything that goes on in our lives. I'm trying to fix my screen here. Let me go ahead and share my screen real quick, because I have a little graphic for you guys. Let's do it like this. We are launching some new products soon. This is probably one of the most exciting times I've ever had with this company, because the two products, or the products that we're launching, we're actually launching 2 brand new lozenges, 2 of our brand new lozenge drops, and a brand new product, which is a pendant. And I am so excited. This is going to be over the course of winter 2024-25. I say that because I don't know exactly when everything is coming. I know it's on the way. It's en route. Marianne is definitely taking pre-orders right now for some of the products. But I want to share with you what I got. So my name is Julia. I've been with the company since July of 2020. So it's been a couple of years. I specifically remember the first time that I started using some of our lozenge drops, thinking to myself, I wonder where I'll be in 2 months, 6 months. Let's see if I keep taking this for a year. I've never done that before. I've never taken anything for a year. I think the only thing I've done consistently is brush my teeth since I was a child. You know what I mean? So I kept thinking, I wonder what's going to happen to me. Like what I'll be like. Here I am 4 years later with consistency in using these products. And what was just launched was this new Para Activity pendant. I have been wearing mine nonstop. Can you see? It's kind of reflective. There's a slight texture, but that beautiful lotus leaf logo on there, which our logo is actually a little off center. It's a little twist turned like that. On the back, it's numbered and authenticated. I'm number 49. 49 is that precipice number I always think of. It's the number before something grand. That's how I think of the number 49. I think everybody kind of is signified by the number they receive. So this is what happened. I was invited to attend a special conference in Moldova. Moldova is near Ukraine. That's where our factory is located. And this was an enormous trek. I was doing this by myself. I was flying through Istanbul. I had to be brave. This wasn't something that years ago, in fact, in July of 2020, I can promise you, I did not have the courage to do that. I would never have done that. But what ended up happening is I ended up going to this trip and seeing this factory. The entire time I felt like I was with Willy Wonka. It was as if any dream I had could come true. And I don't know if you've ever felt that way. I used to be afraid to make a vision board or a goal statement because I was afraid of putting my goals into the ether that they wouldn't come true. Do you know anybody like that? That's so fearful of what may or may not happen that they can't even legitimately put something out into the space. That was me. I know it's hard to believe if you know me, because you're probably thinking that doesn't sound anything like Julia, but it's true. That's where I was. My biggest dream has always been to be a presenter on television, or a live presenter, an international presenter. That dream came true for me. I've now presented in countries outside of the United States as well as in the United States. And I actually feel like royalty and a princess, because what I wanted, they waved a magic wand. But let me tell you a little bit about what transpired while we were there. The pendants were introduced. So first comes along these amazing negative ion lozenges that you allow to absorb into your mouth, go directly into your bloodstream. I'm taking these products. My body, my humanity has changed radically since 2020. I'm just going to tell you radically. I am a completely different person and being than I was before because of all the amazing nutrition my body is finally getting. I actually think I was like one of those people who never gets nutrition. That's actually where I was. They were going to put me on injectable nutrition because I was so malnourished, truly. And now I'm like this garden. I have this living garden inside me, always popping up. But let me go ahead and share with you about this amazing new product that has been introduced into our lineup. It is a limited edition product. There are not that many. In fact, there's only 1,000 for the entire company, which means that there are not enough for every single person to even get one. There's a limit to how many can be purchased, and you must be enrolled in the company or know someone who's enrolled in order to place an order. So you will have to speak to Marianne in order to get one of these amazing Terra pendants. And again, they are limited edition. So this is it. The pendant itself in this graphic doesn't show the texture, but it does have a texture to it, which is really beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It does have some weight to it. It is about, I would say, 1/4 of an inch thick. And it is absolutely amazing what has happened to me in my body since I started using this. One of my issues that I had was vertigo and terrible, horrible, crippling jet lag. So when I went on this trip to Moldova, I assumed when I came back, it would be 2 weeks before I would feel better. It was exactly immediate. I never had any jet lag because I was wearing my pendant. The pendant actually has volcanic ash and crystals that have terahertz activity. They reduce stress and anxiety, slow the aging process, promote cell permeability, improve your balance and your body's strength. Now, I'm one person that can tell you a story, but I will tell you, Marianne is about to receive a video that will have some amazing actual showing you how it works, demonstrations and testimonials on it so that you can learn more about it. But you can also get one of these little brochures to take a look at and read it a little bit better. This particular graphic also goes into greater detail on the electromagnetic fields, the negative frequencies. She can get that to you, as well as some of the more scientific information that I am totally unfamiliar with, but is on this graphic as well. She will share this with you. Suffice to say, it is a tool that I never want to be away from. Can last 50 years. Other people have told me that it can be recharged in the moonlight, as well as sitting on top of a quartz, as well as sitting out in the sun for 2 to 3 hours, but you would only need to do that maybe 3 times a year. absolutely incredible. There is something similar to this on the market right now that runs about $450 and is not as powerful as this tool, which will protect you from the EMF from your cell phone, your computer, things like that. But this tool right here, the one that's on the market now, is about $450. This one will be about $140 US. So just wanted to share that with you guys and tell you all about it. And I hope that that is what you were hoping I would share, Marianne. Did you want me to share also about the new drop? There will be 2 new drops, new candies.
Yes, please, if you can. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted you to talk about. However, I just want to point out that there are other similar products out there that are not only 400, but I know of some really great ones that are $2,000 in USD. That's an awful lot more in Canadian, and this is significantly less and much more available to the public. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, so this is something that was very unknown to me. I am not familiar with this technology like Marianne is. Marianne is a doctor of metaphysics, right? So she knows the depth and the breadth of what this will do. I only can tell you my personal life experience, which has been radical, including my husband borrowing it from me for an hour to get rid of his back pain because we only have one. And really, I had to release my energy from it and let him take on the energy. And then he gave it back to me and released his energy and gave it back to me because I don't want his electrics or his frequencies on mine. So let me just say this. This is, I'm missing 3 of the candies from here, but this is a card of the new product that came out. On the back, it doesn't have any information. So when Nikki was holding up the product that Rosemary was talking about, just to give you an idea, all of our products are labeled on the back. See that? They have our logo, which is the leaf, like the necklace is. And it says APL. And then the other graphic says that it's BRN. This one is brain. This one is BRN brainy. I can see somebody's wanting to, there we go. But this product does not have any labeling on it. This was not quite a test run, but kind of sort of similar to being a test run. They don't really want to tell us yet what the ingredients are or what this is going to do, but I will tell you this is the game changer product. I'm not allowed to release the specifics on this, but I can tell you this product is something that every single creature has been craving and wanting to reverse the hands of time. If you would like to have Benjamin buttons in your house, this is one of these things that you're going to want. Now, I can tell you about the flavor. They told us that it should taste like mango. It is literally, if you've tried any of our products, you know that they are incredibly flavorful, correct? Like some of them make your mouth water. They're so juicy and flavorful. This one is flavorful and aromatic. One of the women said that she could taste rose hips, and I think that's what I'm tasting. It is absolutely the most beautiful flavor I've ever tried, and I've only had one, but I can't wait till they come out. This is another thing to get on the waiting list. So when you get some more information, November 11th, which is our company's 13th anniversary. That's right, we're not a new company. On our anniversary date, you're going to learn more about the products as well, which is extremely exciting. Thank you for letting me share as long as you did. I apologize if I spoke too long. I hope this information was of value to you because when it comes to health and healthology, as someone who has been, I was healthy all my young life. And it wasn't until I became an adult that I started having health issues. And I can truly say that now I feel like I did when I was like 20. And that's a big deal because I'm not 20. But I want to thank you. You're not 20 either. Marianne just looks 20. I know. It's amazing. Marianne's skin, her hair, her complexion, the color of her hair. Look how bright and beautiful her smile is. Marianne is an example, a 100% example of exactly what these products will do for you when you're not even looking. And look at Nikki. Actually, all of us, Amanda, Rosemary, Now, Tammy, I can't see you because you're in a shadow, beautiful girl, but I know you're just as gorgeous too. I just will say that if you compare our photos, and I have a picture from the week before I was introduced to the product, 1 week before and now, and you compare the radiance in my hair, my skin, my fingernails, my eyelashes, my eyes, if you compare what I look like now and then, you will see that there's a dramatic difference. So thank you. I humbly appreciate you letting me share and go on and on. Thank you.
I was really hoping you would come on and share, because I really wanted to sort of give it this little bit of a launch on here, because we really will have the product in. I think it will be available for order within the next week or so, or let's say 10 days ish. We're hoping.
Well, we are hoping. Sometimes things get caught in customs and things like that. So, you know, yes, we'll say by November 11th, I'll say by a month from now, 3 weeks.
For sure. But, you know, the beauty of the pendant is that, not that anyone has reported any allergic reactions, but if you're afraid of putting anything into your body, there's nothing here to put into your body, nothing. So we don't need to be careful with anything, because you're not putting it into your body. You're hanging onto it. You're letting it sit around your neck. You're holding it. It's in your pocket. It's beside you. I don't know, on a night table. I'm certainly getting more than one, because I want one at home. I want one for myself that I carry with me. And I want at least one other separate one that I will let people try. So there'll be all kinds of different energies around that. So that's why I want to keep it separate. But that's just me. I have numerous other gifts and things that I'm going to be giving out to people. So I love. Thank you so much, Julia, also from your crazy busy schedule. Thank you so much. And now we will hear a little bit from, let's go to Amanda and hear her story. Thank you so much, Julia. Have yourself a fantastic day. Amanda, come on up and tell us all about your experience.
Thank you for having me, Marianne. And so, yeah, I'll just get into it. So I joined APL Go probably, I'd say about over 6 months ago with Marianne. And in the beginning, my goals were simply just to cut the energy drinks out and just start feeling less fatigue and, you know, just feeling better in general. And so I got into the product. I started with the GTS and the STP, and I was really successful with those. I noticed right away, I wasn't like, I could function without having to rely on multiple energy drinks a day. I wasn't craving the caffeine and the sugar constantly. And I had a little bit of bloating from when you have a lot of sugar. It's really bad for your body. It actually just feeds parasites. So I had the stomach swell from that, from all the sugar and all that kind of stuff. So then I was able to get onto our MLS product, which is the orange flavored one. And that's part of the detox. And that one did really awesome. I lost most of the belly bloating, and I just started feeling really, really good. So within a short period of time, I was taking the GTS, the STP, and the MLS, and I noticed that that fatigue had pretty much gone away, and I was meeting my health goals very, very easily. So I have a busy schedule, so it was easy for me to just take these products with me, and I didn't have to make a mess. I didn't have to worry about forgetting anything because they were just in my purse and they were right there. And so then Marianne suggested the HPY, the Happy, and I love that one. That one's one of my favorites. And I take that one all the time. And that one also helps me with my monthly cycle, with the cramps as well. That one works amazing. Love that one. And basically all of the products I have tried, but the Relax that Marianne just had up there, that one I take usually a couple hours before bed, and I can get, 5 and 6 hours without being interrupted of sleep. And I get up at, everybody knows I get up super early, like 3, 4 in the morning, and I do my writing thing. So that one has really, really helped me a lot as well. but my favorite product, I can't pick one because they're all so great. But yeah, if you wanted to get off of any kind of like, a lot of people struggle with like sugar, alcohol, nicotine. Everybody has their own little vice. So that one's the one that I always suggest for people to go on, because that one, I had a lot of good results with that one. So that was the STP and the GTS. And especially if you get that afternoon kind of fog at, you know, in the afternoon, most of us, we go for that coffee or that tea, that caffeine pick me up. So I don't do that anymore. I have my candies and my water, and I feel good about that because I don't have to worry about, oh, I'm having too much caffeine. So I've had a lot of luck and a lot of great results with the product. And I also really want to mention, I know it's probably already been mentioned, but the SLD, that one, I have a lot of inflammation and pain in my body from my car accident. So that one has also really helped me too. And those ones I take 2 at a time, and I find they work the best with taking 2 at a time. But those are my favorite products. And obviously I love with being surrounded by the people that are here and all the other ones. So, I mean, if you're looking to meet health goals and you're looking to network and connect with awesome people who know their stuff, know the products, who just can tell you so much about them, these are your people. So yeah, that's basically my testimonial.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I just want to say that Amanda is the new, it's not so new anymore, but newish owner of Magnetic Entrepreneur. We both share the same coach, Robert J. Moore, who is typically on these, couldn't make it today. So very, very amazing. She is up in the North End. So I encourage you to connect with whoever spoke to you the most. So whoever you feel drawn to, that's who you should go to. We all sell it. Everything is great. We all benefit from each other. It's all fantastic. So thank you so much, Amanda. She's busy publishing books, and she made time for us to come on here. So thank you so much for that. I am now going to pass everyone over to Miss Nikki Cruz.
Hey, and thank you. I love being on here because I'm so passionate about I'm passionate about everything, if you know me. But what these candies have done for me has been amazing. And I started off saying, oh yeah, another result, another person who's telling me they have the answer. I've had many health challenges, and you know, everybody gives you advice. Everybody says this is the thing. And it was a friend, so I thought, well, I'll be supportive and I'll buy a box. And I bought the box that I thought would appeal to me, and that was the NRM, which is for sugar management. And I never thought I would ever take them, and I put them down there, thought I've done my thing. And one day my sugar was running high. It was 229. I remember this so clearly. And suddenly thought, well, instead of taking my insulin right now, let's see if this helps. Now, I'm not recommending anyone don't take the insulin, all right? However, I thought this was worth trying. And I popped a candy. And I thought, well, that's crazy. I'm trying to get my sugar down, and here I am sucking a candy, of all things. And in 10 minutes, my sugar had dropped to 180. And within an hour, my sugar had dropped to 129. So within normal range. And I thought, okay, well, that's coincidence. You know, it's not real. Because we're all such skeptics. Kept all my insulin there, you know, on the side, and took my regular insulin, which I still do. But then I tried it the next day again, and it worked. And then my husband had a horrible experience where his sugar was way high, and he doesn't take insulin. So he popped a candy. And if anyone's more skeptical than me about these things, it's my husband. And it worked. So NRM became a thing for me. And suddenly I became more curious. If this one candy could help me in this area, what about the others? And as I've gone on, I've tried different ones, of the 18 different products. You know, there's something that addresses everything. And I'm not suggesting that you jump off any medication or anything else, but I am suggesting you be open-minded about what these can do, because I was so skeptical. And not just for me, but I recently had an issue where my dearly beloved cat, who sat by me for 11 years in a wheelchair, I thought was going to die. We had her at the vet. We had her at the vet. We had her at the vet. The dollar signs were racking up. And I eventually said to Marianne, there's no ways I'm going to put this poor cat through surgery or anything else. I'm going to just make her comfortable and we see what happens. Well, I diluted some of the candies and I didn't know what to use because I'm not an expert in this. So what did I do? I called Marianne, said, what do I use? What do I use? And that's what's amazing about this community. There's always somebody on call who can give you direction. And my customers, if they want to get something, I just double check what is the best for them. And I can tell you right now, and I'll come back to the cat, I'm so confident about this that when I was in hospital 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't as bad as I would have been without my candies, told my doctor all about these. I handed her a brochure, told her about them, and she just looked and said, oh, they're all natural. She said they haven't got these other ingredients in, and she was really excited about it. Now, if I didn't believe in this product, there's no ways I would have done that. And that's why I share them. That's why I send out samples. That's because I want people's lives to be improved. I believe we all get to live our best lives. But so does my cat. So I dissolved a couple of the candies in water. I didn't really know what was wrong with the cat, nor did anybody. But none of these are going to be harmful. So it was okay. And I dissolved it in water and she wasn't even drinking. So we injected a bit into her mouth. And she didn't object to the taste. She objected to having stuff shoved down her throat. And you know what, my cat, this was about a month ago. And we slowly, one of the things I was giving her was the air. And she was so congested. We could hear her wheezing. And suddenly, this cat was sneezing mucus. This cat was getting the stuff out of her system. So it was amazing. I've never seen anything like it. I was trying to blow my cat's nose. That she didn't like. And she's now running around, sitting next to me and totally healthy. In the meantime, my other cat had an allergic reaction to mosquito bites, and she had across her entire nose, she had this sores, and it looked, we thought she had been in a fight. This allergic reaction to mosquito bites is exactly a thing, but it's a reaction. It's an allergic reaction. So she gets candies too. And you know what? All that scabbing, all those scars is now almost completely gone. It's raw. But you know what? I love my cats, so I give them candies. I love my husband, so I give him candies. I love all my friends. So much so that I have one lady who I know is going to be an incredible testimonial. When this pendant comes out, she's getting one for Christmas. What an amazing gift. What an amazing gift to give somebody you love, especially if they like I was in the beginning and they're skeptical. So if you want to have one of these, I mean, I've seen some of the videos. I've seen Julia balancing, falling over, and then someone trying to push her over, and it was like there was the magnetic form through her body. And let me tell you, I know nothing about metaphysics. Well, I used to know nothing about metaphysics. However, I've been around Marianne, I've been around these other ladies, I've heard the scientific research being discussed. There are white papers on this. And if you're somebody that needs that, we've got that to give you. I'm one of these people who's not into that. Just tell me if it works. If it works, that's good enough for me. So we have something to answer your questions wherever you're at. Don't be a skeptic. And if you want to get this pendant, you do need to be an affiliate because they are in such limited supply. So do that now. It is so worth it. And let me tell you, pill bottles from the doctors grow babies. Have you ever noticed that? These nutritional supplements are all natural, and the only babies they grow are the more you want to take because they're so good and they can't harm you. I'm so passionate about these because they have changed my life. And I have hope that things in my body are going to heal that I had written off because of the way these work. And if you want to ask me the tech questions, let me tell you, I'm going to refer you back to Julie. Julia, I'll sit on a call with you with her. If you want to know about the metaphysics side, I'll sit on a call with you with Marianne. That's if you're one of my people. But really be curious. It can make your life dramatically different. So that's enough for me. Any questions? Drop them in the chat and I'll come back and answer them.
Thank you so much, Nikki. Please stay tuned with Nikki. After this, we're going to have Tammy speak, and then we'll pretty much be done. Jose will speak, and then Nikki will be speaking about what else she does, and then Nikki and I will tie it up with everything else. So thank you so much for sharing such great information. So I don't have a cat, I have a dog, and I use it with my dog. So it was so good to hear. And Nikki was like, I don't know what to do. And I said, we have candies, just put them in the water and give her some and let's see what happens. I mean, it can't hurt them. That's for sure. It can only help them. And she was so sure, like she was almost in tears. I mean, it was, it's hard. And to us pet people, pets are like kids. So it's hard. Anyways, with that, I bring you Miss Tammy Williams, who is also one of our sponsors. Tammy, would you like to tell us some of your experiences with APL Go?
Yes, I want to.
You just came back from Jamaica.
Oh, look at, hello. Oh, that's her cat. First of all, I want to say thank you so very much, Marianne. The leadership with this APL Go company is just off the charts. And I say that because between you and Julia, who I'm the closest to, you guys are always available. You are there to answer questions, and you just go above and beyond. I mean, I know you probably don't think that, but you really do, and I love it. And so it's beautiful to be with heart-centered individuals. For me, I'm that girl who, lives off of 4 hours of sleep, healthy, not having any issues. I don't know what I'm made of, but I'm so thankful to God for what I am made of. And Marianne had introduced these products to me, and they became addicted because they taste like candy. So I'm like popping them all the time. But the beautiful thing I can share is the different people that I've introduced it to. The BRN for focus, our son, big deal because he just entered high school. But when you introduced it to me, he was in grade 8, and he was having some challenges to keep focused on the work that he was doing. And within 2 days, he was totally different from this. And so this is one of our favorites. And then, of course, with my husband, the STP helps him out with a little bit of shoulder pain that he gets sometimes. He's a truck driver doing 10, 12-hour shifts. So that neck and this part of his shoulder, he had to go on a regular basis to physiotherapy. But since taking these STP, he's not going to physiotherapy, and he has a plan with his company to basically get it for free. But why is he going? Because he doesn't need to go. So now he's just taking these STP. And so I even have testimonials from my mom who had knee replacement surgery. After taking them, after several days, she was getting up off the couch without using the cane. And she's like, it can't be because of these. I said, yeah, it can. And you're going to keep taking these. It's just, and what I love about this, it's so simple. It's just a matter of people trying it, I find, because once they start to try it, I think, Marianne, you said this best, that we get used to just operating at a certain level. A little bit achiness, a little bit of this, a little bit tightness. But as soon as you start taking these and you start doing all these other things without the achiness that you had, you realize that, whoa, there was really something going on, but I didn't know. And so I just came back from a 1 week vacation, and I ate a lot of food. And thankfully, I had MLS and NRM to help me. And I do feel that that helped to keep my body. I don't know if I can say this properly, but it helped me to keep my body the same. Like I was eating a lot and drinking a lot, but I can tell you with those two supplements, you know, some people go away on vacation, they're not as regular, they're not as energetic because they fall off on taking their vitamins. But I was popping these like candy, and so been a godsend for me. And I just tell people all the time, you don't know what you don't know, and just to try them and see how it goes. Even the other day, I started to get a little bit of sniffles, and I started taking the alt. I took the alt within like about 4 hours of me taking it and having a little nap. Guess what? I didn't feel the little sniffles that I had. And I'm allergic to dust, ragweed, and grass. So this is the season for it. So I just want to say thank you. I'm so happy to be a part of this company, and I just love the products. And I just want to share it with more people. And I just know it's based on sharing. And I'm so happy for the sample packages because they make it so easy for us. I carry these with me, and so, you know, I'm not looking for people that have something wrong, but when they tell me something, I say, you know, try these. Just try it and taste it and see if you like it. And the package is so easy for people to use and also for us to get. And APL Go sometimes give it to us with our products that we buy, and we can also buy them separately, or our person that is interested can buy them themselves. So there's lots of things for us to help people out. And it's so great to be able to help people, because isn't that what we're here for in this world, is to help people? So I'm so proud to be a part of this Healthology. Thank you so very much for giving me a chance to talk about this. I love the products. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that with us. And I know you're still recovering from Jamaica. I'm sure that was really hard.
Yeah.
Hopefully I'll get that chance to do all that hard work as well, because that couldn't have been easy. I saw some of your pictures and I'm like, oh, poor thing. Look at her working so hard. And
Yes.
you never take a vacation, so good for you for finally taking
Yes.
one. I'm so happy
Yes.
for you. And thank you for
so
sharing.
much.
You know, I was thinking of Gord, your husband, the other day. I did a very long drive. I went to go look at a house, of course, because that's what I do. And it was a very long drive. So it was like 3 hours, an hour of driving around, and pretty much 3 hours back. The traffic was hideous. And I thought to myself, I came back with a bit of a, not even a bit, but like quite a backache from
Right.
sitting the whole time. I
Yep.
literally got up to get gas. I looked at the house, which really didn't take more than 10, 20 minutes, 10, 15 minutes probably. And maybe one more time I got out. I'm not sure. And that was
Right.
it. Everything else was like, oh gosh, that's so much driving, because I got caught up in traffic. So I think it probably took me like 3.5 hours to get back. Who
Wow.
knows? And I thought of Gord and other truck drivers. I'm going, oh my God, I don't even know how they do it.
Yeah.
Like I know that they get used to it, so then the pain isn't quite as excruciating. And I was reaching out for the Advil, and I thought, you know, I'm not marketing Advil. I probably shouldn't have said that. But anyways, and I thought, no, you know what? I'll just take the SLD and the STP. Let's see if that helps. That actually did a better job, because it took down the inflammation fast. And I don't think that the other one wouldn't have worked. Advil probably would have worked if I had, you know, taken like 2 right away. It probably would have. But I was so happy that this worked, and so much better.
Yeah. So much knowledge. I've learned so much from you and Julia and the other leaders, like to realize how inflammation plays such a factor in some of the pain that people have in certain illnesses. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the inflammation stuff. You know what's interesting to you? You know, I found out as I've been reading the ingredients and watching Mary Gilbert Esther, and she talks about the DNA of plant DNA and what is a lot of the things that we have as ingredients in our products is what people are actually telling people to drink and make up all these concoctions. And let me tell you something, we don't have time to do that, to chop up, to peel, to put in a blender, all the actual ingredients in these products, and they're all here in the ingredients. Just simple, so easy to carry, pop it in your mouth, and that's it. But the other way is so much time consuming. So yeah, I just cannot believe it the things that people are talking about, the ginger root and the turmeric and all these other things, they're right here, just at our fingertips.
Yep, they're absolutely amazing. And the fact that they're all natural, I never have to worry about, oh my gosh, did my dog get to it? You know, I've had a lot of my clients have told me that their kids have eaten like an entire, even an entire box in some cases. And they're like, nothing's going to happen, right? And I go, nothing actually, like maybe, you know, worst case scenario, their stomach might be upset, but I can't, even that hasn't happened. Like literally nothing has happened.
Yeah, and I'm getting really good at taking out one of the sleeves and hiding it and just making it seem there's only one, because that's how they're just disappearing.
Yes, because you have a large family. So of course people will just come around and just go, oh, let me pop one, let me pop one. So thank you so much for sharing that. That's amazing. That's amazing, actually. And yes, especially right after your trip. So sorry, according to the GM of the factory, George. Oh, I see. Okay, very good. After 3, the same products, it's just candy. Oh, I see. Yes, yes. We were just told that 3 is pretty much enough. Although having said that, I still take, like if I take it early in the morning, like today I got up at 5, so I've been up early, so my morning intake was fairly early. Now if I take one again maybe at, I don't know, 7 o'clock, that's almost like, that's a long time. I would think I'd be okay with that, but you know, adding some extra and stuff if there's enough space in between. But yeah, no, that's fantastic. Thank you so much. And I'm so happy that your husband has some relief from that after feeling that exact pain. And then I saw, you know, her husband's very tall. And so tall men in particular, taller people have a tendency to have backache anyways. So it's just, you know, it just adds to the existing pain anyways. But anyways, thank you everyone so much for sharing that.
Marianne, I just want to add there, when we're saying no more than 3 of the same candies, if you want them to be effective, it's of the same candy. So you can take MLS, Air, GST, and take 2 of each of those, they will still be effective. Because when I first saw that, I thought, oh, how am I going to choose which ones to take? No, you can combine them, but they aren't effective if you take more than 3 of the same candy.
So true. So true. Yeah, so you don't want to take more than, well, I don't know why you would take 3. I have taken 2 at a time. And so I will take sometimes 2 in the morning, 2 at night, but there's a lot of space in between. I don't know if that 4th one works or not. I don't typically, most of everything I take, you know, morning, then somewhere in midday, and then again in the evening. So it's all good. It's all good.
They taste so good that it doesn't really matter if you take. There are times when I'm craving a sweet, and instead of taking a sweet, I take an appropriate candy, and it just resolves the problem.
It does actually curb your sweet tooth. I want to say something. I want to speak to that for a moment before Jose comes to join us. I don't know where he is. He's usually right on time, but he did get a new baby, so who knows. So can you do me a favor, Nikki? Can you message Jose and see if he's coming? I do want to say something to the sugar craving, because the NRM is for anyone who is having any kind of blood sugar issues. And so if you are indeed trying to lose weight as well, and you're using our PFT, which is absolutely amazing. I mean, even if I don't necessarily want to lose the weight and I'm eating all kinds of crazy, we just had Thanksgiving here in Canada this past weekend, and it was crazy. The amount of food I had, like I was celebrating 3 days in a row. It was nuts. And I loved it, but I did take my PFT and I didn't gain. I didn't lose, obviously, with that. Certainly no one would lose with that amount of food, but it was really fantastic. But the NRM has really done a number. I come from a family when I was little, we lived with my dad's parents, and you know, babies are loud, so they would put sugar onto the pacifier and just shove it into my mouth, right, to shut me up. And so I think that was part of my reason for sugar cravings. And so I've had deep, deep sugar cravings my whole life. And while I'm not diabetic, and I do have it in my family, my grandmother on my mother's side was hardcore diabetic, as is my uncle, her brother. And then my dad was somewhat diabetic. And diabetes, of course, has a tendency to lead to dementia and so on and so forth, as they're finding out now. So for myself, since taking NRM, I definitely have to say that my appetite for sugar has come down so much that even my friends are commenting when I'm at a party, they're like, wow, you're not eating nearly the cakes that you used to. And I'm like, I just, after a while, that sugary taste in my mouth just doesn't feel so good anymore, you know, and I love that. I didn't think that day would ever come. I thought I was hooked on sugar for the rest of my life. And the only way to stop this is to make myself stop eating it, you know, and it's not true. I don't eat even a fraction of what I used to. I mean, I could put away, you know, if I went to a buffet or a party or anything like that, I was always heavier on the dessert than I was on the actual food. And now I'm the opposite. I'm much heavier on the food I happen to really love vegetables, which is probably what saves me. I eat a lot of vegetables. I cook a lot of vegetables. I make them. I eat a lot of salads. I love that. So I do like meat and I do eat it. I did not eat it for about 18 years, 19 years. I can't even remember how long. It was a long time, but I do eat it now, and not in huge, large amounts, but veggies. Oh my gosh, I love veggies. And you know what I was craving? A little bit, not so much the carb part, because I do have like quinoa pasta and so on and so forth, and chickpea pasta. But I really wanted some pasta with some veggies. Like that was my big, huge craving after Thanksgiving, which was absolutely amazing. So yeah, that was that. And I see Jose is entering the house. Hi, Jose. He'll be joining us. He just got a brand new baby.
Hey, good afternoon, I think. Yep.
It is. Thank you so much for joining us, Jose. I know you have so many kids to take care of and also so many businesses. You don't know if he's got more businesses or more kids. So with that, I am going to read Jose's bio so that we're not falling too far behind. Actually, we caught up nicely. So thank you, ladies, for sharing that. And thank you, Jose, for coming on. So Jose Escobar, an acclaimed personal development speaker and 15-time published author, I'm sure that's going to change soon again, leads 2 successful businesses. That's not true. He has way more than 2, but they fall under the 2 umbrellas, I'm sure. The Entrepreneur's Bookshelf and the Connected Leaders Academy that has surpassed over 7 figures in 15 months organically. He engages with entrepreneurs and advanced leaders, collectively reaching over 30 million through presentations and coaching programs. He works with over 450 successful leaders globally. Jose is a master sales professional. He is happily married with now 6 children. And discover more about Jose at connectedleadersacademy.com. So www.connectedleadersacademy.com. I will add this into the thread on Facebook. And with that, I present to you Jose Escobar, the amazing Jose. Take it away, Jose.
Well, I didn't realize I was that amazing, but thank you so much. I appreciate your kind words. I appreciate your support as always and all the things that I do. And as you know, I'm fully all in with Marianne. So you know that, Marianne, and anybody who doesn't know that out there, let's make it adamantly clear today that I'm in full support of Marianne Padjan, or should I say Reverend Dr. Marianne Padjan, who always inspires me because she's always up to something. Have you guys noticed that? She's always up to something. She's always creating value for winners out there and leaders and entrepreneurs. She's creating stages. She's creating value in the marketplace and just impacting the world at a very high level. And I don't use that word very lightly, the world, because it's true. She's a global entrepreneur. So kudos to you, Marianne. Thank you so much for having me here today and coming back as always. It's always a pleasure. I love being on your platforms. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jose. Right
All
back
right.
at you.
Thank you. Thank you. You're awesome. In terms of all the kind words that I've been receiving and thoughts and prayers and sentiments and the hearts that Marianne just put there, looks pretty cool. I just have a newborn, as she stated. My son Dominic Croy was born last Wednesday, baby number 6. So it's never ever a dull moment here in this household. I've got to tell you, so many moving parts. I have a 17-year-old down to a newborn. Now imagine how that must be here. Now I say that, imagine how that must be here in my house, because as you know, I'm sure there's this thing that's going on all over town, on social media, on YouTube, on all these different things. If you look around, you're going to find that everybody talks about the dad bod, right? Like once you become a dad, you just lose it all and you get out of shape and you don't really care about your health. I know we're talking about Healthology today, right? Healthology is the theme of this amazing virtual summit that we're doing today. And health matters. Health is very, very important. And even if I have one kid, if I have no kids, if I have 6 kids, if I have 14 or 15 kids, like some people that I know, believe it or not, there's people I know that have, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 kids, right? I'm at 6. So at no point in time can I let my foot off the gas when it comes to my health and just forget about it, right? It's very, very important that we take care of ourselves, right? Garbage in, garbage, who wants to finish that statement? Out, right? Garbage in, garbage out. So it is very, very important that we focus, we never let off the gas, and we never lose sight of what matters most. Outside of faith and outside of family, guess what? There's health. Health is absolutely critical. And let me expand upon that. First of all, yes, I'm happily married to my wife, Katie, 6 kids. I live in the Washington, D.C., Maryland area here in the U.S. and absolutely love the area where I live. I love what I do. As Marianne said in my bio, I have 2 companies. I have a lot of moving parts, but she's correct. Or they all fall under the umbrella of Connected Leaders Academy and the Entrepreneur's Bookshelf. Coach, author, speaker, events host, mastermind, coach. I think I said that already, community. I mean, the list goes on. But the cool thing about all this is that what allows me to do all of these things and continue to show up day in and day out is the fact that I take care of my health. Now, could I be doing it better? Full disclosure, yes. Right? Yes. Am I like this ripped, not even a 6-pack, an 8-pack kind of guy with this like chiseled physique like Arnold Schwarzenegger with 24-inch pythons and I run triathlons? And no, I'm not that. Okay. I just want to be very clear about that. I'm not that. Okay.
Yeah, you are when you do 75 hard. You totally.
That's true. That's true. That's true. So I'm not necessarily that, but I would say that I'm not in bad shape either, right? Because I do take care of my health to a certain extent. And I think there is something to be said about having at least some foundational habits in place to make sure that you're protecting your health, because everything that you do, and I want to, reiterate this, everything that you do, always think long-term, because one day long-term will be here. And if we're not protecting our health, right, what's going to happen? We're going to get very out of shape. We're going to internally start falling apart, and it's going to start to show itself externally in ways of high cholesterol, high blood pressure, heart attack, stroke, cancer. I mean, you name it. There's so many things out there that are debilitating people on a daily basis all over the world. And the crazy thing to know is that, yes, some of this stuff is going to happen whether you like it or not because of genes and things of that nature, and some things out of our control, right? But a lot of it is preventable. A lot of it is preventable in the sense that we just have to watch how often we move and what we eat. I mean, it comes down to 2 things. What are we putting in our mouths? and how are we moving every day? Especially for me, I sit where I'm sitting right now, 7 hours a day, roughly. Sometimes 9, sometimes 5. But outside of that, I have to move. I have to move my body. I have to go on walks in my neighborhood. I got to go for jogs. I have to lift some weights. I have to do some body weight exercises. I got to be mobile, because if I don't, guess what? Everything in life compounds over time, just like the stock market, right? Positive and negative. So if I am not moving my body, by default, I am inactive. And if I am inactive over time, that's going to show up. It's just going to show up in terms of weight, in terms of your joints, in terms of body aches, in terms of posture, in terms of everything. So be cognizant and be aware of how you're taking care of yourself. And I can use the excuse all day until the cows come home. I don't know who created that saying. I don't even know what that means, until the cows come home, but I'm using it because I've heard it before. Until the cows come home. If somebody knows what that means, put it in the comments. What's
Me
that?
too, I often wondered, what the heck does that mean? I don't,
Yeah,
I live on a farm. Do they go somewhere and then they need
yeah,
to?
I don't know. But I'm
Just
gonna.
automatically turn round and go back to their home in the
Oh,
evening. It's a habit.
oh, okay. Well, there you go. I knew somebody knew the answer to that. So I have never known the answer to that. I learned something new today. So thank you. So until the cows come home, right? So I can use the excuse of, you know what? I have 6 kids. I'm running a 7-figure business with a lot of moving parts. I am married, so I gotta nurture the relationship. I gotta, do all these different things. So there's a lot on my plate. I can easily use the excuse of, I don't have time to work out. I don't have time to take care of my health. I don't have the energy. I can use that. But then guess what? Guess who cares about my excuses? No one. Nobody. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. I have to care. I have to be aware of me, and I have to do my very, very best to hold myself accountable. So I say that to say, where are you today with your health? Are you cognizant of where you stand? Are you doing the things that one day you're going to show up and you're going to live to 70, 80, 90, 100 years old because you've taken care of yourself? Or are you just indifferent to it? Are you just saying, I'll just wing it, I'll just whatever, it is what it is? No, it is what it is not gonna help you. It's not gonna help you. So I make myself aware, and I have reminders in place to say, Jose, you got to move. Jose, get out of your chair. You have, a half hour between your next call. Go and do something. Go up the stairs, up and down the stairs, right? Do what you got to do. Get some push-ups in. Do some body weight exercises. Drink plenty of water. So a lot of things that we could be doing. So an excuse is a thin shell stuffed with a lie. I'll say that again. An excuse is a thin shell stuffed with a lie. To you, it might be a valid reason. You might say to yourself, well, I can't read because I don't have the time. I can't work out because I have a knee injury. Well, that's a good reason to you, but to everybody else around you, guess what that sounds like? It sounds like an excuse. And that's just the reality. If you have a knee injury, guess what? You can still do push-ups. If you have a knee injury, guess what? You can still do sit-ups. If you have a knee injury, guess what? You can still sit on a chair and do curls, right? I mean, if you have a shoulder injury, you can still go for a run. I mean, I can go all day on that subject. Where there's a will, there's a way. You can still get the job done in a different way. So don't become subject to the disease of excusitis. Excusitis is a real disease. And I got that verbiage from an amazing book that, of course, is not behind me because I always reference books. It is called The Magic of Thinking Big. The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. David Schwartz. Great book. Talks about excusitis. And here's another one by Brian Tracy. No Excuses. The Power of Self-Discipline. How many excuses are you making on a regular basis? So, success is a planned event, folks. Success is a planned event. If you know that you love fast food, then pre-pack some food. If you know you're going to be on the road for X amount of hours, you're not going to have time to make it home for lunch or for dinner, then get a protein bar. Get a bottle of water. You can have a protein bar and a bottle of water versus going to McDonald's or Burger King, right? If you know that you are the kind of person who at night orders Uber Eats every night or every other night, and you order like junk and crap, Baskin Robbins, 7-Eleven, you know, Popeyes. I mean, I can go on a list of things that I love to order, right? If you know that that is you, maybe you shouldn't have the app on your phone. That's going to solve the problem, right? If you know that you have trouble drinking 8 glasses of water a day, which is what's recommended, and obviously there's body weight issues there too. So if you're taller, heavier, then you might want to drink 12 glasses. If you're not on that level, then you might want to drink 6 glasses. Everybody's different. The doctors say an average of 8, right? So I'm just going off of the average. So let's just say 8 glasses of water per day. And let's just say the average glass is 12 ounces. If you already know you should be drinking a lot of water to stay hydrated, and you're not doing it, maybe you should just have a jug that is worth 8 glasses worth of water and carry it with you throughout the day. And you know that you're not going to go to bed until that thing is gone. Maybe that's going to be the guardrails that you need in order to get the job done. But my point is that if you have challenges with certain things, there's always a solution on how to fix it without making the excuse. I don't have time to work out. Okay, maybe you should wake up earlier and create the time. Well, I can't wake up earlier because then I'm too tired. Well, maybe you should go to bed earlier. Well, I'm a night owl. Well, maybe you should start shifting yourself from a night owl to a morning bird, whatever you want to call that, right? Just shift. Just because you enjoy and your body is used to staying up late doesn't mean that's the way you're wired forever. You have the ability to change. But change is incremental. Change is not drastic and overnight. Atomic habits, small, simple steps. We have that capacity to change anything we want in our lives today. So are you holding on to excuses to rationalize why you are where you are? Or are you saying enough is enough? I'm not going to give in to these excuses, and I'm going to be real with myself and understand that I have the capacity to change my trajectory of my future today. And that's the reality. You have the ability to make better decisions today that will compound over time. And by the time you look back a year later, guess what? You're in a much better place. Now, I'm going to say something right now that might rub some people the wrong way, and that's okay, because I'm not here to make everybody feel good. I'm here to make you to make you inspired. I'm here to motivate you. I'm here to perhaps nudge you in a way that's going to create some discomfort so that you can do something about it. Because guess what? If we live in comfort, does anything change for the better? No. Success in anything lies outside of your comfort zone. The journey, the path to your next level lies outside of your comfort zone. And every time you step out of your comfort zone, what happens to your comfort zone? It gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. You become more and more comfortable in places where prior you were not comfortable. That's the power of remaining outside of your comfort zone. So then you get thrown into any situation, in any circumstance, in any place with anybody, and guess what? You can handle it. And you're comfortable because you've been there, you've done that. You're like a chameleon. You can adapt very quickly. Like a rubber band, the law of the rubber band. When you stretch a rubber band, it never goes back to its original dimensions. So you got to stretch yourself. Are you stretching yourself? Are you committed to growth? Are you committed to being better? Are you committed to your health? And if you're not, let me tell you something. You might want to start today. You might want to start today, because when that cardiac arrest happens, or that stroke happens, or you get diagnosed with something, guess what? It's not so fun at that time. And you look back and you say, if only I made better decisions. Well, your time to make better decisions is today. Your time to make preventative decisions is today. And this is the statement that I almost deviated from, but I'm going to say it because some of us need to hear it. And I include myself in everything that I say, because I want to be very adamantly clear that I have not arrived. I do not have it all together. I do not have an Arnold Schwarzenegger physique, even though my wife thinks so. But I will tell you that I haven't let myself go crazily. I strive to be better every day. The 1% philosophy of Kaizen philosophy, 1% better every day. I'm in the game. I'm in the trenches. I'm fighting. I'm removing excuses. So anyways, the statement is the following. You are where you are today because you choose to be there. Oh dear. Oh dear, I'm going to get some hate mail after this one. Let me say that again. You are where you are today because you choose to be there. Now, I have people that will tell me until the cows come home, and I'm using that phrase again. I'm using it on purpose now, because now I know what it means. I have people that will tell me forever, Jose, no, you don't understand my circumstances. Jose, you don't understand. I don't have the support that you have. Jose, you are married because your wife helps you with those things. Or you have kids, so you understand you can leverage yourself with time and that kind of a thing. Or Jose, you didn't grow up in the neighborhood that I grew up in. Or Jose, you have both of your parents. You know, I come from a divorced household. Or you know what, Jose, you have this. I don't have the resources that you might have. Or I don't know, I don't have that many friends and that many relationships like you have. Or what you can say whatever you want to say. And I can throw 50 reasons why I am not where I want to be in certain places too. Right? There's so many things I could tell you too, right? I could have said, in terms of where I am now, and where I am now is just a starting point to the next level, right? I consider myself a white belt at all times. So where I was before I had a business, and I was robbing Peter to pay Paul and had a job, had a job, and I was just struggling to get by and not knowing where the next, paycheck was going to come from, and sometimes more month than money, and the list goes on and on and on. Guess what? I was using things I didn't come from money. I don't know the people that you know. I don't have the experience you have. I don't have the degrees that you have. I don't have the power connections that you know. I am too young. I am too old. I had all kinds of reasons too. But you know what I realized and what I discovered? I had a mentor who told me, Jose, you are where you are right now because you choose to be there. Now that stung. Because as far as I was concerned in that moment, I was like, no, that's not 100% true, because actually this and this and this, and I started going down the rabbit hole of excuses. Now, all that was doing was making me feel better. It didn't affect him in any way. He was like, okay, well, that's what you believe. That's what you believe. But I'm telling you right now, you have the power to change where you are today. Now, you can start that journey to change where you are today. And in 90 days from now, you can be somewhere completely different if you just decide today to be different. And start tweaking, adjusting, dropping, adding, all these different things. So I took that advice. And guess what happened? My life changed. I installed a morning routine, an evening routine, started a business, doubled my income, eventually 10x my income, got out of debt, built more relationships, became a better father, a better husband, lost weight, got in more shape, better shape. The list goes on and on and on and on. But all that was, it was a decision to say, I have to stop doing certain things. I got to start doing certain things. I have to be more cognizant about what I'm doing and how I'm doing and how I'm showing up. I got to be aware of who I'm surrounding myself with, who is in my circle. How big is your world? It's as big as the amount of people you let into it. Who are you allowing into your world to influence you and to shape you? Some people are going to add value to you. Some people are going to drag you down. And some people are indifferent. They're not going to drag you down or add value to you. They're just going to be there. So you got to know where you got to spend your time. They say you are the result of the 5 people you associate with, right? Where are you going to be in 5 years? It's all contingent upon the people you hang out with, where you spend your time, and the books that you read. That's going to determine where you're going to be in 5 years. Now, everything I'm saying are not cold, hard truths, because somebody's going to say, oh, well, you know what, Jose? Oh, actually, I disagree, because you can do that all day and that's okay. You know, if we all agreed on everything, the world would be a boring place. It's okay for people to disagree with me. I'm not here to debate with people. I'm here to tell you my story, my version, my perspective, and telling you what works for me and what you should be thinking about. And hopefully I'm nudging somebody in a way that's going to help you move in the right direction. And you can look back and say, I'm glad Jose said that, because when he said that, it made me think this way. And when I thought this way, it made me do this. And when I did this, my life changed. That's the goal. So you are one book away. You are one summit away. You are one speaker away. You are one prayer away. You are one quote away. You are one journaling page away from the next version of you, from the next stage of your life, for that commitment that's going to see you through that next stage. Because you can decide today, I want to do this, and decide tomorrow, I'll change my mind. I'm not asking you to decide today. I'm asking you to make a commitment, to make your health a priority. Because it is. Your health is a priority. And if it's not a priority, I promise you it will be at some point when disease rolls around. At some point in time, if you disregard your health, and you could give a whatever about your health and you just sweep it under the rug like it doesn't exist, and you eat whatever you want, you never work out, you could care less how you show up and how often you sleep, how much water you drink, you don't really care, and you might care about your health consciously in your mind, but unconsciously your actions speak so loudly, I hear not what you say. I'll say it again, your actions speak so loudly, I hear not what you say. Words are words, actions are the reality. So if you are, with your actions, not showing up for your health, you know what that means? You're sweeping it under the rug. And anything that's swept under the rug, guess what? Can I tell you something? It doesn't go away. It's still there under the rug. You just have a bowl just hanging out there, and it's just going to get worse and eventually smelly, and it's eventually a distraction and whatever. And then one day when you change out the carpet, you're going to be like, oh, there's my health. But guess what? At that point, it's too late to do something about it. So make your health a priority. Do something about it. And I can assure you right now, this is science now. This is fact. This is not my opinion. If you don't take care of your health, at some point, your health is going to show up in a negative way. And at that time, you know what's going to cost you? More money, more effort, more mental anguish, and probably your life in some cases. Now, we're all going to die. We know that. But again, the actions we take on a daily basis compound over time, and you actually have some level of control of when you die. You have some level of control. Now, is it possible that I walk out tomorrow and a vehicle takes me out and I didn't see that coming? Yes, it's possible. Is it possible that, I'm I'll give you another example. I'm riding my bike in my neighborhood and some bus doesn't see me, and I don't see the bus and takes me out. Is it possible? Yes, it's possible. Anything is possible. Sometimes, thank you, Marianne. Sometimes death is going to knock on our door and we don't see it coming. But a lot of times guess what? You have a say in the matter. You have a say on whether you live 10 or 15 years longer or whether your life is cut short by 10 or 15, 20 years. Are you smoking cigarettes? Are you getting blasted with alcohol every night? Are you not working out at all? Are you eating a bunch of junk food and you know that what's in there is not good for you and it has carcinogens and all kinds of things that one day is going to come back and is going to create cancer and all kinds of things and negative things for you? Is it possible? Like, ask yourself the questions, is what I'm doing right now in alignment with how I view my health and how much I love and care about myself? And is this where I want to be 15, 20, 30 years from now? So Healthology, great topic. Super important, super important. And I have to remind myself at times, Jose, oh my gosh, what are you doing? I have to check myself at times. We all do, but I do it, folks. I check myself. My wife checks me too. You know, full disclosure, last night, she, you know, post-pregnancy, she was in the mood for like a treat. So we got a banana sundae or whatever from, where was it? Baskin Robbins, Uber Eats. And I said, well, heck, I want some IHOP. So I got some IHOP. Did you really? I got some IHOP and I got the crispy, what do you call it? The hash browns. And
I love IHOP. I just want to say
Oh,
that.
yeah.
It's my favorite US restaurant that's in Canada now.
Love it. Yeah. IHOP is amazing, especially when you add onions in your crispy hash browns. Oh my gosh. So I got some hash browns and I got some like what is that called? Benedict's, eggs Benedict with some bacon and everything. Granted, I ate a good dinner. I didn't need to eat more, but because she was eating something fun, I said, I want something fun. And then I ate it. And then after I ate it, guess how do you think I felt after I ate all that bacon and the greasy hash browns and I had already eaten dinner? How do you think I felt?
Not hungry.
I felt terrible. I felt overstuffed. I felt like I was getting the sweats. I was like, oh, I feel like not so good. I was like, oh man, why did I eat that? Right? But a lot of us are the result of instinctual behavior. We are the result of a lack of discipline. We are the result of our free-flowing, I do whatever I want, whenever I want, right? Lack of habits, bad habits. And in the process of saying bad habits, I watched Dr. Phil, full disclosure. Dr. Phil says, you don't break habits, you replace behaviors. So a habit essentially is a behavior done multiple times that eventually turns into a routine, right? So you don't just all of a sudden break a bad habit. No, you replace a poor behavior with a better, smarter behavior. And if you do it long enough, it's going to turn into a habit. So ask yourself the questions. Am I drinking enough water? Am I watching what I eat? Am I ordering Uber Eats whenever I feel like it? Am I drinking way too often and way too much? I mean alcohol. Am I eating things that knowingly have caused cancer? Am I working out? So there's questions we should be asking ourselves that if we're real and we're honest, we're going to say, I can do better in this department. And that's what life's about. I'm not looking for perfection. I'm not telling you guys, hey, you need to be perfect. No, because I'm not perfect. None of us are perfect. I am saying that we have to be cognizant of what we're doing and we have to self-evaluate. We have to reflect. And when we reflect, reflection turns into insight. And when we have the appropriate insights, we can show up better. When we show up better, we get better results. And when we get better results, guess what? Life happens to be better. So I'm going to shift to something interesting here. I have this book in front of me called 75 Hard. A tactical guide to winning the war with yourself. 75 Hard is a phenomenal program designed for mental toughness. But in the same breath of 75 Hard, you also are going to get into shape by default, right? When I say get into shape, everybody gets different results because everybody's in a different place. But you're going to feel better, you're going to look better, and you're going to be more resilient in your mind when you do something like this. Now, I am not getting paid for this, for the record. I am not I don't work for Andy Frisella or his team. And this is not mine. So full disclosure, I do not own the rights to this book or this program. I am not a paid rep for them of any kind. I'm not an affiliate. I simply am telling you something that I've done, that I endorse, that I promote because I love it, because I've done it multiple times. I've completed 75 Hard 5 times, the first time around successfully, right? And I've done phase 1 and I've done phase 2 successfully. I've never done phase 3. There's different levels to 75 Hard, right? So 75 Hard in and of itself, less than 50% of the people who start the program finish it. Less than 50%. Because it's hard. Key word is hard. It's not 75 easy. It's not 75 mediocre. It's not 75, let's see how it goes. It's not 75 hard, I'll give it a shot. It's not 75 hard, let's try it. No, it's 75 hard. And it's designed for you to become better. And in order for you to become better, you have to go through some hard times. In order for you to become better, you have to challenge yourself. In order for you to become better, you have to live in discomfort. And as you do these things, guess what happens by default? You become better because the rubber band expands, because your mindset becomes more resilient, because you become healthier. And when you look good and you feel good, you do good. You actually show up better and you have more energy. You have more joy. You have a better outlook at life. All of a sudden, you start to see good in everything and everyone around you. But when you're not feeling good, when you're not at your best, guess what you tend to find around you? Negative stuff. Oh, look at that person try to, cut me off in traffic. Oh, look at that person always trying to get over on somebody. Oh, that person's just trying to sell me something. Or look at that person over here judging me. Look, have they looked in the mirror lately? Like, you just have this outlook of life that's negative, right? Because of how you feel and how you're showing up for yourself. So the best way to combat that negative output and the negative outlook on life is to drown yourself in discomfort. Because when you do that, you by default, you become better. You're chiseling yourself, right? Has anybody ever seen that statue where there's like a block of like cement and then there's like a halfway body of a man like this with an axe or like a hammer and like a chisel like this? And it's like a really sculpted body of this like really strong man like this. And then below on the waist down is just like a block of like a cinder block. And it says self-made man. Right. First of all, I don't believe in self-made man. I think it's a collection of everyone and everything around you that makes you better and makes you right. There's no such thing as somebody. When people say it's lonely at the top, like what are you talking about? Is lonely at the top, right? If you're a leader, you're supposed to be bringing people with you. So if you're lonely at the top, maybe you've stepped on the backs of people to get there. But if you're at the top and you're not lonely, it's because you're a leader. It's because you're leading leaders to leadership. You are helping people come with you. When you make other people better, you become better. So anyways, moving on from that topic. So 75 Hard is a great program. And there's a couple of things that are required to do in this program. And I'm just going to very, very quickly mention this to you, right? So, and the reason why I'm mentioning this to you is because it is important that you try something different, try something difficult. When was the last time that you actually went out of your way to try something hard? Ask yourself, when was the last time you put yourself in tremendous discomfort to where you were like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. I don't know why I signed up for this, right? Have you done that lately? If you haven't, now is the time. You know, New Year's is around the corner. Can I refresh your memory, folks? January 1st, 2025 is around the corner. We're in Q4 of 2024. What does that mean? Now is the time to position yourself to come out the gate swinging in 2025. Now is the time to put into play the habits, the structure, the discipline, the commitment, the fire, the drive, so that by the time January 1st rolls around, you're not steamrolled by every other person who's doing good. You are not like, oh my gosh, now is the time to do something. Why do you think the gyms are empty, in mid-February? Because people aren't committed. People aren't serious. People just poke around with this thing called life. You got to be serious about this thing. So now is the time to create momentum for 2025. So I challenge all of you who are watching this live, and anybody who's not watching this live, I challenge you to take something on that's going to position you to win big for 2025, and is going to position you to be healthier and focus more on you, to make you uncomfortable, to position you to win. So with that being said, this book here is a book you should read. You can go to the website, www.andyfrisella.com. And Andy Frisella, this is how you spell it right here, Andy, and then F-R-I-S-E-L-L-A, andyfrisella.com. You can even go to 75hard.com, look at the program, check it out. If it's not this, do something else, but do something that's going to position you to remain uncomfortable for an extended period of time, not for a day, not for 2 weeks, not for 30 days, an extended period of time. Extended means 60 days or more, right? Do something for an extended period of time that's going to make you uncomfortable on purpose, with the end goal in mind to make you better. Okay, so with this program, you have to drink a gallon of water every single day. You have to work out twice a day for 45 minutes each time. And the workouts cannot be back to back. They have to be separated by 3 hours apart. Why? On purpose, because it's trying to help you become disciplined, so you manage your schedule properly, right? And one of those workouts has to be outdoors. It doesn't matter if it's snowing, if it's sleeting, if it's raining, if it's 100-degree weather, if it's whatever. You have to get your workout outside. One of them has to be outside. Both of them can be outside, but both of them cannot be inside. Again, one has to be outside, 45 minutes, 2 workouts a day, 3 hours apart, at least 3 hours apart. So that is the second thing. You have to be on a diet. You have to eat a particular regimen of how you're eating. You can't just eat whatever you want. You can do the Atkins diet. You can do the, what is this other one? You can do the intermittent fasting, paleo, Mediterranean, keto. You can pick whatever you want, but you got to be on some kind of a plan, a structured plan on eating. The next thing is you have to take a selfie progress picture every single day. Does that mean you have to publicize it to the world? No, it's for you and for your record, so you can see and track your progress over time, because you will have a before picture and you will have an after picture after 75 days. So you want to take a selfie picture every single day. Additionally, you want to read 10 pages of a personal development self-help book every single day. It has to be a physical book. It cannot be an audio. It cannot be a Kindle. It has to be a physical book, and it has to be on personal development. Anything that's going to move you forward personally and professionally, 10 pages per day, right? And then, of course, there's also the no junk food. No junk food and no alcohol. So you can't drink any alcohol, wine, beer, liquor, nothing like that. And you cannot eat junk food. Junk food is up to your discretion. Obviously, we know what junk food is: popcorn, donuts, candy, soda, anything that would be considered junk food is not acceptable. So these are the things you're supposed to be doing for 75 days straight, no days off, Monday through Sunday, every day for 75 days. And if you fail to accomplish any one of these things, even in the smallest bit, then you start back from day one. And that is the challenge. It's called 75 Hard. One of the best things I've ever done to refocus myself, to recommit myself, to almost recalibrate myself to a starting position of winning. So if it's this, if it's something else, I don't care what it is, but I challenge all of you to put yourself in an extended period of time of discomfort, starting Monday, starting today, starting whatever it is, but ASAP, to position yourself to put your health in a better place. And I'm going to read you something that it says here in here. It says, hard equals happy. If you're honest with yourself, the moments when you feel best about yourself are right after you just did something hard. Are you doing hard things? Here's the question. Are you doing hard things that are going to position you to feel a certain kind of way. I mean, there's so many great nuggets in this book. It's insane. There's another great book that I encourage you guys to read out there called Spark. This is by Dr. John Rady. It's all about mind-body connection. There's a direct correlation between the mind and the body. You got to stimulate both to be firing at all cylinders and be at your best. This is the subtitle is The Revolutionary New Science of Exercise and the Brain. Right. So these are two books I recommend. I'm going to end with you again, challenging you to say, what are you going to do in Q4 for an extended period of time so you can come out the gate swinging in 2025 at your best self, with fire, with zeal, with tenacity, with grit, to say, you know what, enough is enough. I'm going to take care of me at the highest level, because you cannot give what you don't have. You cannot pour out of an empty cup. You have to be at your very best in order to show other people how to be at their best. And if you're a leader out there, which I know all of you are on this call and all of you that are watching the replay, if you're a leader out there, guess what? You cannot be an effective leader unless you are leading yourself at the highest level. You have to lead first, and leading first means you lead you. And only when you lead you at a 5-star level, only then can you lead others effectively. So be the leader that you want to be, starting with you. And guess what happens by default? People are going to flock to you because they're going to say, whatever it is that you're doing, I need to know how you're doing that, because that's what I want in my life. But you have to be that for you first. Be that for you. Be authentic, be genuine, be real. And it's time for us to dig deeper. It's time for us to cut ourselves open and say, am I happy with what I see? And if you're not, guess what? You're in control of changing that. You can change the entire trajectory of your future, spiritually, financially, on the health level, emotionally, on any level. It is up to you. It is within your grasp. Go out there and get it done. Be your best. I challenge you to be your best. Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Marianne Padjan. I appreciate you. Thank you for having me. Have a fantastic weekend. I got to go back and serve my family and go and find a way to make myself uncomfortable today.
Thank you so much, Jose. I just wanted to say I did 75 hard with Jose last year, and I did it because I'm strong here, but not so strong physically. But it was definitely not 75 if you feel like it. It was not that. It was 75 hard, and it was definitely hard. And there was no junk food physically or mentally. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you so much for that, Jose. Thank you for taking time out of your crazy, insane day. You've got so much to manage, and kids and businesses and all of us and everything. CLA, I did post. If you still didn't catch that, please connect with me and I will connect you to Jose, and come and join CLA. Thank you.
ConnectedLeadersAcademy.com, folks. ConnectedLeadersAcademy.com. Check it out. Book a call with me. Again, you're awesome, Marianne. And I think the world of Nikki Cruz as well. You're phenomenal. So good to see you here. And I know whenever I'm here at anything that Marianne does, I'm in a room with winners. She attracts some of the best people in the world. So thank you so much. Have a blessed weekend. I got to run. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good one. And with that, we transfer over to Miss Nikki Cruz. So let's see if we can do that. Oh, there she is. Look how beautiful she is. Look at that smile. Ooh, allow me to read Nikki's bio. Nikki Cruz is an international TEDx speaker. I bet you didn't know that. Best-selling author, dynamic empowerment, and joy coach. What a great name, right? Shares her miraculous testimony to bring hope and encouragement in the healing power of joy. The joy that brought about her healing of body, mind, and spirit. As a certified God Talks coach, she encourages faith-centered entrepreneurs to recognize the enormity of their own self-worth. That's why I love her. Regardless of the circumstances and society's inevitable labels, so that they can see how how to powerfully impact the world through their unique calling and purpose. Having joy in the entrepreneurial journey, she does this through her JUMP program. I'm going to let her tell you all about that. Joyfully unleashing a more powerful purpose. That's what JUMP stands for, but she will tell you more about it. She also empowers leaders in business to excel in their leadership through their faith, mindset, and unique God-given value to find new strategies and be equipped with tools to daily choose abundance and joy and seek out solutions to adversity in all circumstances so that they can lead others to do the same. Nikki is originally from South Africa, which is why she has this lovely accent, but currently she resides in Burleson, hopefully I pronounced that right, Texas, USA, of course. So with that, I give you Nikki Cruz.
Well, Marianne, thank you so much. And it's always so exciting to be here. And I'm excited because I get to share about my favorite subject today, joy. The secret sauce to joy is healthology. But before we get to that, there have been speakers on here today that have been amazing. And if you've missed any of them, go back, watch the replay. Marianne so generously makes these available on her timeline for everybody. And you can go back and watch the replay. Every one of her summits, I'll sit and take pages and pages of notes. So no, you don't have to watch the replay all in one go, because she's putting it out there, because Mary is so incredible about empowering other people. And talking about joy and celebrating, Marianne, you introduce all of us and you tell us so much about all these people you bring on. You have so much going on that I can hardly keep track. And one of the recent things I saw was you on the cover of Elle magazine that gets added to the major publications you've been included in. You've just been given a summit, a global summit award. You've just had a bank code certification. These things have all happened just recently. You've achieved the Drive to Director in APL Go. Those are the healthy candies we spoke about earlier. And I personally want to thank you for the way you've led and empowered me in so many of these areas. So I just want to hear, did I miss anything else? Anything out there? You have so much, and you are so empowering. And one of the things I love about you is our energy just merges and bounces off one another. And I am fortunate enough to have a rare few people like that in my life. I know some of them are watching, but you really do that. And we're going to talk about community later. But you tell me, what's the favorite and most impactful of the awards you've had in the last month?
Oh, probably the global recognition award for Empowered Talks for my summits, because I love doing the summits so much. I love that I'm able to get them out there for free to a massive amount of people, and so massive amounts of people can actually listen to this. That's probably my favorite. But you're going to make me cry if you continue with this. This is your half hour. Please, please talk about yourself. And I appreciate and love you. A little too much love between me and Nikki, because we're almost a little scared to get on the phone because, and it can't be late at night because I'm half asleep already. And we don't know how to shut up. That's the only thing that we have, is we do not know when to stop. We will talk for 2 hours, no problem. We're both insanely busy, so that's not really good, but I love her. So please.
I'd say back to you. And I'm looking at my screen and I was trying to fix my lights. I look like I'm glowing neon. That's the joy glowing. So don't worry about this luminous light coming out. Again, just thank you for having me here to talk about the core pillar, or one of the core pillars in my life. I'm absolutely ecstatic to be talking to you about something that's so close to my heart, joy. and how it relates to those things, something that's all around us, that's health. And we've been hearing about this all day. But before you roll your eyes and think I'm going to tell you to eat spinach and do all the healthy things, I get to say to you in full transparency that I am not the most health conscious person out. And I get to recognize that I don't stand in a place of shame because of that, ignoring it. I'm not as healthy as I could be, but I get to recognize where I'm at and move forward from there. Don't let that shame and comparison with other people stop you taking the steps from where you're at now. The only shame of not being in better health is if you choose not to make a difference to it. And that's part of what Healthology is all about. Some of you know my story that I was in a wheelchair for 11 years, and I was told I would never walk again. I was fortunate enough to decide to be the best version of myself. And I believe that brought about a lot of the balance I needed in my life that brought about my miraculous instantaneous healing. Yeah, it was miraculous. 1 minute I was in a wheelchair. The next minute I reached back for my wheelchair and it wasn't there and I had walked. That works along with the actions I had taken in my life to facilitate that healing. So when I got out of my wheelchair, was everything great? I was in great physical shape. God had begun to work with me, healing my spirit, my emotions, and my heart. But I wasn't all done. Creating this balance where you move forward, creating the appropriate healthology in your life is a choice and a journey that keeps going. So it's not only about your Fitbit telling you that you didn't hit 10,000 steps. It's about something much deeper. It's a totally holistic way of looking at your physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health. And it's about how these areas intersect to create a life filled with, what do you think I'm going to say? Of course, joy, but not just any joy. We're talking about that deep, belly laughing through the good and bad kind of joy. The kind of joy that sticks with you even when those things aren't going right. Because, not sure about you, but when last in your life was everything perfect? Exactly. And yet, joy, that deep joy, is available to us every single day. How? Let's break it down through the lens of healthology. First, the physical health. Okay, so couch, move over. We get started with the physical health, just as Jose said, and everybody else said. We get to have our bodies working better. And no, you don't take on every single change you want to make all at once. Do it incrementally so that you can cope with it. Don't get stuck and stay where you are. And yet when we make that choice to be healthy, eat healthy, exercise and sleep well, I don't know about you guys, but we all may have that moment where we're staring down that tub of hot chip ice cream. Eat healthy mantra seems to disappear at that point. I've been there. In fact, I imagine I have some cookies stashed away in my desk here right now. So I'm there. But here's the thing. Our bodies are designed for movement. When we take care of our physical health, we actually open that door to having more joy. It's true. Think about it. The last time you went out for a brisk walk or did something active, even if you didn't feel like it in the beginning, but afterwards, didn't you feel more energized? That's because when you exercise, your body releases magical little things called endorphins, ones that are known as the happy hormones. And sometimes we're not in the mood to do it. I don't know about you, but I have those days where it's just, my first recommendation is stop thinking I don't want to do it and just get up and do it. And just like Jose said, because health is more than just having the six-pack abs or following yoga poses on Instagram. It's about feeling good in your body. It's about having the right attitude to your body, whatever shape or size you are. And that brings us to being grateful for what our bodies can do. Stop focusing on what your body can't do and what you can't do, and celebrate and have gratitude for what you can do. That was a huge thing when I was sitting in that wheelchair, when I was so angry and saying, how can I be of any use to anybody? And I listened to the labels of the world. And I listened to the voices saying, you're crippled, you're useless. But you know what? There were things I could do. And I had to move to a space of gratitude for those things. And as I did that, there was more joy. There was more peace of mind. But you know what? When we start nourishing our bodies correctly and our minds, yeah, it does include the occasional piece of chocolate cake. Because let's not forget, balance. So when you deprive yourself completely, it's not always good. But if you've made the decision to make that commitment to not have that piece of chocolate cake, stick to it. And if you miss the mark, just reattack it. Stick to it again. Don't just throw your hands in and give up. Because when you treat your body well, your body rewards you. It rewards you with strength. It rewards you with energy. And yes, with joy. So next time you think about skipping that bit of exercise because you're just too tidy, remember, you're one walk away from more joy. And I mentioned just now that that involves how you think about it. Your mental and emotional health is the true joy maker. The engine that keeps this joy mobile running is your mental and emotional health. And our minds, the place where we can 1 minute convince ourselves that everything's fantastic, and the next we can spiral down into thinking, what a mess, and what if in the negative. I think we've all been there. One of the biggest joy stealers comes from that negativity, and it's stress. It sneaks in, it fills your brain with worry, and it leaves you feeling drained. You know, it's a bit like inviting a party guest who comes in, eats all the food, and leaves without even saying thank you. Friends, that's not cool. So don't do the same thing to yourself. How do we fight it? To nurture the joy instead. 2 words: mental hygiene. And I'm not talking about brushing your teeth or your mindset like you would, brushing your mindset or your mind like you would brush your teeth, although it's a cool image. I'm talking about practices, like we mentioned, gratitude, mindfulness, accountability, boundaries. These are all like taking a big broom and tearing out the clutter in your brain. They're like sweeping out the cobwebs. Gratitude has scientifically proven to increase joy. So even on a bad day, and I don't like to call it a bad day because it isn't, that's your perception of it. If you just sit down and think of 3 things you're grateful for, it shifts the atmosphere, it shifts your mindset from, life is lousy today, to, wow, there's so much good here. It could be something as simple as, I found a fantastic parking on first try today. Or maybe it's my cat didn't knock my coffee over this morning. And don't forget, emotional health. Life is full of ups and downs. We respond to things, and we do have a choice over how we respond. Emotions can often feel like riding that roller coaster in the dark. But joy doesn't mean pretending everything's okay in the down spurts of that roller coaster. Joy means embracing all of your emotions, the good, the bad, the ugly, and still choosing to find hope. It's okay to have a bad day. It's just not okay to unpack your baggage and stay there. You deserve more than that. Next on our list of healthology is your spiritual health, the joy for your soul. And that's when things get really deep. You know, our spiritual health is something that where lasting joy comes from. I know it's not the magic self-help book or Instagram motivational quote. Those are nice, but true joy comes from being connected to something greater than yourself. For me, it's God. When my spiritual health is in check, everything else just falls into place. And I know not everybody's spiritual journey is the same, but I encourage you to dig into whatever fuels your soul, whether it's prayer or meditation or quiet time. Think of that the same way as plugging your cell phone in overnight. If you don't do it, your phone runs out of battery and becomes useless. Same with your soul. No spiritual connection, and you'll be running on empty. But the beauty of having that spiritual joy is that, and I think it was Jose who mentioned this, it's not tied to your circumstances. This is so close to my heart. I learned from being in that wheelchair that my circumstances did not define me, and they certainly didn't define the joy I could have in my life. And now in my JUMP program, I actually help people to see beyond their circumstances, to see how they can be who they truly were created to be. You can experience joy when life's going great, but you can find it in the midst of those struggles. That's your choice. It's that unshakable. Deep-seated joy is knowing that when things are hard, you're not alone and you know your life has purpose. And definitely not a small part of this is community health. Joy loves company. Have you ever noticed that? Joy is magnetic. Joy invites people in, and when you get a lot of joy around, it becomes greater and greater. We can't talk about joy without talking about community. Jose mentioned, have you ever tried to do everything on your own and you end up feeling totally burnt out? I've done it. I've been there. We are wired for connection. We are created for community. And you can be that healthiest person physically, mentally, and spiritually. But if you are not nurturing your relationships, something is going to feel off. We're meant to laugh, cry, and grow together. We're meant to celebrate one another and have others celebrate us. So whether it's your friends, your family, or a faith community, social health is a huge part of joy. And in a recent talk, came up with the comment that in life, which is like traveling down a river, community is your boat in the river of life. And with joy being so contagious, have you ever noticed how you feel when you're around people who are joyful? So surround yourself with people who lift you up, people who are positive, and return the favor. You'll be amazed at how the joy just explodes and creates love and connection. You know, choosing joy in every every aspect of healthology is so important. The key to joy lies in healthology, where we honor our physical, our mental, emotional, and spiritual health. It's not about getting everything perfect. It's about balance. It's about treating ourselves with kindness and love and remembering that joy is available to us, even in life's most challenging moments. And hey, if you find yourself having a bad day, remember joy isn't about feeling happy all the time. Jose said it. It's about choosing joy. And no matter what, it's knowing that despite your circumstances, you are loved, you are worthy, and you have a purpose. So let's look at those different areas of our lives. Let's step out of shame for not being where other people are. You are unique, but let's take where we're at and step forward and make the changes we can make. Just 1% improvement a day is 365% a year. So let's step forward. Let's do it positively and have the joy that brings you the strength. In my JUMP program, we work on mindset, self-worth, and faith. Because when you align your beliefs with your business, you create so much impact. And it brings joy. And joy brings success. You open the doors to abundance. So I hope that this gave you some tips as how to incorporate more joy in your day. And feel free to connect with me. Marianne, thank you so much. You're on mute, love.
I've only clicked on it 3 times. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Isn't she amazing? Yeah. So if you have any questions about JUMP, I will be happy to connect with you. If you cannot find Nikki for some reason, she is on Facebook. She's on there a lot because I know, because I talk to her there a lot. But if you can't find her, I'm happy to connect you to her. Nikki, later on when you have a minute, if you could add your contact info into the chat at the live, you can put it in here too, but I don't think people see it here because I don't see it.
Absolutely. And I would just like to extend the invitation to my membership group, which is free. It's called the JUMP Community. Sorry, guys, this one's for women only. In my upper level coaching, I do coach men, but this group, we're focusing on female faith-centered entrepreneurs.
Pretty cool, eh? So Nikki, not a surprise to anyone, her and I have partnered up on the supplements because we both have benefited from them. And now we're benefiting financially as well. Although that is not the reason I got into it, and it's definitely not the reason she got into it. That's just the extra added bonus. She's a little bit newer to it than I am, but it's all good. She's doing amazing. And what a great story she has. What a great story. So thank you so much for that, Nikki. The other thing that we partnered up on is our bank code. So it is officially called Codebreaker. I have put the link above the actual in the title section. I've put the supplement website in there and also the link to cracking your code, which takes about 30 seconds. If you're super slow, it'll take you a minute and a half. It's super fast. It's these 4 cards. I have them out here to put them out. So these are the 4 cards that you're going to see. Go have some fun. Go have some fun with this. This is what we're doing. Hang on, let me put myself. Oh, look at you, show off. You got your cards.
I'm so excited. They just arrived yesterday.
So these are the 4 cards you're going to see, and you're going to read them real quick because there's not that much to read, and you're going to decipher which personality comes first, which you are the most of. So I am this. Well, the last 2 are firm. The first 2 sometimes go up like this. They're about a point apart. When you go do the advanced version, you get numbers. And so my numbers on these 2 are only 1 point apart. So I go like this, then I go like that. So I'm action in business for sure, in real estate for sure. I'm nurturing when I'm coaching, I'm nurturing when I'm teaching meditation, I'm nurturing frequently when I'm personal in my personal life, but also I'm action because I drive my friends nuts because it's like, yeah, let's go, let's do it. Why are we still talking about it? So,
oh yes, she does. And I think, if I may, Marianne, an important thing to note here, this is not trying to label you.
no,
It's not putting you in a box.
no,
It's trying to show you
who you are.
what your communication style is. And I started off with almost no pay. But because I knew that, I've been able to grow in that area, and I'm now higher on my K numbers. So don't feel like this is going to put you in a box. This is going to open the box.
Open the box and let you fidget around with it and shift it around if that's what you want. It's like going into your closet and changing your clothes.
Yes.
You don't want to wear the same sweater every day. You don't want to wear the same dress, the same pants. You don't want to do anything the same, right? So what do this? I, on the other hand, had the blueprint at a very low number and managed to bump it right up. I think it actually went up double, like, but it was pretty low. And I didn't really understand blueprints. I was like, what are you thinking about? Why are you thinking about this for so long? Isn't it obvious? And it's like, apparently it's not obvious to everyone. So, you know, sometimes you got to do that. So it's a lot of fun. I had a blast. I took the supercharged, extra fast version of I think June, July, August, September. Yeah, it's about 4-month journey, really fast 4-month journey, really intense 4-month journey to level 5. I should write a book on that. 4 months to level 5.
I think that would be awesome.
Right. And it's helped me understand people better. It's given me much more patience around friends of mine, around clients of mine. I just did a real estate deal with a B that I don't think I would have in the past. I just wouldn't have understood all of his questions, like why so many questions, although that's a K thing, but B's have questions too, and they want answers to them, and they want you to answer them right away. You know, they don't want you to sit there and question, oh, hey, I think it's this. No, it's this. And as far as this question goes, I will get back to you on this and I will find out the exact number just in case. The K was also pretty low, not as low as my B. But part of my issue with K is that I'm not super techie. But then when I talk to some of my friends, they're like, you have a podcast, you work Zoom and StreamYard. You so are techie. And I said, yeah, maybe according to some people, but I learned what I have to learn. I don't learn all the other things I probably should learn, but that would be a waste of my talent. But some of the stuff, like I need to know StreamYard. I mean, I could hire someone to do it for me each time, but that kind of defeats my purpose. Whereas the person who is going to edit my videos like these and do all that, yeah, that's not going to be me. I'm happy to hire it out.
Now, I think that's part of the power of Bank Code, is that there are people who are more geared to certain things, not just in their communication. It's like people have different languages, and you may be wondering what the B is and the 4 cards are. Well, you have a dominant style or personality of communication. My top one is a nurturer. So I like to run up to people and say, hey, hey. And if you're a knowledge person, you're kind of standing back there, which is the K, is kind of standing back there going, what's all this fuzzy, soft candy floss stuff? Let's just get on with it. And we are speaking different types of languages and have different expectations. So when I know which way I am operating, and better yet, when the person I'm communicating, basically their language, I can adjust it. And their slogan is make people matter. Because, you know, those people, my husband is a total K. And when I discovered this, I began to understand why there are times we have a communication gap, because he's not one who's going to rush up to me and hug me and say, I love you every day. Okay, it's the guy who will say, I love you on the day you get married, and he never needs to say it again. Once you start to understand each other, instead of taking those things personally, you can communicate better. And it affects your coaching, it affects your sales, it affects everything, as well as how you live your life. So that's, that's how you do it. You get to understand other people better and acknowledge where they're coming from. Sorry, I'm on the talk train again,
Oh, that's
Marianne.
okay. That's okay. I actually had a friend of mine call me yesterday and he's like, call me. And he goes, you're on my first list. And it's funny because somebody else in our group asked me and they said, oh, wow, you had him on your summit. How did you even get a hold of him? But him and I are both A and KB. We thoroughly understand each other. Although he did call me with this great idea, and I'm like, oh my gosh, he sounds like me. He's so my brother. He's like, I think I'm going to do this. Do you have anybody? And I go, not right now. Can you tell me a little more? No, we just talked about it today. We haven't, I'm not into detail. And I go, I know, but you're going to have to learn a little detail, right? To be able to converse with people. And he goes, no, I'll learn it, but not right now. Right now, I'm just like, oh, wow, this is going to be exciting. And I said, well, let me tell you, if I had that, and I would definitely use you because I don't like doing that. So I'm happy to source that out. I'm happy to source out a bunch of stuff. If it's got anything and everything to do with technology or admin, I am so happy to source that out. I can't even begin to tell you. But this other gentleman, he is not. He is much more of a B. In fact, I sometimes have a hard time communicating with him because I find that when I say something, I'm not sure if I'm saying it a particular way, but I believe he's either a B or a K or first, and then the other one would be second. So he's either BK or KB, and then the others come. And I'm listening to him and I'm going, why are you saying that? And he's all like, oh, why did you say this? And I said, well, I didn't say that. I said this. This is what I said, word for word. This is what I said. This is what I meant. I did not mean what you just translated inside of your head. And it was funny because we were in the course itself one day, and I can't remember what we were doing. I think it was I don't know if we were in breakout rooms, and I was supposed to. So with the A and the N sometimes too, but the A is like direct opposite to a B. And I had to speak to a B. That was my assignment, was to speak to a B and to present to a B. And there was a lady there that was B was her first one, which is hilarious because we really didn't have that many Bs, like people that led with a B.
Won't you just tell us what is a B?
Blueprint.
Yeah, we're not swearing at people.
No, it's not.
It's actually it's one of the.
It's like
styles.
not. I'm an A. I'm not that kind of A. Well, maybe to some people I could be. Who knows? Anyways, it was just funny because she was the B personality, which is the dark blue, which is blueprint, and I'm action, which is the red one, and sometimes nurturing. When I'm doing what I'm doing, right? When I'm teaching meditation, I'm not going to go, oh, come on, everybody, let's go. Yeah, we don't let's go in meditation. We also don't hug it out as soon as, although I do hug my real estate clients most of the time, but it's not always done, right? So I go and I do my presentation and she's like, I didn't see anything there that was for me. And I'm like, what? And mind you, the instructor kind of called her out a little bit and she goes, I think you're missing the point and I think you're hearing something else, because she had had a private conversation with her like maybe 5 minutes before that. And I think she was still carrying this energy with her and just lashed out at whatever action person was going to come along, because she had a hard time working with actions, and I have a hard time working with the blueprints. Obviously, I don't speak blueprint. It's like speaking Spanish. I don't. You know, it's like French. I don't. I don't. If I'm going to live there, I might learn it. If I'm going there for a visit, yeah, I'll learn a couple of words. I'm not really going to learn the whole language. I don't have that much time, right? But that it was funny because for me, I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't mean anything bad at all. Like there was no negative connotation of any sort. And I'm going, wow, she took that as being something not good. And I'm thinking, how many times have I spoken to clients or people that maybe just completely took something I said the completely wrong way? Wow, that's intense, you know? And I said, oh my gosh, I had no idea, but that's good to know for me that there's people that are going to take what I say and twist it up. I mean, I know this anyways from the whole metaphysics thing, but still, you know, from a very grounded point of view, wow, they're just going to take what I said and make it work for whatever they're feeling at the moment, you know, so that part doesn't change from metaphysics to reality. But absolutely, bank code is for sure, it will help you communicate better. And let's face it, more than half the problems that we have in this world are due to the fact that people cannot communicate. Can you see this as being such a super awesome, amazing tool to help you understand other people better so that when they do react, you don't take it personally, first of all, and second of all, you have some respect for where they're coming from, because this is what they do. This is where they come from. Yeah. And you think about, you know, kids that are misunderstood, like teenagers, you know, like we were all messed up when we were teenagers. I'm 62 now. We were all messed up, but I've never heard of anyone, oh, hey, you know what? I'm thinking suicide. I don't remember anybody ever saying that. I'm not saying they didn't want to say it. There wasn't anyone who thought it and didn't want to say it. I'm just saying nobody said it. That wasn't really our thing. It was more like, how do we get out of the house when we're grounded? You know, that was our big trick of the day. And, you know, nurturers don't really know that you can come up to an action, we'll hug you right back. Because I'm a hugger and I do nurturing. Nurturing to nurturing, obviously there'll be all kinds of hugs all day long. They probably won't get anything done. They'll talk about the hugs. They may not get business done, but they're going to have a lot of fun. Action to action, same kind of thing. Let's go here. They might get a little competitive. You know, they might want to play a game. That'll be great. But if a nurturer comes up, who is the biggest hugger in the group, comes up to like a B, a blueprint, or a knowledge, which is a K, oh my gosh, that's going to be disaster. That's a recipe for disaster, because in a nurturer's brain, it's like, why wouldn't you want to hug? I don't understand. Yeah. I'm not doing business with you if you're not going to hug me. And K's, the knowledge are huge. They're probably not going to hug you, but they'll do wonders to your computer. Nurturers, probably they'll hug you really awesome, but they're not going to know how to do anything on your computer, really. You're lucky they know how to sign in and you know, read their email and write an email and, you know, the basics, that same thing, because I have also nurturing. So basics for me, stuff I need to know for A, and for A might understand technology more, but I don't, but so I go more under the nurturers that way. But boy, oh boy, the Bs will have all kinds of Excel spreadsheets. Can you put that onto an Excel spreadsheet? No, because I don't know how, because that's going to drive me nuts. So you're going to have to work with me here. I'll give you something written because I know you need it. It's going to be limited. It's going to be so limited because A's don't write anything. We're the handshake people. We're going to make a deal on a handshake.
Yes.
Now, if you're making that deal with a handshake with a B, they're full of integrity. So that's a good handshake. They're not shaking your hand unless they're 100% sure. But when they say, I'm doing business with you, I'm doing business with you. Now, that part of B is my thing, because I'm big on integrity. And if I tell you I will be there,
Yes.
I will be there, even if I have a fever, even if, you know what I mean? Like, if I can, I will definitely be there. Or I will do it, or if I promised you this, I will definitely move forward with my promise. That is for me. That's a me thing. That's for my own energy. It is for you too, because my reputation in business is very important to me. So I haven't had very many people that wouldn't want to do business with me. It's the one, maybe the ones that need a lot of Excel spreadsheets and a lot of information. Maybe those don't want to, but even those are doing pretty decent business with me because they make their own notes for themselves because they know I won't do it. And if I do it, you're not going to understand what I'm saying anyways, because I'm going to do the short form. I have a publishing company and I'm a horrible speller, people. My grammar is hideous. If you receive text messages from me, I feel sorry for you. And if I'm in a hurry, you better speak German because that's pretty much the way it's coming out. Honest to God, and I apologize for that in advance, but that's just the way it is. I know it sounds super unprofessional to me, but this is the way I run my business and I do pretty good and I win awards. So it's not horrible. But is it super organized? Am I that person? No. And that's okay. You know why? Because if we were all the same, oh my gosh, I would be the first one that would be bored out of my mind. This person's the same as me. What am I going to, what am I going to learn from them? No, I want to learn stuff from you. Yeah. You're going to be different than me. And I love that. So now I was on my soapbox. So your turn.
I just think it's amazing how communication is so important. We do it all the time. And if you don't know who you're speaking to, you don't, as you said earlier, you don't know that they are understanding your intent. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you are on time for a meeting with a blueprint, who's a very business-oriented person, they will probably consider you late. If you're early, you're on time. If you're half an hour early, you're early. And that's important to them. They see that as part of how you do business. Now, if you know in advance that that's what they're like, and that's their part of their values, you can respond to that differently. You're not jumping on the minute that a call starts. And huge business deals have been lost. And I've been so empowered by the training that I've received in bank code. And you know what? You can take the bank code and crack your code for free. And you get back this amazing breakdown of your different personality styles according to what you did when you clicked on Marianne's link and selected the cards appropriately. And it'll then give you that feedback. Not only does it give you the feedback of your preferred communication styles, it gives you information about how you would relate to another communication style. So powerful. And that's all free. That's all free. So connect with Marianne for a link if you're one of Marianne's peeps. Connect with me if you're one of my peeps. And it is so powerful. If I get on a call with you and I know you're a knowledge, I know I need to have a lot more information than just what's sitting in my head. You need the documentation. You need to go away and investigate it. If you're in action, I know I need to have that sign-up form there because you'll be ready to jump in. And let me tell you, with an action person, if you don't give them that link right then and there, they've moved on to the next thing because that's what actions are about. Does it mean there's anything wrong with any of those styles? Absolutely not. We all have all four. But understanding them is where the power is. And this is an incredible system. So I'm so excited that Marianne introduced me to this and got me into this because it really has changed my communication style. And now when I connect with people, I automatically think, okay, What traits are they exhibiting so I can best communicate with them?
It's perfect, right? It's like you're talking to a person who maybe just got here from China and all they do is speak Chinese. Wouldn't it be awesome if you actually spoke the language and now you can communicate with them? That's kind of a little bit different. Yeah. It's kind of what this is. I do want to take a moment to tell you some of the written down personality traits on these cards. And these are the cards that you're going to get on the link. The link is right above the video here. It's within this video. And if you can't find it, connect with me, message me privately, or if you feel so inspired, then please connect with Nikki. Either one of us are in there, and it's an amazing program. They have an extension on LinkedIn where you can actually see the codes of different people. How would that feel if you knew the codes of the people that you knew you were talking to? Let me tell you, I worked as a recruiter. I lived on LinkedIn. I used to call HRs of companies, CEOs, CFOs, COOs, C whatever O's. And honestly, if I had had that information, knowing how to speak to them, because some people were like, yeah, hurry up, get to the point. We don't have a lot of time. And the other people were like, no, give me all the details. And let me tell you, as far as HR goes, I'm not saying all of them, and maybe not so much the directors of HR in a very large company, because they're hardcore leaders and they might have to do more business than actual HR. But most HRs have an N. Yes. Most HRs, that's exactly what they are. I was talking to my friend about a friend of ours, and I said he really should have been an HR. That boy should have been an HR person. He cares more about other people than he does about himself. Like it's almost to a fault. And if you're a salesperson, if you're a B2B salesperson, chances are probably, I want to say 90%, and I'm going out on a limb by saying this. Please don't email me and tell me I'm wrong and this, that, and the other. I'm just guesstimating. I'm throwing numbers out, but I'm telling you 90% of them are A's. Actions who can't sit still long enough in an office, so they have to be out on the road. You know, and I get like that. I have to get out. But then I like being at home. Now that's just, that could be an age thing for me too. The older I get, I just want to stay more at home. I feel like I can get more done on a virtual platform, right? Like when we're doing this, there's no traveling. It's, you know, I can still take my dog out in the morning. I can still be here the whole time. I can take him out after, pardon me. And I can do all these really wonderful things. And so I love the virtual world, but I like in person as well. But I am going to read this to you. So nurturers care, or their values. So this is just a list of values for the nurturers, which are the yellows: relationships, authenticity, personal growth, significance, teamwork, involvement, community, charity, ethics, harmony, morality, and contribution. If you're a nurturer, these are that are most important to you. If you're an action, you value, this is how I know I'm an action. It's my favorite word. I even had a clothing store called Freedom, and I also had that was in Europe. And here in Canada, I actually worked in a store called Freedom. Number one, freedom on the list. Flexibility, spontaneity, action, opportunity, excitement, attention. They love attention, stimulation, competition. Oh my gosh, winning, fun, and image. Do you know that I use the word fun to almost everyone whenever someone says, hey, I'm over here? Oh my gosh, you have the big ones. Oh no, you just, okay, sorry. It looked like it was a giant one. And I'm like, oh, they should totally make giant ones. So when you're doing presentations on stage, you can actually see the big giant ones. And I always say, have fun, have fun, have fun, have fun. And if I'm doing something, I have to have fun, or I'm not going to be doing it for long. Let me tell you that. If I didn't like doing summits, like people are like, I can't believe you do a summit every month. Are you crazy? And I said, no, but I also make it simple for myself because that's what A's like. We like simple, like don't, get to the point and forget all the other drama stuff and and all the other cobwebs inside of your head that are going to only block you and stop you from receiving and doing and make you a procrastinator. And you don't need all of that. Okay, so K is the green one. So this is knowledge. And these are their values. So these people are the Tesla people. These are my engineers. Okay, learning. That is their number one value. They probably, if you know of, I have a really great friend that's a knowledge. I'm sure she starts with a knowledge. I can't remember her exact code. But she has, I don't even know how many degrees. And I don't even know how many doctorals she's got. Like tons, like not 1, 3, 4. Intelligence and logic. Don't be joking around too much with them. Make sure you have your information. If you are talking to these people, and if you think you're going to get into an argument with them, which first of all, I would suggest you do not do, because they will never, ever back down, ever. It's just, it probably is a little bit of an ego thing, but it is what it is. It's just part of their personality. But if you're going to get in the ring with them, and if you're going to go toe to toe, you better know your information. It better be 110% right, or they will find a way to prove you wrong, which is hilarious. I have some clients like this, but I love them to death. So learning, intelligence, logic, self-mastery, technology. They're the techie people. They're the ones that are going to fix up our computers. Research and development. Science. Anybody here watch what's it called? The Big Bang Theory? Sheldon. This is Sheldon. Universal truths, expertise, competence, accuracy, and the big picture. Now, this is where I have a lot in common with the K's. The big picture is me. I'm a big picture kind of person. I'm not this instant, I'm going to feel good, so give me this. Sometimes I am, but most of the time it's big picture. And blueprint, my new best friend, the one I have to study the most. Stability. Who doesn't want stability in a friend or a partner or a business partner or a life partner? Like, that's a great quality. Structure, not really my thing, but hey. Systems. You want to impress a blueprint, you use the word systems. I have a system for you. All you have to do is follow it. Oh, they love that. Planning. Oh my gosh, so much planning in advance. So great. I can't live my life with that kind of planning because it's almost too much in advance, but it's good. Predictability. Oh, who doesn't? Which lady out there doesn't want a man who's a little predictable? Like, come on. And who doesn't want a wife that's a little predictable too? Responsible. Responsibility is their middle name. Duty. This is their duty. It's their duty. Rules. Credentials. They love credentials. So I like a little bit of credentials, and I like some titles. Hence the reason the doctors on my Zoom here. I don't always use it. And tradition. So I'm not terribly traditional, but I was certainly married to one that loved tradition. I'm just going to say this, and this is true. If you have a tattletale kid, he's probably a blueprint. They love tattletaling. They think it's their duty to tell on you. Not cool. That's who they are. And they're fantastic accountants. I want my accountant to be a blueprint. I do not want my accountant. I mean, my accountant, because he's been my accountant for about, it's coming up to 25 years. So I have a lady that takes care of my stuff and the man who owns it. And I've had several accountants there. So when I walk in, I hug both of them because it's been 25 years. But it's had to be 25 years for me to be able to do that. Yes. I didn't walk in the first day and say, hey, let's hug. No, I want my accountant to be a blueprint. I want that. I do not want my accountant to be anything like me because that would be scary. your numbers would not be correct and you would get fined, and you do not want me as an accountant. So that is not my superpower. My superpower is people, sales, talking to people. This will help you with your sales. If you are any kind of an entrepreneur, you are selling. I don't care what you're selling, but you're selling it. This will help you communicate those sales, not to be so salesy. How's that?
Yes.
For an answer. I don't like being sold to, but I sell all day long. And so I try to do what I can. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying I never mess up. I'm just saying, hey, you know, I try to create a relationship, which is a nurturing thing to do because they're all about relationships and the higher purpose. So I have the line of supplements that we were talking about earlier that I sell also have the skincare products here too. I just don't have them yet in Canada. So I put the picture up because I'm manifesting them coming to Canada. They are supposed to be here this year. So these supplements, we have made some arrangements with a charity so that if people want to purchase them, we will send it over to this gentleman and he will package them up and send them off to Africa, because he's affiliated with an orphanage out in Africa, and they've been doing this now for a number of years, and his friend is there. So he sends it to his friend disperses it. His friend and his wife actually have moved there. There's more to it than that. It's not just an orphanage. They started off with just the orphanage, but now they've involved the entire community. That is perfect for nurture. The nurturers buy candies, we send them over to them, and they have, you know, and they get a receipt. Now, the only problem is with Canada, because of the charity, they can't actually issue out a receipt in Canada. So I'll be putting something together for that, for the Canadians and the Americans as well. But in the US, you can absolutely do that, and you can get a receipt for your taxes and do a good thing at the same time. So it's sales with a higher purpose and community and oh my gosh, and relationships and charity. I mean, that's perfect. That is like a born thing for nurturers, which is fantastic. Right? And so what do you think? What kind of personality works at Tesla, do you think? I'd say
I think it depends on the job they're doing.
It does. It does. I'm not talking about sales because the sales are at the, you know, other place. And there's probably not at this stage, there's probably not a lot of need for a lot of selling, because if people know that they want a Tesla, they want a Tesla, period, done. There's no, you know.
I certainly don't see a nurturer walking around there, working there, going to everybody, oh, you did such a good job today. And how are you feeling today? It's going to be your blueprints and your pays. The
This
guys
one,
with the knowledge.
This one is probably like 70% of the people are this.
Yeah.
And then there's some 30, maybe 25. And then maybe somewhere in there, maybe HR, maybe someone else, maybe an inside salesperson. I don't know what. Maybe there's 5% left over there, but that's, you know, that's the kind of thing we're talking
about. And how
about.
powerful for the HR person to be able to communicate better with the engineer.
Yes. Yes,
because that's what this is all about.
HRs are very understanding. They're very patient. They know this is how it rolls. This just gives them an extra. They already know, oh, they're dealing with him. So this one here, the knowledge, even after you've explained everything for the last 20 minutes, half an hour, you've been explaining all of this, they're still going to go home after. So this is their answer. Let's say you've been talking to them for an hour, explaining the whole, like you've probably described when the company was born, how it was born, who signed the paperwork, blah, blah, blah. They're going to go home and say, okay, thanks so much. I now have enough information to do my own research. So they are going to ask some more questions later on. These ones are going to make, okay, but what's the system that I have to follow? how do I structure that? Use the word structure, use the word system, and security. Security,
Yeah,
stability.
and
Respons-
like me as a nurturer, I said it earlier with the candies. There are so many white papers and videos and things proving the science. You know what? I don't care. Just tell me whether it works or not, because I'm a nurturer. Now, I have learned to ask those questions, which is why my numbers went up on
Right,
the others.
right.
But
And
yes,
these two, when they meet you, they'll hug you, they'll, if they have to shake your hand, they will, but it's gonna be, by the end of the meeting, you'll be hugging each other, these two, because they're excited. These are excited. This better be interesting. You better hold this one's attention, or he's gonna get bored, or she's gonna get bored. This one, yeah, let's talk community. Oh yeah, so we're gonna build some tiny houses for single moms. There you go, perfect. With the money that we make from here, let's say, right?
yes.
These two, it's a system, and you better not be late. Oh my gosh, if you're talking to this one, you had better not be late. And late is anything after a half an hour before the meeting's supposed to start. And you better not come up and hug them. They are not interested in being hugged. They are interested in information, the credentials of maybe, good to hear your, in my case, doctor, reverend, I've done this
Yes.
for a long time. This is what's going to create trust, and here we go, blah, blah, blah. And
Respect and formality. So handshakes.
this
Sorry
one,
for the blueprint. Yeah.
this one, absolutely handshakes. No, nothing else. Business, stay business, very professional. That's all they're interested in.
No, you're holding
Handshake-
up the wrong one.
I know. Handshake before you start the meeting, and handshake as you're leaving the meeting. That's a blueprint. So I was gonna say, so this one here is gonna drive a Mercedes, because Mercedes are awesome, they're cool, they cost a lot of money, they're a lot of fun, they're fast. It's gonna make them look successful, good. This one is going to drive a Mercedes because they're really good cars. There's a lot of information on how good a Mercedes is. It's proven. There's a system that they use. It's proven. This is why they drive a Mercedes, because it's a great car. This one, I'm not saying there aren't any. This one's probably driving a van, because they want to fit the whole community into that van and drive them around. Right? So all your hippie friends are this, just so we're clear. All your crazy business people are this. And all your people that need extra information, need some Excel spreadsheets, you better have some good write-ups on that, or they don't really value that so much. So that's just a quick little, synopsis of what we're talking about here. I don't know if you want to add anything, Nikki.
I just think it's so powerful, and it is so simple, not complicated. That's why you can do it in like 90 seconds if you're slow. It really is simple, and you get to empower yourself by knowing more about yourself.
If you're interested, please talk to one of us. We will connect you. We will put you on a 3-way call. And lately, they haven't really been doing this, but lately, throughout the summer, they were offering some information classes
Yes.
for free. And I'm hoping that they're going to continue with that. So when we have the next one, typically I will post it. Typically, Nikki will post it. If you are interested in that as well, I'm happy to take your name. Nikki's happy to take your name, and we'll call you when the next one comes up. Now, we did just have that last week, so I don't see one coming up for the rest of October, maybe November or December before Christmas. I'm not sure. They're really great, and they're $2,000 courses that they give out for free. So
Yeah.
they're fantastic, and they have different options that, I don't want to get into here, but if you are interested, please connect with us. And any final words from you, Nikki? Or no, she's already muted herself. She's
There's a bit of noise in the background. I think the final word is that there are options. There is a program you can step into, but to crack your code is free.
Yes.
This is their gift to you. So you lose nothing by doing it. Yeah, it is fun.
Who doesn't want to learn a little more about themselves, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's our favorite subject. What's your favorite subject? Me. Okay. Actions. That's the situation with them all the time anyways. But it's kind of like, I like playing around with signs, like zodiac signs. I don't really understand all of them. I don't understand every little thing, but I do understand a little about each one, so I know what to expect. This is more grounded and it's more professional, and you can use this pretty much anywhere. I think people have been learning. I know one of my friends had a really tough time with her son. She is this. He is this. He is quiet, introverted, doesn't want to be in a bunch of, she is crazy. She's all like, hey, let's party. She doesn't understand why he doesn't want to do this. He doesn't understand why she won't leave him alone. When they finally figured out these things, they started having respect for each other, and now they have a really great mother-son relationship.
Mhm.
I think this could save kids that are contemplating suicide, because they're so different. They're the black sheep of the family that used to be a joke. I don't think that is anymore. It's hard to come from a large family, not that I do, but this is just from some of my clients that I've heard. They come from a large family, everyone's like this, and they come along and they're super this, and they don't know what to do. And nobody understands anybody, because it's like, well, why are you so different? Right. And then it's like, oh my gosh, I can't understand what they want. I don't know what they, I don't know how to deal with, I must be the odd weirdo. And then, all kinds of self-worth issues coming out of that. And I think this could help. I would love to see these more and more in schools. I've done speaking in schools on this. I would like to see more. And I think in every company, I don't think there's a company that wouldn't benefit from this. Even if all you did, even if you weren't in sales, if all you did was want to try to get along better with your colleagues now that you understand them. Can you imagine teachers? Kids, if you knew what the kids were, you would understand why they're doing what they're doing, why they're quiet. Not because they don't know the answer, because they're not the first ones to put up their hand.
Yeah. And what's amazing is that if you're going to crack your code, there are cards for the kids with pictures on instead of the words.
Yeah,
and
that's for kids, yeah.
we don't only get to work on our communication and understand ourselves when we get older. How powerful they can start when they're young. And that leads me to my last thought, which really was a mind bend for me. One of my heroes is Les Brown, one of the greatest communicators, one of the greatest speakers. And he has powerful things to say about this. He has, I don't know if I can say verbally endorsed this, but I have seen him with a quote about this on social media. So yes, this is something. This is not brand new. It's newish, but it's been going for years. And the founder has been a TEDx speaker speaking on communication. In fact, not a TEDx speaker, but the larger stage of a TED speaker. And she is incredible. And yet she still takes time to come in and train us personally. We have calls. I'm on a smaller level than Marianne at this point, but she still takes time to come in and do it because this is her passion. She is so invested in seeing the whole world recognize one another and making each other matter.
Yes,
That's me.
She's wonderful, actually, and she's a hardcore A, and she has a very interesting story. Very interesting story. And her, so it's Sherry Tree, and then her wife, Esther. Esther also has a wonderful story. She had a hardcore car accident in this one. Anyways, I won't get into it. Please come to, if you are interested, we will connect you to the free one. If we don't have a free one, we're happy to share whatever the next summit will be, or the next. Yeah, sometimes it's a summit, sometimes it's a course, an intro course. It just depends. And I have just completed level 5, which allows me to teach pretty much almost anything. I wouldn't go into hugely large or just yet on my own. I'd probably bring Sherry with me or Michelle. And Michelle is usually here, but she is also at an event herself. So everyone is super busy. But I do want to say thank you to everyone. I want to thank all my speakers, whoever's listening. Thank you to everyone who commented. Thank you to everyone who has listened to us live, who will listen to us on the replay, who will later on YouTube and everywhere else. Thank you all so much. I love doing this. I love it. Everything is great. And thank you all for joining us. Thank you so much, Nikki.
Thank you. What a privilege.
Have a great day, everyone. Thank you.